feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told, ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. But battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down, here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down, here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. It's till the moment the sky rain down. It's till the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest night. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your
Is that really your best? I reserve mercy for what's known as the masses. And as for my wrath, it is reserved for the wicked. Only after enduring all 81 trials did I see how this world's hardships never end. How does your head compare to the serpent sovereign? Yeah! Huh? divine form renewed! Evil, be gone! All forms fade! Before the Lotus Podium, all suffering ends! Mercy and wrath unite! I return from the West to dive back into this chaotic world. Little ones of Mount Huaguo, do you still remember me? The great sage, heaven's equal? I'll be back in a flash. Don't let any demons sneak in while I'm gone. Time to leave the stone behind and see where fate takes me. This land belongs to Mount Huaguo now.
Legendary!
Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands.
Double kill! Double kill!
This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Ke depan! Astis in front. They're going to use it. Golden Knights. That's happening.
Victory!
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
The new Honor of Kings version is here. Let's take a look at the two major areas of updates: hero control adjustments and battlefield balancing improvements. Basic attack targeting rules have been updated. If a player is crowd controlled for too long while using a basic attack, the attack command will now automatically be cancelled, preventing heroes from continuing to chase enemies after the crowd control ends. The movement wheel's dead zone has also been adjusted. After the improvements, there's no longer a dead zone in the center, helping prevent input interruption issues. After improving basic attack and skill targeting logic, even if base attack target priority is set to lowest absolute health, you still prioritize nearby epic monsters, and targeting will feel more intuitive. Next up is an overview of the battlefield balance updates. In the new version, the true damage value of the Crimson Golem buff has been adjusted, with the minimum value slightly reduced. The tower destruction slow effect has also been improved. When a tower is destroyed, nearby enemies will now be slowed. The teleportation portal cooldown has been reduced from 45 seconds to 30 seconds, allowing for more flexible tactical choices. A new lizard platform return mechanic has also been added. When a lizard leaves the platform's area, it will automatically climb back onto the platform. There are even more battlefield improvements waiting for you to experience in-game. See you in the Gorge.
Azuria, the southern archipelago of Primera. Here, humans and great beasts live in symbiosis. How this came to be traces back to a never-ending catastrophe. 2,000 years ago, Azuria's mightiest great beast, Anita, merged with the power that fell from the Sky Dome. That power amplified Anita's strength, but shattered its sanity. Driven mad, Anita transformed into a massive vortex, the world devouring everything in its path. Where it passed, great beasts were torn apart and islands were destroyed. This was the disaster that would define Azuria's history, the Eternal Calamity. In its wake, Azuria stood on the brink of annihilation. This catastrophe became known as the Great Desolation. In despair, the humans and great beasts, once mortal enemies, became each other's only hope of survival. The great beast Devita and humanity's greatest champion Devara abandoned their conflict and chose to work together. The great beasts sheathed their fangs, and the humans let go of their hatred. All surviving life grasped at one final power, the churning. Deep beneath the sea lay Amrita, a force brimming with boundless vitality. Through the combined efforts of humans and great beasts, it was awakened, restraining the calamity at the center of Azuria and restoring life to the world. But the calamity was not destroyed, merely sealed within Azuria's center. It erupts from time to time, bringing countless disasters to the land. Devara collected his knowledge and power and passed them down through the generations, hoping that one day the calamity could be ended for good. And so, this has continued for 2,000 years.
Chief Elder Devara! The calamity has erupted again!
It seems trouble has returned. The secret to life is to just take every punch and keep going.
2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia. This is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Itu kan track kita.
Relax, bro.
Phone aku! Jom kemana?
Mountain View! Angkatkan pengembaraan! Kau boleh!
Kat mana pula ni?
Water Trust!
Kasih boost!
Adventure!
Dapat pun! Steady, bro!
Rancangkan kepala gengmu!
Double kill!
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Flame. Don't engage! Don't crush us like insects! Slain an enemy! Defend our base! Our high ground tower is under attack! Amazing! Unbelievable! Triple kill!
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
With the new consignment market feature, both new and veteran players can earn consignment items just by staying active. Sell them to earn tokens and purchase the items you've always wanted. Players can head to Dragon's Hoard to get tradable appearances, chests, and more. Players can list tradable items on the consignment market to earn curio tokens. During the initial launch period of this feature, all item listings will have their listing charge waived. Use your curio tokens to trade on the consignment market, or purchase skins that were available before June 17th directly from the shop. With the new consignment items, players can complete events to earn tradable chests. Choose to open them yourself or list them on the consignment market for sale. Tradable skins can be obtained by opening tradable chests or by redeeming them in Dragon's Hoard. Tradable spritelings can be obtained by opening tradable chests. Tradable cards can be obtained by opening tradable card chests. If you bought an item but did not use it yet, you can still relist it on the consignment market.
Itu bukan track kita.
Lihat, bro.
Phone aku! Jom kembali.
Mountain View, angkatkan pengembaraan. Kau boleh.
Kat mana pula ni?
Water Trust.
Kasih boost!
Adventure.
Dapat pun. Steady, bro.
Lancarkan kemana gengmu!
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the
I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Momentum can be a powerful thing in competition, and Day 8 saw teams looking to build on their recent successes. Nepal opened the day with a commanding performance against Jordan. Their dominance was especially evident from their plays, where Nepal wasted no time closing out the match and securing a convincing 2-0 victory. Fresh off one of the tournament's most memorable comeback victories, Laos carried that momentum into another impressive performance and secured a dominant 2-0 sweep over Saudi Arabia. Singapore controlled the key moments of both games and never allowed Syria to build any meaningful momentum, resulted in a comfortable 2-0 victory. The spotlight of Day 8 belonged to the clash between the Republic of Korea and Hong Kong, China. In a matchup defined by elite mechanics, coordinated team fights, and constant pressure, Korea rose to the occasion. They secured a commanding 2-0 victory over one of the tournament's most impressive teams, Hong Kong, China. Indonesia and the Philippines entered the stage as two of the competition's most respected teams, setting up a clash between two regional powerhouses. Indonesia secured a hard-fought 2-0 victory over the Philippines and closed out Day 8 with a statement performance. As Day 8 comes to a close, the margin for error continues to shrink. The victories become harder. The battles become tougher. The road continues tomorrow.
Nine were promised, 8 have been claimed, and today, one final seat remains. Welcome to the last chance. This is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings. Republic of Korea, Hong Kong, China, Philippines, Indonesia, Laos, Myanmar, Nepal, and Kazakhstan. These are the regions that have secured their ticket to the main stage, but hope remains alive as one final slot to the biggest stage in Asia remain within reach. And with a tournament that only happens once every 4 years, you fight until the very last second. And that's exactly what's about to unfold. Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan opened the day in the semifinals, battling for a chance to move forward. And Vietnam versus Singapore will follow with everything on the line. The road is simple, but make no mistake, it will be brutal. Win and you advance. Lose and the dream is over. And now it's time to find out who will claim the last spot to the Asian Games. This is the last chance. Casters, lead the gorge.
All good things must come to an end because we need to prepare for the next chapter coming in for Honor of Kings. This is the last day coming in for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. And once again, for the final time this event, I am your desk host, Sagi. And with me is our handsome, interesting casters of the Gorge, Adam Spartanker and also Holler. Welcome back once to the broadcast.
I'm the interesting one. He's the handsome one, right? No, wait.
I'm
the handsome one?
You want to be the handsome one?
I always get it wrong. Anyways, I'm happy to be here. We finally made it to the last day, and I'm super excited because we're going to find out which of the 20 teams that we started with, and we're going to get to the final 9 to see, again, who's going to make it to the main event.
It's the most important thing, right? The 9th spot of the entire qualifiers. So there's 4 different teams today, and we'll be seeing who's gonna get this last spot, which is the most important thing, because the ticket going to the main event is invaluable.
Exactly right. Just like what Mara mentioned, right? It happens every 4 years. You miss this out, you have to wait another 4 years, depending if there even is one in the first place, right? So, final ticket coming in for a final 4 teams. We have Uzbekistan going up against Kyrgyzstan for the first half, and then Vietnam going against Singapore for the other half. And let's check out the updated bracket real quick on what exactly will be coming down for today. We're going to have our first semi-final between Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan, and then the winner advances to the finals. Not advancing yet, they have to wait for the victors between Vietnam and Singapore, and then the finals between 2 teams duke it out for that final 9th slot into the Asian Games main event.
It's all very tough. I think that when you're talking about the best of 3s, you have to play essentially back-to-back, at least for the Vietnam-Singapore squads, going into that finals to see exactly which of the teams are going to be making it. And of course, only one of them is going to make it on. That's scary.
Hence, because of the, they have to play back-to-back, so we want to reduce that tired fatigue. We will give you a longer break after the second match today to make sure that it's much more fair for everyone. And this will be the schedule for today's matches. We have Uzbekistan's going to go with Kyrgyzstan at 12 p.m., which is going to be now. And then we have Vietnam to go against Singapore afterwards at 2 p.m. And this is going to be very interesting, right? Because the matches today is just full of intense fight for sure.
Exactly, right? Especially when we talk about the specific grouping here, right? It's going to be Group A's third place, Uzbekistan, going up against Group B's third place, Kyrgyzstan, and then Group C's third place going up against Singapore, which is from Group D. And this is a single elimination, same format in our Asian Games version where you are playing under the standard ban pick rule. And so far, it has been amazing because we have a lot of different picks coming up based on this version.
Yeah, it's actually changed things up quite a bit with the amount of just the flexibility some of the teams have had to show. Because going in, you're thinking, there's no global ban pick. Yeah. We can pick whatever we want, but the teams are they're like honing in on what specific heroes those teams like to play, right? Yeah. So the strategy in that chess match, if you will, starts from the draft.
Yeah, whatever we want and every time as well, because you can repeat over and over again. We do know that the Kyrgyzstan team they really like their Hansin. So I'm not surprised if Uzbekistan will try to ban the Hansin because, Dastan with his gameplay is very annoying. I would like to see some respect bans coming in from Uzbekistan.
Definitely deserving, right, of Dastan's ban on Torsten Hansen, because he was one of the few players out of 2 Panda Strike that we had. He was one of them coming in for this tournament in the group stage itself. But you know what other people like as well? Free stuff. If you like free stuff, check out the new Buy Cheap Playground Hunter skin in the game itself. Just gotta complete some few missions and log in every day, then you can claim it for free.
Yeah, and actually that skin is pretty fire. And especially when they're giving it away for free, you might as well just go in, log in, play your games, get that Buy Cheap skin. I'm willing to do it myself.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot of people actually already get the skin, so don't forget to log in and update everything. There's a huge update going on. And yes, going back into our match for today, Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan, which is going to be the first match of this final day at Asian Games qualifiers. I'm so sad. This is already the final day. Sagi.
It's been a long journey, right? Like I always like to say, if things come to an end, it's opening up for a better chapter later on. For us, it's about maybe casting for another event, but for the players, it's about going into the main event, you know? That's what they have aimed for. That's what they have trained for these past few months.
It's the true honor, right? Being able to be that team that makes it to the main event. And unfortunately, we have like 9 members can only make it on. So again, it's very few in between. But with 4 teams, again, just only one moving on.
Only one moving on today when it seems like the teams are already up on the stage, Sagi.
Yeah. Let's invite them to the stage. This time around, Uzbekistan goes up against Kyrgyzstan for that 1 slot into the final to find their final ticket into the Asian Games. Let's go.
The road through the last chance stage is never easy, but this is a team that refuses to back down from a challenge. With qualifications still within reach, every victory brings them one step closer to their goal. Ready to keep their dream alive, Uzbekistan!
Everything they have worked for comes down to moments like this. One match, one opportunity, one step closer to qualification. The pressure is high, but so is the determination as they fight to stay in the race. Make some noise for Kyrgyzstan!
Both regions have made it this far. 8 days of competition, and finally, on this final day, this is where they find a final step into one step closer into the doors of the main event of the Asian Games. Let it go, because this time around, it's time to fight for that slot.
One day, one opportunity, going in. This is everything is at stake. Uzbekistan's lineup, Mahmud, Farouk, Umejan, Ismailbek, and of course Akbar here to kind of round out this draft. This is a team that we find their footing at times, and they just tear it up when they have their moments.
And especially when we talk about Uzbekistan, they never play around the things where they are not uncomfortable with, whereby they will like to play picks where they are more used to. The Kaiser, the Dolia, the Fuzi. These are picks that they have shown signs of success, which won them the final ticket going into the last chance stage from Group A.
Yeah, it may seem like a simple pick. It may seem like a very classical, you know, Dolia and Kaiser pick. But if it works, it works. And Uzbekistan has been one of the most consistent with these kind of picks. And here we go with the lineup of Kyrgyzstan. We have Jamalbek, Dastan, Kubanic, Azad, and Marlon. One of the fierce players from Kyrgyzstan. We do know they can play very, very well with their unorthodox picks. That's what makes it so much more scarier, because they just know what they want to do.
Yeah, and you know what's scary? Dastan and Azat. Those are the two cores that have been really lighting up the scoreboards. They've been playing with their play. They've been backing off of each other. Azat with like some burning sun arrows from downtown. And the craziest part is, of course, Azat is only 16 years old.
So young, so talented, and so much more room to improve. And this is specifically the head-to-head for this final showdown coming in from these two regions here. We have Uzbekistan on the blue side, and then we have the side of Kyrgyzstan coming in on the right side.
Yeah, and this is the KDA coming in from both sides of the team. We do know that probably a lot more Ds coming in from Uzbekistan, but the hero pool is exactly the same. The first strike rate is just a tad bit higher on top of Kyrgyzstan, and the total match being played from Uzbekistan is 9 games. So that just means that they have much more experience here. They've went through much so more, so probably they have better resilience going into this game.
Yeah, with overall KDAs that are generally roughly the same, and that's kind of where they ended up with just being in third place. But the thing that worries me is the Kyrgyzstan first strike rate. That's a 13%. That's very low, right? You know that you're being initiated on, and it tends to be a more reactive piece, especially to start things early. If Kyrgyzstan want to shore things up, they probably want to be looking at, again, this first strike rate to kind of up it.
Which is pretty shocking, right? It means on this 13% first strike rate that Kyrgyzstan is a team that likes to play from a behind, where they are able to grow their advantage through solid laning phase, through jungle invasions, you know. That's why we are featuring the jungle head-to-head matchup between Farouk and also Dastan. Very distinct playstyles. I would say Dastan is more on those jungle carries, but Farouk, he's more well-rounded as a player.
True. Also, Dastan with the higher average goal per minute, which shows that he really plays around more with clearing lanes, of course with his Hansin and whatnot. Shadow Overlord Slain is so much more for Farouk, and the kill participation is, you know what, it's fair across the board.
Yeah, and actually the Shadow Overlord Slain, it's one thing to point this one out specifically. It just seems like Uzbekistan want this. They want that push, especially come 10 plus minutes. That's what they're looking for. So they kind of prioritize a little bit more from the Uzbekistan side.
This is things that you need to take a look for, right, coming in for this specific series here. Because Shadow Overlord, if you have 4 of them, it means that you're consistently pressuring your opponents here. But maybe for Uzbekistan, it's more towards the games where they have played against the side of Pakistan, coming in for the group stage that allows them to have this stat. Because overall, this specific head-to-head for me is really, really similar. KDA-wise, gold-wise, slightly towards Dastan, but take a look at the KP. Very similar. It's just that these two players, it's about giving them the correct draft. It's about giving Farouk maybe his pocket picks, like the Dun, like the Kaiser, for example. For Dastan, it's more going back to those carries that he excels in.
It goes where, when we go to 10 minutes, the Enhanced Overlord and Tyrant, sometimes some teams really prioritize more towards Tyrants, but it seems like really Uzbekistan prefers to go with the Shadow Overlord. This just shows that they prefer to have an easier laning phase with the Vanguards going out onto the map. So probably a good idea for them to do the same thing here, knowing that if Kyrgyzstan is again going with a Hansin, going with an Assassin that really focuses on the side lane, doing split pushes, probably going to be a good idea again for them to try to focus down on that purple monster.
Yeah, I was out there giving out some gang signs with that peace sign.
Gang signs.
But, I mean, before we get into this one, we're about 40 seconds away before we go into the actual draft itself. But let's talk a little bit about predictions. Without knowing the draft, of course, and just going in and what we know and what we've seen thus far, who are you giving the edge to in this series?
Kyrgyzstan 2-0.
2-0. Kyrgyzstan. Wow. What about you, Adam?
Can I hear yours first?
I'm actually going to go Kyrgyzstan 2-1.
All right. What about you, Adam?
It's very difficult because I really love the gameplay of the Hansin, right? The Hansin really doing a lot of split pushes, and I'm expecting to see more. But if Uzbek bans that one out, I'm not sure if they can pull off the same thing with other heroes. So it's really like a 50-50 thing. If there's a respect ban, it's gonna be like 2-0 for Uzbek. I feel it like that. But you know, in terms of the maturity of the gameplay, in terms of the confidence coming in, I think it's gonna be 2-1. For Kyrgyzstan.
Oh, we're all on the Kyrgyzstan
like we're
train?
on the Kyrgyzstan train here. But, you know, I hope Uzbekistan proves the caster that's wrong, because we are always wrong.
Yes.
Like, sometimes we're right, but not all the time we're wrong, you know?
For the record, I was right yesterday, but that's all that matters, you know? I mean, if you want to kind of play your own thing.
Surprising, by the way. Surprising.
Actually, I was 50-50.
Accurate. So accurate. The first thing came to my mind, oh my god.
You got it
really
right.
Towards Holler's prediction right now.
You know, sometimes, a blind squirrel finds a nut sometimes, you know, and I happen to get a little bit lucky with that one. But I was only 50% in terms of win rate yesterday.
Well, we have to pace in towards the draft right here. Azad, he's really active as a player, 16 years old, so confident in that role itself, as he said. They haven't really played Honor of Kings for long, only a few months, but you can see the level that they have achieved is really respected coming in for this tournament itself. So without further ado, let's head into the pick and bans coming in for our first series for the final days at the last chance stage.
I think that if you make it to today, I mean, obviously, if you were first and second and moved on, you would have a much better time. But it's a big honor even to make it to this stage, right? Yeah. You fought through, and you're coming in third place, which is not easy to do, especially against the gauntlet of teams that you went up against. And to now have this opportunity where you can, again, represent your region at the main event.
Yeah, that's the most important thing, the invaluable thing that they always talk about. It's priceless, the emotions, the pride. And these are the heroes that's going to be picked by both sides. For now, we have Dolia, Xiangyu, and Angela from Kyrgyzstan still not showing up with their jungle for now. Also a Duranji, Guan Yu, and also a Lapu Lapu.
Interesting picks thus far, right? For Kyrgyzstan is more unconventional with the Xiangyu. We've seen it once when they were up against their Group A opponents. Didn't really work out, so they are coming back visiting once again. Maybe they found a better way of succeeding this pick. For Uzbekistan, is really back to basics here. Drafting the Guan Yu, Lapu Lapu, Direnjie. Really comfortable 3 picks, I would say.
I'm not a huge Xiangyu fan. I think the win rate is actually, I don't think there's a single win on it yet.
No, not yet.
It has, I mean, it's played in Clash and Rome. It's kind of had its opportunities, but I think that this is more of like a comfort pick. I'm, again, not completely sold on it, but I think it's more just comfort here.
Yeah, it's really a defensive hero, but at the same time, I haven't seen what Dolia is going to be comboing with. It's most likely going to be the Blazing Brilliance from Angela for now. But also, they're sort of hiding their jungle picks. Levi is going to be banned. Probably the Dolia is picked to steal it away from the Uzbekistan instead of trying to do their own combo.
Likely, right? Likely. There's still the opportunity for Kyrgyzstan to come in with a double ultimate coming in from the Xiangyu, or even a Dune last pick here coming in from the side of the 4th-5th. So these are still available options that they can venture into here. For Uzbekistan, it's more about drafting towards what they are comfortable with. Do they come up with the Kaiser? Do they come up with like the last pick Mage or the Guardian Mo? There we go. Good counter so far going into the Angela up towards Kubanuish.
Yeah, one thing that, again, if we're looking at the Kyrgyzstan side, I mean, you pick the Dolia. This is something that you want to kind of, take advantage of that refresh with that Celestial Melody. But then you pick the Xiangyu, and it's kind of like, oh, okay. Because if you pick the Xiangyu without the Dolia, you can kind of flex it in, and then you can kind of play mind games in terms of the draft, because it could be Clash, it could be Rome, and then now it would actually affect them. But now that they've locked it in the first phase, it's a little bit more linear in terms of this approach.
Yeah, it also feels like maybe they're going to go try with a double Hegemon Slash coming from the ultimate of Xiangyu, which is going to be quite scary, to be honest, because the damage from Xiangyu is actually very, very high, especially if he buys all of the physical items instead of going with a tank route. For now, we can see there's a Dune coming in for Kyrgyzstan. They're not going to go with an assassin jungle, they're going to go with a tank jungle, but with an Erin to really make sure that they scale very well to the late game.
I think I like it, right? Kyrgyzstan making full use of the Dolia pick here coming in on the start and also the side of Marlin. Yes, we are lacking a bit of an engage coming in for the side of Kyrgyzstan's Rome. But if Jamalbek is able to find those backlines with the hegemons that you talk about here, it could be pretty destructive coming in for the side of Kyrgyzstan.
And if you're looking at, Uzbekistan, like the last pick Musashi, just more damage, right? The Lapu Lapu and the Guan Yu are there for the control. If you're able to get on the Aaron, the Angela, the Dolia, those are very, good high priority targets that you're looking for. So Uzbekistan, they want to go at you. They want to be aggressive with this lineup.
Yeah, and from the composition coming in from both sides, it seems like both definitely have an ample amount of crowd control, especially with the Guan Yu. Also, they do have tankiness as well, and a lot of heroes that scales to the late game. Without looking at the teams, Zagi, who do you think have the upper hand?
I gotta say, Uzbekistan has an amazing draft. If Mahmoud is able to perform in these upcoming team fights, he's practically unstoppable. There's no single ounce of CC coming in from Kyrgyzstan that can actually stop Mahmoud on that Guan Yu here. But this is game 1 in an important series between two regions. Uzbekistan goes up against Kyrgyzstan to find their tempo into the final of our last chance stage.
Thank you so much, Saki. As we go into the first game of this one, and look, for me, it's Umanjan and Kubinich. Kumanic the Angela was picked first. Very static, very immobile. Umijan is going to be like frothing at the mouth, knowing that this is going to be easy pickings potentially. So this mid lane is going to be incredibly fun to watch here.
Definitely, with the freshly 4, she's going to need the level 4 as soon as possible. Rotations coming in from both sides. If they're not going to mirror each other, it seems like goal sharing is going to be done by Kumanic and Dastan. And then they're trying to focus down more towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, Uzbekistan they showed their hand a little bit too early. Umijan had actually been rotating here throughout those plays a little bit early, right? And I think that you're looking more for the killing blow when you catch them off guard. They weren't able to do that. Now Uzbekistan, again, you try to go for a little bit of a play and you want value, they got 0 of it.
And the most important thing for Umijan right now is for him to try to get a lot of stacks as much as possible, as early as possible, with the kill and assist for the passive or Dynamo. So he needs to be involved in any potential team fights that's going to happen from the beginning.
Yeah, and it looks like the gold sharing of Kyrgyzstan. This is the value. This is the attempt of movement around. And Marlon, a little on the lower end, needs to get a little bit of respect to Akbar here because he's definitely much tankier. But now Farouk on the chase, goes to the duel of death. He's in a bad spot. He's trying to flash away. He gets stuck on the wall. And first strike going the way of Farouk.
Marlon actually went down probably just a little bit too far through front. And Kyrgyzstan is going to try to rotate towards the mid lane and try to protect them as much as possible. Umijan is still trying to get that stack, and I think he did manage to get one just now.
Might have gotten one on this, but Marlon, something to take note of is he doesn't have flash. Yeah, he has heal, and he was like, okay, even if I pop it, I'm stuck in this lair. He had just used a skill where he's not able to jump over that ledge. Yeah. So just a really tough, not a great start to this game for him.
Yeah, very unfortunate for him, and Kyrgyzstan is going to try to do a better rotation for sure after this, and hopefully he plays a lot more closer to Dastan because the rotation for Dolia and Dune is the most important thing. And Marlon needs to get that level 4 so that he can start to reset the Unruly Blade of Dastan.
Yeah, and you also want to play as Marlon a little bit more passively, right? It's more supportive, get Azat going. He's one of your win conditions, and as he gets charged there, again, Akbar, this is what you want to do. You want to threaten, you want to take a little bit of damage on Azat so he knows that he's not so comfortable.
Also, the winning condition for Uzbek is try to focus down for...
Yeah, Farouk a little bit on the low side. He's going to eat a little bit of the Blazing Brilliance. Nice little stun, and Kumanic gets that pick off. Akbar, he's in a bad spot as well. It looks like he's going to flash over the wall. Jamavel is on the chase, gets the mini charge, pushing him back. But Akbar might try to get away. He dodges the Chaos Ender, but here comes the Razor Cavalry on the side, and it looks like Mahmoud with the heroic strike. The Hegemon slash all over. He dives the tower, and Jamalbek gets the pick.
A very good move coming in from Jamalbek. Managed to do that maneuver. He was actually trying to push Akbar towards their tower, but he did not manage to do so because Akbar actually turned around and he tried to juke the movement away out of Jamalbek. They actually managed to disengage from that team fight very cleanly.
Yeah, actually Jamalbek with the Hegemon slash, that's like the first good one we've seen at the Asia Games qualifier. Yeah. He was able to hit it at the right point because you knew, it was predictive because you knew that they were going to hide right on that mid T1.
And the Laurel Bloom has been used, seems like they're going to pull back just a bit. But it seems like maybe it's the last day of the Asian Games when we're actually going to see a proper Xiang Yu to really shine, and it's probably a bit too late for other teams.
I don't think it's too late. I think it's Jamalbek, as long as he continues to do what he is doing right now, which is, you know, getting those pickoffs, also that control with that charge, very nicely done. So he has that potential. He needs to keep that up, and that's when you're going to get value out of this Xiang Yu pick.
The amount of couple blades that's been thrown out by Umijan is really painful. They're trying to find their targets, really trying to see if the Tyrant is going to get struck or not.
Yeah, Akbar on the side, the wind slash onto him. He says, okay, you want to go get some vision for your team, but now the Razor Cavalry just pushing him back. The Blazing Brilliance is doing a little bit of work, and now Farouk turning it around, trying to go for Jamalbek, but he will fall first. But they do get the pick off. Ismailbek, no, he Nas trying to run for his life. He's going to be taken down, and it looks like Mahmoud tried to go back in, but it's just feeding the beast that is the Kyrgyzstan machine.
A little bit too late coming in from Mahmoud to actually involve himself in the team fight, but at least I think Umijan managed to get one here, and this is what happens now. Very good win slash for him. I think they tried to really focus down on one person, and they were actually disengaging from the team fight. You know, as the hero Akbar was actually trying to start something, they actually have to commit into it, but they were kind of unsure of how to do it. And Mahmoud actually joined after the rest of his teams already went down.
Yeah, I mean, Ismailbek was definitely late to the party, and then when he was late, he was getting focused, and then Mahmoud is like, oh crap, we're going back in, and then he was also late to re-engage as well. So again, Uzbekistan not on the same page right now. It seems like they're kind of, paying for their sins because of the fact that they're, again, not on that same page.
And what Uzbekistan has to do right now is that they have to recollect themselves and then try to have this chemistry going on, try to have the countdown, like 3, 2, 1, let's go in now. So I think that would help them a lot to have this more proper communication to make sure that everyone goes in at the same time.
Yeah, and people, even when you count down, it's hard to do, to synchronize properly, especially in this type of game, but it comes with just more practice, probably more film study and going to the cinema and all that, right? Really helping out.
Muscle memory is very important as well, right? So they really need to practice more with each other. But pretty sure it's starting to get reflected in the situation from the side of Kyrgyzstan. The way they rotate, the way they move, and really focus on one target at a time is just amazing.
Yeah, and they have a bit of an edge, 1.6K. But Kyrgyzstan, this is the thing: when you have a lead, what do? You want to put pressure in not just one lane, but all of the lanes. You want to be invading. You want to be in their face so that Uzbekistan has to play, again, trying to just salvage their own jungle, if you will.
It's all about trying to make good use of that advantage that you currently have to make sure that you extend the lead. Right now, they still have the option to get the Overlord, but again, a sub-10-minute Overlord is not an enhanced Overlord, not a Shadow Overlord, so it might not be worth it as of now. But also, the rotation coming in from Uzbekistan, they're trying to spread out, they're trying to handle all lanes at the same time, and Kyrgyzstan might have an edge trying to find them one by one.
Yeah, so another thing, okay, now in the top lane, it looks like Marlon needs to be careful. The Razor Cavalry is going to be just off to the side. Farouk was trying to dive in. He's in a bad spot. He dashes away. He does have that mobility. Azad not able to catch him, so it looks like Farouk will get away for that gank attempt.
Wow, Azad was alone and he actually made their HP went all the way down, and he's still chasing them alone as a marksman. So that says something. With 2,000 gold lead, they can still try to put a lot of pressure, and I think Uzbekistan needs to try to stick together and rotate together as a team more.
Well, at the same time, you don't want to be so stuck with one another that you're fighting for farm, and now this is Golem is going to be looking to be taken away. The wind slash a little off the mark. Akbar flashing on back. Kyrgyzstan, this is the way you want to play. You want to be aggressive. You want to take away the enemy jungle. Plus, now the bottom T2.
Mahmoud is trying to come from the front line. He's not trying to flank them. This is a different approach for sure. It seems like from the sidelines as well, Farouk is going to try to join in. But it seems like also Kyrgyzstan is also aware that they're going to come from the sidelines. So you know what? We have to pull back and find a safer formation to start a potential next team fight.
Kyrgyzstan right now are moving beyond their years. I know that they say that they've only been playing for months, but the way that they're moving across the map, and look at how when they shift back into the mid lane, Zamalbek is actually going to the top, and that's creating, he's protecting that top lane, but he's always within arm's reach of a potential team fight.
And the fact that Azad is still all alone down there, it means that he has all the freedom in the world to try to farm as much as he can, and his teammate is going to try to focus down on putting on a lot of pressure in other lanes.
Yeah, and in that other lane, if we're talking about Zamalbek and Mahmoud, something to take note of, they wanted the Zhang Yu pick. They picked it very early. And actually, he's gotten the better of Mahmoud thus far, right? Yeah. Mahmoud hasn't had the game-changing Razor Cavalry. I mean, potentially going to happen later, but the way that Zamalbek has been able to kind of deter him from really going in has been great. But the Overlord, look at him, he's taken by Dastan, and now the chase is on. The Unruly Blade, Akbar getting out on back to safety. He's going to hide under this tower.
A great Overlord taken over there, but Mahmoud is seemingly trying to get someone, a very good ultimate coming up from him, but it seems like there's not going to be any follow-up to help out with his ultimate this time.
Yeah, Kulanich actually sidesteps the majority of that. If he gets pushed back, he dies, right? So Mahmoud, great attempt there. Those are the type of plays that you're trying to make, right? Yeah. Because if one of them succeeds, you're going to be gravy, and you're going to be back in this game.
Here's the thing about Guan Yu. He really needs all the towers to actually go down so that he has the freedom to rotate without people noticing. As long as the tower in the mid lane especially is still standing up, there's almost no way for him to try to do a flanking maneuver. The window of the fog of vision is just super tiny.
It's very small. And look, it's going to open up even more for Kyrgyzstan. The way, again, when you've got the lead, take these towers down, that map and that vision that you're talking about gets smaller. It gets much darker, and it's harder to make any sort of play because you might get jumped.
we're still waiting for the moment for Mahmoud to try to come from the sidelines, but it seems like Kyrgyzstan is going to try to focus down on this tower, opening up the map even more, potentially also for Mahmoud to do something.
Yeah, Dastan is starting to become a bit of a problem, right? The way he's able to cut things, and you have to respect it because he has so much control, plus he's tanky enough to survive any sort of attack on top of him, but that is space created. Really well played by Kyrgyzstan.
Very interesting on how Dastan actually uses Dune quite well. On top of that, are able to play assassins such as Hansen. This just shows the capability and the versatility of this player Dastan from Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, you want that out of your jungler, right? You want to be able to play that. And when you need an assassin-style core, somebody to carry, you need him. Plus, you also need aid in the back pocket, the tanky style, the frontliner, if you will. And it looks like they're going to trade big neutrals here, but the Shadow Tyrant going the way of Uzbekistan.
It seems like the Tyrant has been taken very quickly. Also, another trade coming in from Kyrgyzstan, having the Overlord in their hands is going to give them an advantage, sending the Shadow Overlord towards the top lane, which means most likely they're going to be focusing down towards the mid and the bottom lane.
And look at how Kyrgyzstan, you can tell that they did their homework, right? They knew that Farouk had those 4 Shadow Overlords. They like to push. They were like, no, we're going to focus that time. We're going to do our priority. We're going to make you change so that now you have the Shadow Tyrant. What are you going to do?
Especially right now, Ganmo doesn't really have his stacks. It really is becoming a problem because only 2 eliminations coming in from the side of Uzbekistan.
Yeah, because Kyrgyzstan's positioning has been flawless. I mean, yeah, they died twice, but that's very minimal at this point. And the way that they've been able to, again, when you're leading and you're not dying, but you're constantly pressuring them where they can't get out of their own base, you're winning.
Yeah, and he also actually needs someone who is tanky enough to consistently be in front of him to open up a space for him to freely throw out all of this couple breaks and freshly forged to find an opportunity. It's not there just yet. So I think he really needs to find someone else to really help him out.
Yeah, they find Mahmoud, who's going to just gallop under this tower here. He's going to be fine as the rest of the reinforcements are there, but one thing holding back Kyrgyzstan, this top lane. Mahmoud, just enough rotation so that he's like threatening team fights, but he's always keeping that top T1 alive. Usually that one goes down first.
Oh, he's still waiting on the sidelines, on the brushes. 3,000 gold in front for Kyrgyzstan. To be honest, it's not really that big in terms of 12 minutes into the game. There's still a huge chance for Uzbekistan to do anything. It all depends on the positioning of Akbar to provide vision for his teammate, to really give a chance for also Mahmoud to do a proper rotation towards the sidelines and try to flank them, try to bring all of them towards Uzbekistan.
Yeah, and it's about a 3K net worth lead or so for Kyrgyzstan. I mean, it's not a huge win, but most of that farm, that lead has been in the farm lane. Azat versus Ismailbek. He's about 800 or so gold up on this one, but the other pieces are just slight wins, if anything. So now Uzbekistan looking to hold the Blazing Brilliance just on the side, not really hitting too much on the blades, and it looks like Umijan snipes out Kubanic.
That's what we're waiting for, someone in front of him for him to have the free space, and he got the kill, and Umijan for sure have the advantage just a little bit, just to collect more stacks for Eniganemo. It's very important for him to really get a lot of stacks before we get into 15-minute mark.
Yeah, this is that counter pick. This is why they picked the Ganemo into the Angela. You know that, oh, the Raging Sea, he actually tries to flash on forward. Akbar a little bit low. They have the duel of death, but he's just so tanky. He's going to survive most of it. Yuminjan throwing some blades a little late on this one, not really able to hit anyone.
How often we see a Jamalbek actually trying to do a split pushing with this particular hero? Usually this hero is really a team fight-centric hero where you wanted him to be much closer to your main teammates to try and save them, but it seems like they want to try something different here.
Yeah, you got to be versatile, right, in what you're trying to do. I mean, yes, the hero is definitely, as you're saying, more about the team fight, but you're going to take what the enemy's giving, which is a wide open bottom lane. And as long as they stick around with this Unruly Blade, look at the backside. The Wind Slash is going to hit. The Raging Sea in return. He's going to take some tower shots as well as the Razor Cavalry, but the tower is going to be taken down. And now they tried to go. The Wind Slash, he pushes and put back with that Garter Grave. Akbar is there. The Duel of Death. They find Marlon. They get the pick on that one. And Azat is taken down as well. But in the bottom lane, you're seeing Ismailbek scuttling away Jamalbek as he runs away.
Yeah, Jamalbek has been chased by Ismailbek. A very nice pressure coming in from the side of Kyrgyzstan, but also Uzbekistan manages to get Azad and Marlon, which in turn gives a couple of stacks towards the Umijan, and this is where it's going to start to go down south for Kyrgyzstan. They have to be careful with every engagement because the late game potential coming in from Umijan is just scary. See how all of the couple blades actually connects towards Kyrgyzstan, and they have to stop that. They have to stop the potential stacks going in, filling into Umijan.
Yeah, I mean, trading away 2 for 2, and but you got the top T1. Overall, not the best trade for Kyrgyzstan, especially since Uzbekistan was losing. But Umijan, the way he stepped up this game, his blades have been on point. He's staying alive. Even with Dastan chasing after him, they're not able to really do enough to find him.
Yeah, it's just so accurate, whatever that's going on over there. And we're potentially going to see probably a steal with the freshly forged if they try to force this overlord. But it seems like Jamalbek is going to try to flank them from the side.
Yeah, he's looking for the flank, but Jamalbek taking a lot of damage. He needs to be careful. Dastan just looking to zone them away. They're going to start the overlord. This is potentially very scary as Uzbekistan are not looking to give this up for free. The overlord going very low. Azad takes it down. The duel is death. Finds it on the backside. They find Jamalbek, but it looks like they've got the return as Akbar and Farouk, both of them are down as well. On the backside, you can see Mahmoud trying to do a little bit of work, but he too will fall. A double strike going the way of Azad.
Mahmoud was actually once more, he's late into the fight to try to actually disturb them before they can actually get the overlord. The overlord is already taken and his teammate actually already went down, but look at this damage coming in from the gun Enmo, almost managing to get Kubanich just now.
But you can't give anything for free, right? They're here to contest. And yes, things did not go well for Uzbekistan. Now they're on the defenses. They're probably going to lose this mid T2 just eventually as the Shadow Vanguard takes its time to get there.
The Vanguard is going to go in towards the mid lane. It seems like they're still leaving Azad all alone up top, but he has to be careful with Umijan, who can really throw away the freshly forged very dangerously towards him.
Oh, they found Umijan. They finally found the pick. That was the one. I was just like, yeah, as long as Umijan stays alive. Now the wave clearer is gone. This mid T3 under stake.
Yeah, they're trying to focus it down?
Yeah, they're trying to. The Raging Sea just used onto Marlon, though, but they're deal with the Shadow Vanguard, and I think that's going to end this push. Yeah. But they buy themselves a little bit of time here.
Yeah, definitely a lot of time, and the move onto Umijan, we didn't get to see it on camera, but we did see it on the minimap. Probably a very great Laurel Bloom coming in from Azad, putting Umijan down, and this will slow down the Gunmo's scaling, right? Because the passive coming in from him is what we want to avoid. So he only have 5 stacks for now within 70 minutes, which is not so much because of the potential team fight that Uzbekistan is trying to do. He did not manage to get a lot of eliminations or participation in the assist. So maybe his teammates really has to try to be much more aggressive from this point onwards, especially when Ismailbek already has all of his items.
Yeah, but Kyrgyzstan right now, I mean, taking the Shadow Tyrant for free, up about 4.5. They're continuing to roll. But these high grounds, as long as Uzbekistan has them, they still have a chance.
I agree. They're still trying to group up in the center. Probably going to try to rotate more towards top lane. Very interesting on how they're trying to lock down Mahmoud's movement so that he cannot do any flank.
Yeah, the freshly forged just a little off the mark. Jamalbek tanking at least one of them. And now with this Vanguard, this Siege Catapult, not going to be enough time really. Jamalbek taking some tower shots, needs to be careful as he retreats.
And Jamalbek's item, he actually goes with all full tech, including the Dragon's Blood Rage, sorry. So this is going to be giving a lot of shield, especially when he's low HP. The lower his HP, the higher the damage of the Hegemon Slash. So he wants to be low HP with that thick shield.
Yeah, and actually, the way Kyrgyzstan are playing right now, it looks like they're giving Uzbekistan a little bit of an out in terms of just staying alive and extending this game. We are about a minute and like 15 seconds away from a Tempest Dragon to start today off.
Wow, the first game going into Tempest, and it's always you and me. I don't know why.
Yeah. Are we cursed or blessed? I don't know.
We're probably blessed.
Okay.
We
want to see curse first.
No. We want to see more Tempest because Tempests are fun, and this is where we're going to see a lot of different plays coming in from Mahmoud. Mahmoud needs this freedom from the enemy's tower or even their own tower so that he can try to find them from the back. But there's no right moment just yet.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to hold it off. Like, they don't really want to get that team fight because if you die now, you can't contest the Tempest Dragon. You're in a really bad spot. So if anything, they need to pick their moments. They need to wait and play the patient game here.
And there's already 3 major team fights coming in from both sides, and we haven't seen a proper Mahmoud initiating the fight, but it seems like they're going to go in.
Yeah, they find Akbar, but he's going to dash away, dodge most of all of this right here. But come the side, they get the Razor Cavalry, they have the flank, and now the Duel of Death, they go right back in. Akbar looking for Azad, but he's going to be whittled. Azad all by himself. Sage's Sanctuary is going to be popped. They try to focus it in, and now comes Dastan. He says, get off my brother.
Wow, proper disengage coming in from both sides of the team, and actually Mahmoud was actually trying to push someone until Kubinich had to waste his blazing brilliance.
Oh, Dastan finds him. There's two members with that wind slash. They find him, and now with a blazing brilliance, Umijan has already been taken down. They have the other one with Ismobek. They find another. Farouk now trying to run alive, but he goes for the duel of death. He decides to go all in. Farouk is down. All 5 members of Kyrgyzstan still standing.
They are way in front right now for sure. They can end the game if they want to, but Mahmoud and Akbar, can they hold on to this high ground tower? The last one in the mid lane.
Yeah, I don't know if they can hold this. This seems like way too long. The death timer's more than 15 seconds at this point, but they want to go for the kills. They're looking to make a statement. Azad is up in front. It's a matter of time as they go, but Mahmoud looking to flank him, trying to go around, but they actually find the pickup onto Akbar, who's trying to outstand this. He too will fall. They have them push away. Mahmoud takes out the minion wave, which is going to buy them time. He's running for his life, but he's going to be picked up. But with the response, do they have enough? No! Kyrgyzstan takes game number 1.
Out of a double Dune Unruly Blade coming out of Dastan, he found Umijan, and once Umijan was to fall, there's just no more threats coming in for the side of Azad in those team fights, and they took it with a clean last 5-0 on, and they are now currently 1-0 up in this important series.
What a fight, what a fight. The total move coming in from them was actually very surprising, and also they do know a lot of skill sets coming in from the side of Uzbekistan was actually on cooldown, so they re-engage with a shorter cooldown coming in from the side of Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, and actually, I just mentioned Tempest Dragon, like we're gonna get one, and then all of a sudden that team fight happens, and then Uzbekistan just like got called out, and once you're down members, you really can't fight. So Kyrgyzstan taking advantage of that over-aggression, that vision that they were looking for.
It was Umijan. He wanted to come in for that potential steal, but then he didn't realize that the Dun was in that bush just waiting, praying for him. And when the moment he went near just a bit to the red back, he got jumped on once, popped the flash, the Dolia refresh came in, immediate Unruly Blade, and that's the end of the story coming in from Uzbekistan in game 1.
Yeah, it's just beautifully done from both sides actually, because we also can see on how Uzbekistan was actually trying to manage to defend as best as they can. But if they had a little bit more time to collect more passive for Umijan, probably would be able to really destroy one hero after another, but there's just so much, not enough time for them to do anything.
Yeah, not enough time, and especially at that very end, Dastan, Dune in that bush.
Oh, God.
Caught him out. That was game winning, right? He gets those two, sets it up, and it just like literally cleans house from that point on because you have that stun lock, and that was like worst case scenario for Uzbekistan there.
It took a while coming in for both teams to actually find their proper marker here, but we did see signs of success coming in for the side of Uzbekistan, where they were able to punish Marlon in the river and get few pickups in the early game. But the tempo just wasn't in their favor here. They couldn't find repeated plays. And I gotta say, Guan Yu is an amazing pick, but Mahmoud, he failed to show up.
Yeah, the timing. He actually tried to do the right thing. The positioning was correct. But if only he is 5 seconds or 10 seconds earlier, and he's the one who starts the team fight, it's probably going to be giving a lot more space for Ismail back to do some damage, for Umijan to deal in a proper freshly forged and couple blades, but it did not happen that way. It's usually Mahmoud, the last guy to actually go in and do all of his movements.
Yeah, and he needs to start things off. I think that, you know, him just like with the repositioning, just starting the engagement, and then you have them like herded together, if you will, and then Akbar with the Raging Sea, dual death for Multiman as well. So like, that's best case scenario. And Uzbekistan was never really able to do that because, again, the movement by Kyrgyzstan was able to, again, see everything and use that map control for that vision to never get ambushed.
It was just too solid coming in from the side of Kyrgyzstan, where they were able to put a lot of the focus coming in from Dastan and Jamal back into vision control, giving Kubanuish and also Azad more room to actually play. You can see it reflect from the damage chart here. 161 damage coming in from the side of Azad's area, and when you pan over to Dastan, 78,000, 112,000 tank and done. You can see Dastan definitely has such a big role coming in for Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, the fact that they can actually still control the entire map, even though he's not actually using his Hanshin or any assassin, this shows something, right? They just know how to rotate properly. And even sometimes Jamal back, he's not really joining the team fight. He actually focuses down towards the tower in the bottom lane. Even though his hero is really focused for team fights, he just does it just because the positioning of Uzbekistan allows him to do so freely.
Yeah, do you think Zamalbek, though, on this Xiangyu is just like celebrating? He's like, I see, I told you guys, this hero can work, but I think really it came down to the other 4 heroes, right? Azat had an absolutely amazing game, clearly MVP in this one, but he was supported by Dastan, which really set it up. Though that 1-2 combination was so tough for Uzbekistan to deal with.
Now, my question for you is, would you take Azat, the main damage dealer coming in for the side of Kyrgyzstan, the solid one, or Dastan, the main tank that did the final best play on towards the side of Umijan?
To be the MVP?
Correct.
I'll go with Azad. I think that when you're 7-1-2, that 160,000 damage, clear impact, right? And I mean, that was a game-winning fight that Dastan did with that setup and that ambush. But I think that you got to look holistically, right? And it looked like Azad was kind of that man from start to finish.
Yeah, you know what? He's probably right, Sagi. I'm not trying to be safe here, but Azad actually managed to fight against 2 different heroes at the same time in the bottom lane this time when he was alone, and that gave the freedom towards Dolia to actually rotate more with the Dune. So with that confidence having in Azad, they are allowed to do amazing plays elsewhere. I think Azad did great.
I like the comment, right? Especially when we saw you guys commenting about Umejan being this menace coming in for the side of Kyrgyzstan, unable to push forward, and then Azad was the one to flash in forward and get the pick off on towards the side of Umejan's gun and Mo. And these are the early game highlights that we saw. It was actually in control of Uzbekistan. They were able to find some of these amazing pickoffs in the early and set the tone for that team in the early game here. But damn, that's a lot of damage coming in from the Xiangyu.
Yeah, that was the one true hegemon slash. I think that you like literally clip it and just put it on your LinkedIn, because that was the only one that he did on the Asian Games qualifier. In terms of the hegemon slash, not too much value throughout, but he had a lot of control in terms of the charges.
Yeah, zooming back here in this situation, try to really deal a lot more damage as fast as he can. But again, when there's no one who's taking fun, there's nothing you can do. Just a little bit of reminder to everyone who's watching, Guan Yu looks like a beefy, tanky hero, but it's not. It's actually very difficult to use. And also very, very squishy. His HP can go down in a blink, right? Because if he make a wrong move, everyone focus down on him, there's nothing you can do.
And just look at this play coming in from the side of Dastan, right? Using the first Karuli with stun, drop the damage in, get the refresh from Dolia, get the other one, and as of this point, you're like, oh god, where is my main damage dealer, Umejan, and also Ismoilbek?
And look at how Mahmoud and Akbar, they were within the vicinity, but they were nowhere there to really get any sort of stuns off. The cores were completely got caught out. Once Umijan and Ismoilbek were dead, you need to just run. And Farouk was trying to get to safety, but then he was like, okay, he got caught, he got slowed. He's like, okay, we have to go all in. And then they were trying to make a play, and then the rest of them were just too far off.
Yeah, and this will be the MVP, which is given to Azad. I mean, it's going to be a good, pretty easy choice for the production team because he did 42% damage as a marksman. That is a lot. And we do know he uses his Laurel Bloom very, very well.
And he's posing, man. I think this is one of the, if we have a ranking for the best poses of the victory screen, Azad is definitely up there. 100% up there.
100%. I mean, he's in a box. All eyes on him right now because the way he was able to play. And again, you want to carry your team, right? There's a lot at stake right now. You got to win all these games. Azad has more than stepped up in this one.
Yeah, Azad he's very young. Yeah. His voice is deep. He has all the good stuff going on for him. And he's tall, and he plays very well. Pretty sure he's going to be the hottest thing in his region right now.
And you know what's the hottest thing in our current place right now? Is the place that the players are actually playing here. If you want to check out the official venue of our place, the venue that the players are playing for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings, do check out Pataling Jaya Marriott Hotel. A very nice day, a very fantastic one indeed. Top tier in terms of quality and service. And if you're interested, do check them out.
Yeah. And also, while you're here, you can also experience the all-new Superflow Brawl with new talents and random events. More ways to play are waiting to be discovered, and just do so. All you need to do is, of course, update your game and just hop right in.
Yes, and there's a lot of new talents for you guys to watch out for with this Superflow Brawl mode. So don't forget to check it out because it's gonna go away right after it comes in. Usually, it only lasts for a couple of weeks or months, which is very unique for us all to try out. And so we're gonna go back into our game after this. This will be very interesting for us to watch because we know that Uzbekistan is 1 game behind now. They need 2 more games to actually win, to actually make sure that they're still in this fight.
Now, Holler, if you're the coaching staff coming in from Uzbekistan, right, what do you tell them? The draft was okay, just that maybe the execution wasn't that great. So you're at the brink of elimination from your hopes to the Asian Games main event. What do you tell them?
Great question. I think that for this piece, I would just kind of, like, it's hard to be like, oh yeah, we just need to make sure that we're going in at the same time. That's really hard to coordinate when things are happening in the heat of the moment, if you will. So I think that you just continue to play confident, right? And understand that when somebody's going in or making a call, everybody just goes in together. We ride or die together.
The hesitation seems to be a bit of a problem, Sagi. I think the way they were not knowingly, should I commit now? Are we going in now? Are we going in later? And then, oh, I'm already half HP, I'm going back. Oh, wait, my teammate is still fighting, I'm going back in. So I think that's going to be the biggest issue for their side. Because I think from the side of their hero picks, the heroes are fine.
Great,
heroes are great, right? Yeah.
I think you guys make a lot of sense, right? Where we did see a lot of hesitation in terms of team fights, where, yes, maybe both teams are not perfect, but when it comes to uniting for one team fight, playing for one target, Kyrgyzstan does it really well. But for Uzbekistan, they still lack a bit of that chemistry that you're talking about in playing those big team fight moments here. So I think rather than playing towards the big meta heroes here, maybe Uzbekistan, they have to revisit back to some comfort picks like the Dun, like the Zhangfei that they have relevant success with.
Yeah. Facts on the wall, right? Elimination game essentially here. You need to pick your best heroes. Don't mess around. It looks like, again, the Zhangfei, Dune, it looks like they're going with a more simpler tone and a simpler draft, which will definitely make it much easier to play come those crazy team fights.
And also, I love how Kui is here. This is going to be very interesting. But I love how Kyrgyzstan is very well aware that, oh wait, Uzbekistan is going to be on the blue side. They have the chance to pick the first hero. So we're going to ban out Dolia because Uzbekistan is also very familiar with Dolia and Kaiser. They've done this before. And I think this is very good from the side of the coach of Kyrgyzstan. What about the Kui pick, Sagi and Holler? What do you guys think?
I love it, right? It really boils down to whether Marlon is able to land those hooks, and then you come up with the Sarkuba Nuish to land that perfect Raising Brilliance here. If that 1-2 works,
yeah,
whatever Farouk is playing, even on the Dun, he's going to get melted immediately.
Yeah, definitely. And that's going to be a problem. So Uzbekistan, with just more damage to round out that draft, you have team fight galore, you have that Dune, you have frontliner, you have a lot of already, things that you could kind of tick off. But if you're going up against Degui, this is going to be a problem, right? He hooks you, you're in a bad spot. As long as he's not hooking the Zhangfei, generally speaking, I think you're going to be okay.
Yeah, Atabaichi is out, Futse is also out. This means that they're going to really try to find a good clash lane for their side. But also, both sides don't really have clash lane right now, right? So they really have to get it right now. Also, the jungle for Kyrgyzstan, are we seeing a Hanshin right now? I think this might be the one. Because,
it could be.
Because Kui has already been big. We have also Renji and Angela, that they can have just one person trying to push the side lanes and really just wreak havoc.
I think you're onto a very good point here. Like Kyrgyzstan locking up this Byron here, and then they just want to see the upcoming potential matchup that either for the side of Jamalbek or Dastan will be facing in that 1v1 matchup. And then we get the Fatih coming in from Uzbekistan. They're still flexing between the Dun and Fatih in towards the clash and jungle. Some teams do play the jungle Fatih.
Yeah.
And Kyrgyzstan right now, I think this is an okay time. If Dastan wants to go Hansen that he had a Penta Strike with, this is probably the best time to do so.
Yeah, and because also the draft is kind of built where your early game is pretty good, right? You're going to get that space. And now with the Hanshin, the tried and true, right? If Dastan, this is his comfort hero, this is his main, let the man shine, let them carry this game, and of course Kyrgyzstan into the next round.
Especially when there's an early on Uzbekistan, so it seems like Hanshin is getting to be a better and better pick along the lines of the end of the hero pick.
I think what you specifically mentioned here of why is exactly better on the Hansen is because that this Hansen, the moment Arlie dashes out with the life step, he pops up and he tries to take down the Arlie or poke him out of the team fight here. So these are the available options that Kyrgyzstan has drafted for them here. My most important worry for Kyrgyzstan is whether Marlon can land those early hooks. If he can do it, that lead coming in from Kyrgyzstan will be massive here. But for Uzbekistan, backs against the wall. Potentially final game, but if they can pull it to the even, maybe, just maybe, they can repeat that one reverse sweep that they had, just like in their group stage.
Thank you so much, Sagi, as we go into game number 2. The biggest piece to me is whenever you lose a game, take out complexity, right? I think that not only do you pick your comfort heroes, but you also want to play a draft that is much easier to play. Not to say that they can't play the other ones, but you're just making it easier because come those team fights, they are incredibly chaotic.
True, and they also have to really focus down towards their gameplay, the way they rotate. So a complex hero might be too much of a distraction for them to really make the best out of their situation right now. And having Arlie in their team probably is going to make it a little bit more difficult, but if he's confident using his Parasola, trying to dash around, might be a good thing, right? So we're going to see probably a hook coming in very soon.
Yeah, he's looking to just wind that guy up. Actually, he's a little off the mark. The wind slash on, the dash away, but they got what they wanted, which is, of course, threatening those boards, taking those away, even using the spike to get it.
Very early to see Dastan playing aggressively into the jungle side of Uzbekistan, still having Patih from Mahmoud. Probably going to go down here.
Yeah, as Mahmoud, this is something that they changed up on, right? Yeah. One thing that didn't really work was Mahmoud on that Guan Yu. He wasn't able to kind of initiate and find the perfect angle for the team fights, but now they're like, Mahmoud, actually, we need you to kind of carry using this Fatih here.
Oh, Hook really trying to hit the mark, but he's going to pull back. There's not much of an aggression coming in from Marlon for now, but I do think that going into the mid game, he's going to try to start to get anyone in front of him and then melt down with the presence of Kubanovic.
Yeah, and Marlon, I mean, he's 0 for 2 right now in hooks, at least what we've seen. Hasn't been the greatest of starts, but it's not like you're guaranteed to kill, especially since it's so early. They don't really have the burst. Come, 3 to 5 minutes, I think that once you're in that area, you're going to have a much higher chance of getting any sort of hook into a kill. But now they get the hook to find the wrong one. It looks like it's just going to be Akbar on. And now with this Azur Golem, it looks like Marlon just trying to dodge the wings of Judgment. The side is going to be used as well. But Azad, he's all by himself. He's going to be chased. And another hook that's going to be off the mark. But that Storm Strike is coming in from the side with that blazing brilliance, actually roasting the squad of Uzbekistan as 3 members go down.
Wow, what a fight, what a fight. Dastan's positioning just now was phenomenal. He actually managed to find all of his very good damage output coming in without risking himself towards a very bad position. And right now, they do have 1,100 gold lead. And after that, they will try to get that advantage by trying to really steal both sides of the buff.
Yeah, that was like best case scenario, right, for Kyrgyzstan, right? Not only were they being invaded, but they held, they turned it around, and got those 3 kills, and ensure that they have all of the buffs as well. Kyrgyzstan right now are in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and all started because of the hook coming in from the Marlon, but it hits Akbar, and also the follow-up from that is, this is a very, very proper team fight coming in from Kyrgyzstan. Another hook there, but he misses. But that's fine, as long as they know that they will try to do better here on after. It's going to be doing a lot of things for them afterwards. But Dastan already has his jungle item, and he's going to try to, try to maybe dash in forward into the fight more, and he doesn't even buy 1 shoe.
Yeah, doesn't need it at this point, but the Tyrant is the big piece. Akbar was looking to see exactly who was going to be around. He's going to walk into Marlon here, and it looks like a little bit of a pillow fight. Into the void he goes. He gets onto 2. He actually flashes on forward, but he actually gets himself on out of this. A little bit of a misclick there as Marlon pays for his sins.
Oh no, I think that flash is a mistake. He was actually managing to catch 2 people at the same time, but he stopped it himself. But right now they're going to try to take the Tyrant.
Yeah, without Marlon, that's a very aggressive play, if you will, but the Wings of Judgment is going to be used on the side. Mahmoud is trying to fight it, goes in. Zabobek is going to be taken down first, and somehow Mahmoud survives. Uzbekistan are going to take the first Tyrant.
Wow, Umijan actually went in front of their face with the Wings of Judgment. How scary was that? But
oh, Mahmoud, he's going to be dove under here. Dastan almost getting the pick off there, but not enough. Azad getting dove under as well, but he too will fall. Umijan gets that one.
Uzbekistan is on fire right now. They really want to try to get this tower as soon as possible, trying to get a goal lead afterwards, trying to make it much more closer. Still waiting for the hook from Marlon, but he's going to make it safe because there's no one nearby him. But what an amazing play coming from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of more of a misplay, I would say, by Marlon. He doesn't do that. They give themselves a chance, but they have the control. Mahmoud is in a bad spot. Jamovek, does he have enough to outlast these slashes? And they turn it around. Dastan goes down first. Jamovek coming out with a trade.
Oh no, he shouldn't have been that greedy just now. Dastan actually tried and he wanted to get him down as soon as possible, but the damage reduction coming in from the secondary blessing was just so good that he still managed to survive that long and still manages to finish this off Dastan.
Huge win for Mahmoud, right? You knew that you're going down and you want to go down swinging. And now Akbar on the side, another miss hook here by Marlon. And now the spike tail under a siege.
Yeah. I think right now, probably going to try to wait for another hook before another fight starts. We're still trying to get
nice
one.
hook. He gets up, but he gets the wrong one. Into the void he goes. Umbrella Outburst stopping it instantly with that wind slash. He actually helped him out, and now this blazing brilliance. Kubanich is going to be taken down. And here comes Dastan. He's in a bad spot. He's going to be controlled as well, even over the ledge with that stampede. Dastan just barely dashing out. Uzbekistan on the hunt. They want to go for a Zot, a couple shots in, but they take the bottom T1.
Oh, the Wings of Judgment, but he's not done. And Umijam manages to get Azad right now, but the Wings of Judgment is now, every time the Kui hits his mark with the hook, he will always go in with the Wings of Judgment, trying to make sure that they all cannot really damage the one who gets hooked.
Yeah, but if you get hooked, I mean, the ones you don't want to hook is Farouk and Akbar, right? They want to be in front. If you're doing that, you're actually helping them. He wants the wind slash, plus now he's got the Unruly Blade on back if he wants to get out of there. So Marlon needs to be very specific, very accurate with those hooks to get the right targets.
So he can backfire, right? He doesn't want to get wrong targets. He wants to make sure that he gets this soft ones and the high damage ones, such as Umijan, such as Mahmoud and Ismail back. So he really needs to be more careful, or maybe be much more closer towards his teammate and try to really pick off one person very far away.
Yeah. And now, I mean, it's best case scenario. Sometimes you're doing things blind. He actually misses on that one. Oh, he pump fakes the into the void. It's going to be on cooldown. That's going to be a bit of a disaster. They don't have this for the Overlord.
Yeah, and they're going to have to let it go, I think, especially when the stun is very far away. I don't think they should risk this one. But Akbar is also ready. I think they want to get this fight.
It gets the hook, but he's on the run now. The chase is on. The Wings of Judgment will go on, but it's going to completely miss him. But Marlon, man, if he's hitting his hooks and using that into the void a little bit more with more value, they would be in a much better spot. But it just seems like the nerves are starting to get wear on some of these players.
We've seen some Kui players out there in Asian Games qualifier where the accuracy is just so high that even not hooking is very scary with his presence, right? So maybe he should try to be much more conservative and try to make sure that it really hits if he wants to hook. But it seems like Jamal back is going to try to open up the map for the entire team.
So you're not going to hit 100% of your hooks. I think that, you know, the number of attempts has been great. Like, it makes sense for when he does go for it. And now it's into the void. They actually have him locked in. The Umbrella Outburst trying to stop it, but Ismailbek is going to be taken down. That's the first true value as they go. And now Marlon is a fast spot. He tries to flash away, and Mahmoud doing some serious work. They turn targets. They try to go for Kubanich, and they let everybody go from Kyrgyzstan. And on the backside, it looks like Jamalbek has joined in. The Storm Strike is going to do a little bit of work, but the flash away, and here comes Azat. Wants to go for this. He dodges the wind slash, and that will be the end of this approach.
What a nice disengagement coming in from Marlon. He actually managed to hook the Zhang Fei, hooked Akbar away from his teammate, helping Kubanich to actually disengage away, which is just very beautiful because he just did what we just did was actually get Ismail back first, and the fight started for Uzbekistan without the presence of Ismail back. So that's why they shouldn't have continued into that fight after Kui actually hooked him.
Yeah, Tyrant going to be taken here. Space created by Marlon. And it's just the threat of that hook, right? I think as long as he keeps that one up, and he misses it, he just splits the defenders, if you will. Marlon on the run, if you will. But Marlon, look, if he makes those hooks, this game is completely different. Right now, it's 50-50. It's like feast or famine with his play.
Yeah, and right now they're trying to focus.
Oh, into the void they go. Blazing Brilliance is going to be stacked on top of this, but not really enough. Just too tanky. Akbar and, of course, Farouk, both of the tankiest members of Uzbekistan.
I love it how Dastan actually tried to rotate so quickly with the Hansin. He's always ready, even though he's quite far away, but he can always dash into the fight at any time, at any moment's notice. Right now, Mahmoud is quite alone up top. He's trying to really take care of the tower, but it seems like they're trying to focus
With Slash, they're going to find him. Kubanic, he's going to be stuck on this one. And now on the side, Dastan is joining the Umbrella Outburst with that pushback, and it looks like Dastan is in a bad spot. He too will fall, and now this mid T1 looking to go down. And on the side, they go for the Storm Strike. They decide to continue with this, and Jamalbek is going to pay for his sins. And now Uzbekistan on the chase. Can they find Marlon? They're actually going to zone him away, but they're going to turn their attention on this mid T2 instead.
I don't know what to think about this, Holler, because actually Jamalbek went in when he was all alone. Yeah, there is Marlon nearby, but Marlon is a backline tank, right? He's gonna try to hook people, but if he's all the way in front, tanking the damage from 4 different sources, I don't think that's the best thing to do. And they actually give away both of these objectives. Very important, and I'm not sure how they're gonna come out of this.
Goes for the hook, finds him into the void. He decides to go, but he actually gets out of this one, completely sidestepping it, and it looks like they find Dastan over the wall with that Wings of Judgment. They get the pick. Kubana next as well. The hook was attempted, but he misses. Marlon on the run. They find 2 members.
Beautiful Umbrella Outburst following up with the Wings of Judgment from far away. They see the target. They know they have the advantage. They have both the Overlord and Tyrant in their hands, so they do have the advantage in terms of the damage output, and they were confident with it.
Oh, they get the hook. Oh, he finds him with that into the void. He decides to go on this one. He takes him down. That was a nice one because he was actually jumping through that with the top T3. They know that they're strong. They're going to look to take it. Marlon actually taking him back, and he gets stunned. That might not have been a great spot. He goes down.
I'm not sure what that hook was for. I think it's better if we just go back to the base first and then just heal up before he actually tried to hook another one. Right now, 5,000 gold in front for Uzbekistan. Looking good for them, but Dastan needs to run away.
Yeah, he needs to run away, but they're going to take this bottom T2. They decide, hey, we still don't care. We're tanky enough, especially when you have a member like Farouk on this list. But with the Shadow Vanguard, I mean, that's going to be taken down. Kyrgyzstan on the chase probably won't find anything here.
Yeah, in terms of the late game, I hope Jamalbek probably needs to buy all the tanky items because they don't have a frontline tank. If they want to really hope on Marlon to do something about that, I don't think it's enough because Marlon is not built to go to the front and open space for his teammates.
Yeah, and for this game, it just seems like the tables have completely turned, right? You're seeing some synchronization problems from Kyrgyzstan where they're trying to go. That's another into the void. They decide to use it right on fine and get Akbar on this one with that burning, the blazing brilliance, if you will, by Kubanic. They find it. Dastan gets back onto safety. He's a little bit low if they want to continue fighting, but no. Uzbekistan back into the jungle.
I love that. That's actually a very good hook because the hook happens before Madness passive coming in from the Janfei actually filled up. It was still 10% left and he managed to do so. So I think without any presence of a proper tank in front for Uzbekistan, they're going to have a lot of problems. Very good hook coming in.
But now into the void all the way on the side. He flashes forward, finds it, but the Wings of Judgment is going to be used. Dastan is looking to join, actually finds onto Yumijan. But Dastan in a bad spot. Farouk just way too tanky at this stage.
He's too tanky. The hook has been made into the void, was forced out, but the blazing brilliance has to be forced again.
Oh, looks like they find Kubanic. He's trying to flash, but it's not enough. The flash, oh, he gets the hook and he puts him in a worse spot. Jamalbek is on the run. The T3 deterring any sort of approach at this stage.
Still haven't seen this one back to try to deal a lot of damage. They're going to try to focus down on the last tower before they go in.
Yeah, Azat is on the side. Needs to be careful. The into the void. He actually uses it again. And it's just no value on this. With that Wings of Judgment, Farouk is just an absolute monster. The Stampede on forward, sending him back into the fountain, but no minions. The Crystal, a couple shots in. Dastan was cutting the creeps.
Yep, Dastan actually bought a lot of time for his teammates, and I'm not surprised. This is the moment for Dastan to actually try to split to the side lanes, and this is going to be giving a lot of problems as long as Kyrgyzstan, the rest of the team, doesn't fall down in the mid lane. They have to play kiting, they have to pull back and kite the movements of Uzbekistan, giving a lot of space for Dastan to do his split pushings.
Yeah, and actually that's really good by Dastan, right? I think that as long as you have this Hanshin, Dastan, you still have a chance.
Yes.
Right? It really comes back to, are they able to isolate someone? Probably not Farouk. And now they're going to look to go. He completely missed it into the void on the side. He's actually on the back side of this one. A little bit of a disaster, if you will. Marlon now on the run. The Wings of Judgment just softening them up. The Crimson Golem taken away by Azat, but he's in a bad spot. Mahmoud decides to go for the side. The hook is on the side, but actually putting him in a worse spot. Azat is isolated, but he takes down Umijan before he goes. And now the slashes are real. Mahmoud doing some serious work on Marlon. They deal with the minions. Uzbekistan waiting for the minion wave.
Umijan actually goes down, but they got to try
another
the hook.
They find it. Umbrella Outburst instantly trying to use, but into the void he decides to go. Farouk just tanky, outlasting, if you will. The wind slash on top. They find Jamalbek. He's very tanky as well, but he will fall. And Uzbekistan finding the right pickoffs.
The minion finally comes in. I think they forced that fight a little bit too early. If they just waited a bit, they can probably have ended the game.
Yeah, they're trying to, but I think it's going to be very difficult. Umijan is up, down for another 5 or so more seconds. Uzbekistan is turning to the run away.
Yeah, we're still waiting for a proper hook and a proper teamwork coming in from Kyrgyzstan with the Blazing Brilliance. We haven't seen one that is really game-changing just yet, just because the aggression coming in from the side of Uzbekistan really stampede and steamrolling towards the side of Kyrgyzstan. The fact that they cannot react quick enough with the Blazing Brilliance, with all of their skill sets.
Yeah, Marlon just hasn't really been hitting. Okay, here we go. They find it. Oh, he actually sidesteps it, and he gets on back. It was used as well. Marlon has been using that whenever it's on available, if you will, but he hasn't hit too many at this stage.
True. It's very important for him to keep at important times as well, because right now Uzbekistan knows Into the Void is on cooldown. They can try to force something. Unbridled Outburst is also very much available for him to use.
He's threatening. He gets it back into the void. They decide to go with the Blazing Brilliance. The Unbridled Outburst pushing them all the way back on the backside. Just trying to do a little bit of work himself, but he dashes a watch. He's going to use the Blood Rage. He's going to deal with the Vanguards here. Mahmoud turns his attention. They find him. He tries to dash, but he gets taken down. Ismobek with just way too much damage. The bottom T3, they get the hook. Ismobek somehow surviving, and now it's going to be a little bit of a retreat. Wow. There's no reason to go. The Blazing Brilliance will fry up Akbar, so they at least get that, but they trade away Dastan at this stage.
Very great try for Uzbekistan to force this one out. They actually managed to get one hero, Dastan, just now, and they had the advantage, but they probably overstayed their welcome. They should have went back way early on when they have no skill sets whatsoever left. Umijan actually tried with his Wings of Judgment, actually managed to deal a lot of damage to the backline early on, forcing Azad and Kubanich to go back. And this is when they tried to force it way a bit too long, a proper hook coming in from Akbar, and they actually managed to go back. I'm sorry, from Marlon, and the Blazing Brilliance actually went in quite nice this time.
I mean, if you're able to get the hook and into the void, Kubanich is just, it's so easy. The Blazing Brilliance is like right in front of you, right?
Yeah.
But Marlon hasn't hit too many of them, and has made things a little bit more difficult. But at the same time, Dastan, he survives in that one. They actually completely shift this game because he had the mobility to jump the back line. But Kyrgyzstan right now hanging on. It's not completely out of their reach. They're down about 4K, but they do have some hurdles to jump over.
You know, in this situation where Jean-Philippe doesn't have his ultimate just yet, I think it's better to just hook him over and just try to get him down first. That will solve a lot of problems prior to the next team fight.
Yeah, but they don't 100% know. It's more of just like a all hands on deck. They'll just try to hold on more than anything else. But here's that hook into the void. They decide to go with that Wings of Judgment. Look at the turn. They find Ismo back. That's a huge win. 3 members down from Uzbekistan. Now they're trying to run away. Mahmoud is on the run. Couple slashes before he gets on out, but he does trade away 2 members from Kyrgyzstan.
That was just exactly what I was saying. Just get Jean-Philippe before he gets his madness, and that's what he did. They managed to get 3 people at the same time. I think they have to build up a lot of pressure right now. They have to go out. This is what happens. He hooks Jean-Philippe, he uses Into the Void, and the Blazing Brilliance hits his target. All 3 people melted in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, you take down Ismobek, you just win the team fight. He has been the guy, right? He has all the farm, he's doing all the damage, and basically just tearing people up, right? So as long as he goes down, you have a chance. Now, with only, 2 members up, 3 members, excuse me, from Kyrgyzstan, you got to get some sort of towers. This mid T1 would be a huge win.
But again, having Umijan with that Wings of Judgment is very difficult for them to push any lane whatsoever. The high ground capability of this hero to clear from far away is just so difficult to deal with. So probably what should have been done is Dastan needs to find him in the backline. He needs to go in somehow. But to fight through the thick defense is just so difficult, Holland.
Yeah, and so you've got to play it the other way. Maybe you get that hook. Maybe Marlon sets it up so that Dastan can just get the burn down. But Ismobek taking the Overlord. The Wind Slash tries to go. Farouk not able to find too much. The Blazing Brilliance is on the side. He's protected at least for now. Marlon's looking to be going down at this one. But it looks like they do trade away Akbar for this. A roam for a roam.
I think a bit of a mistake right there. They actually hooked the Zhang before when Zhang already has the ultimate, but Dastan was actually involved around that area just now, and they actually sent Jamal back to do the split pushing. I actually wish it was the other way around. Dastan is doing the split pushing because he has all the skill sets to actually run away, disengage quickly, while Jamal back is the one that's pretty much needed in the team fight.
Some damage, and they find Kumaric. Ismo back is like a homing missile, tearing him down now with his Wings of Judgment as well. Farouk is still there, still alive. Azad, it looks like he's going to get to the fountain. Doesn't pop the Sage's Sanctuary, but the Crystal under siege, and it looks like Uzbekistan sneak from under them. They're going to take game number 2.
Off of a pickoff coming in from Ismoilbek in that high ground. The early with the Sun Chaser finding his mark, and they push it to a game 3.
What a game coming in from both sides of the team. An entertaining fight, entertaining game for sure. Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan 1-1. I think they are on the right track. The progress that they've been showing throughout this entire tournament is just so quick. So quick.
A great bounce back game, right? That's what we wanted to see. We knew it was going to be competitive between these two squads. I think that even come predictions, we were like 2-1, what's going to happen? You know, like we weren't 100% sure. But seeing what we just saw right there, I mean, is this a worry for Kyrgyzstan at this stage?
I think Kyrgyzstan just needs to play back what they are used to, right? Because in game 1, it's more of a fun-to-back composition that Dastan was able to provide space for Azad. But this game around, I don't think that Dastan had the best of the best Hansen games. Yes, the early game was amazing up until the Unbridled Outburst start disengaging the hooks coming in from Marlon's Quay. And that's where all of their game plan started to slowly slow down, and the lead that they generated, I think it was like, what, 2,000 to 3,000 goalie in the early game?
Yeah.
They all pass it back into the side of Uzbekistan.
Yeah, and in game 1, we had like a Dun and Dolia, right? So Dastan was actually doing the work of making space for his teammates. But in the previous match, it was supposed to be Jamal back to go to the front, because we can't expect Marlon to, you know, go and tank and open vision, right? So probably Jamal back should be the one to take over the responsibility and actually try to open up the map, and that did not happen quite well. And I was hoping for Dastan to actually take up the responsibility to go to the side lane.
I think that's a very good point, right? Because based on mobility itself, the Hansen definitely has more mobility compared to a Byron, and based on tankability itself, Byron has more tankiness compared to a Hansen. So if you swap the role, it will actually elevate the entire side of Kyrgyzstan way better than what we saw just now.
I'm kind of thinking about this draft overall. Like the Quay, he hits his hooks. This is a very different game, right? I think if he plays a different roamer, I think this is a very different game. I think the amount of hooks that he did miss, and he wasn't really able to get too much value, and that's kind of why they struggled. They had a really tough time, because it's one thing to be like, okay, I get my hook, and then Dastan, that's why he's sticking around the team, because he is expecting the hook to happen so that he can go in for the burst, right?
So Marlon is not your favorite hooker, right?
Yeah. I'm not into hookers like you, Ed.
Oh, okay. But I like a good Quay. Quay is such a good hero, right? But at the same time, this is what Hollow was saying, right? He really needs to be able to really hit the target so that the presence control, the mind gameplay is really putting a lot of pressure onto the enemy teams. Because if the hooks are missing, they don't have that fear. The fear is not present, and they will just keep on moving forward, especially as Zhang Fei and Adun.
Yeah, it really boils down to whether or not Marlon hits those hooks, because if he isn't able to do so, you start to see what happens. But when he's able to hook some of these players like Farouk or Akbar without the ultimate, or sometimes even Ismoilbek, the fights become much more easier in Kyrgyzstan. But it's a lesser, I would say, consistent thing that has happened this game.
Feast or famine, right? 100% in terms of this draft strategy. Like, the idea is definitely there. They have quite a lot. I mean, if they get that hook, they just burn them down. It is very quick for them, but they were never really able to consistently do that come team fights.
But you know what that I think about this game alone? Uzbekistan's Umijan. Perfect game coming in from him. He was so good, so consistent in that mid-mage role.
Also, I kind of want to give a shout out to Akbar, because every time the hook happened, Umbrella Outburst instantly. Like, and you were talking about, okay, they got to time it around the madness, and they tried to, but he almost had it almost every single time that hook was hitting.
And also, not just Akbar, right? It's also Umijan, very reactive to whatever Quay was doing, and also the way that he was zoning the entire team at the back line of Kyrgyzstan from very far away, predicting the movement from Umijan, trying to aim the Wings of Judgment. Is just so good. Excellent gameplay from him. I wouldn't be surprised if he got the MVP.
Now, this is the goal that we were mentioning just now, right? It was really looking good for Kyrgyzstan. You can see that one little dip in the early game where every single buff, the blue, the red buff, was countered from the side of Uzbekistan. It was such a difficult game coming in for the side of the Uzbekistan jungle Farouk, because Nothing was available on the map, but he still made it work. They still found the moments thanks to the Unbridled Outburst, thanks to the Unruly Blade.
Yeah, and actually, if we're looking at this one, I mean, it started off strong, right? Especially, as you rightly pointed out, that 4-minute mark. But it's what you do with the lead. Kyrgyzstan was not able to play their game. They played a very passive one. They went back into their lanes. They were playing, just like standard as is. But if you have an advantage, this is when you want to be like, okay, we have it. Let's go. Let's invade. Let's constantly put pressure so that they're always reacting to me. But if you're playing passive, you're letting the enemy team get back into this.
Also, I think the hero composition coming in from Kyrgyzstan is the composition that you want to do invasions. You want to actually be more aggressive with that. But apparently they just only did it once in the first few minutes of the game, and I was hoping for that to happen much more often. But this is what happened from the beginning. They were actually on a very good onslaught for Kyrgyzstan. They were actually managing to get here and there. But of course, there are some pretty small little moments like this from the start.
And this is the explanation that we got, right? It's like, okay, you get hooked. Then the Unbridled Outburst comes in from the side of the roamer from the side of Uzbekistan, immediately disengaging for the team. And this game, Akbar has been so consistent at it.
Yeah. And actually, there were moments where the hook, not a good idea, right? You're like, oh, okay, I'm right there. This is perfect. I get the perfect angle. I mean, sometimes they're great where they're able to kind of hook you like right under the tower and to change things up. But that was a bad hook by Marlon.
A bit of a questionable hook coming in from the side of Marlon here. And there were a few moments that these gameplays, like we said, you hit, great. You miss, really, really punishing.
Yeah, it's very easy to judge that from far away, right? But at the same time, if you're trying to play Kuya stuff, sometimes the hitbox feels really, really small, and also having Zhangfei right in front of you, very hard for you to consistently get that timing correct. But Umijan has always been the one to make sure whatever happens out of this team fight, at the very least, I've dealt the maximum amount of damage possible.
And this pickup coming in for that is Wolbeck, so crucial, just coming into the final play of the game and allowing the side of Uzbekistan to equalize the series out of a fantastic performance coming in from their mid-mage player.
Yeah, Umajan, I mean, time and time again, every single hook, his Wings of Judgment would be like on autopilot in the sense of just like instantly just being used there. But he also was 10-2-6. He was so hard to find. I mean, he only took 11% of the damage because, again, they had no real way. Again, never getting hooked as well.
Yeah, definitely. And this is such a good MVP choice for sure. It's such an easy one to do. Umijan played a very good game as Garuda, and we do know that he really excels with all of these long-range heroes. And I'm not surprised if he's gonna take this hero again after this, unless if it gets banned. And I'm not surprised if he gets banned as well.
I think it might get banned, right? Especially, I think if you are on the Kyrgyzstan side, knowing for the fact that you played the early game so well, and then the past 2 games, it was Umijan that got MO in the first game, making it super difficult to end the game, had to stall to a 20-minute game. And on the second game, it was also Umijan once again on the enemy team, making it extremely difficult due to the range advantage here. If you are on the side of Kyrgyzstan, likely the consideration is to try to limit the long-range hero pool coming in from Umijan, so that unlocks players like Azad, players like the Jungle Dastan in finding those crucial teamfight moments.
Yeah, and actually the draft was just way more balanced, and it played to their strengths, right? Let Mahmoud kind of be that carry from the Clash lane with that Fatih, then you can kind of use the Zhang Fei as just like that stun, you know, and Umijan, the long range, let him poke all day, right? This is like best case scenario for Uzbekistan.
Yeah, and he has proven a lot of times that he's very good with this kind of heroes. So you know what, there's no embarrassment there if you have to ban heroes like Garuda from the side of Uzbekistan, making sure that they don't have this kind of hero pools. But also at the same time, does this mean that Kyrgyzstan has to go back to like a Dun Dolia kind of gameplay? Do they really have to stop with their assassins gameplay such as Hansin?
I think not necessarily. It's more on how they drafted the roamer on towards the side of Marlon. That was his first game of Kui on stage.
Okay.
Maybe the practice games, the scrims didn't really brought into the actual performance that he actually had, but we remember the side on how Kyrgyzstan is able to perform thanks to Marlon's heavy engage, coming from the Lian Po, coming in from Lapu Lapu. So maybe let's drop the Kui for now and revisit those traditional tank roles.
So maybe if they did not take Kui just now and they changed it to a different hero, something that is much more straightforward, something like a Lianpo that you can engage right in front of you directly without having to hook, there's no prerequisite, do you think it would be much a better and easier game for Kyrgyzstan, you think?
100%. 100%. Adding Quay to the equation, very difficult. He's tough, right? Because it's like, oh, it's a hook, oh, it's left and right. But when the guys are moving around and they're completely dodging it or forcing, the right guy to be hooked by their team, I think that they're playing, to their advantage, right? It's very tough. So whenever you lose, again, I said this for Uzbekistan, simplify. Let's go back to the hero pool.
And to add on towards Holland's point, right? It's not to say that Lianpo is a better hero compared to the side of Kui. It's just the element of the hero. Kui is really hit or miss. You hit, you gain a lot. You miss, you lose a lot as well. So if you can keep consistently hitting those hooks, then yes, the leads gets generated vastly and you can snowball the game. For Kyrgyzstan, we saw that in the first few minutes, but it's just how Uzbekistan was able to counter that, and then there was more mistakes coming in from Marlon. But Lianpo is more of a more solid option here, but more slow pace.
Also, when you say that as a Kui, when you hit, you get a lot. When you miss, you really miss out on a lot of things, right? But in the previous game, even though the Kui hooks, he still loses a lot of things because of Umijan with his Garuda, right? So there's a lot of downside, and Garuda is going to be picked again by Uzbekistan.
And Uzbekistan coming off of a very smart approach, right? You see the Dolia first pick immediately taking away the Dun, and Dun in this series itself has had fantastic performance coming in from both junglers, Dastan and also Farouk. So that's going to be a key pick coming in for the side of Uzbekistan. Does Kyrgyzstan go for the Nako here is what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, I think it's a great pickup here. I think that you want to just, separate the Dolia as much as possible. Kyrgyzstan was looking to do this. This was what they did in game one, and they're not going to give it up. They're not going to make the same mistake twice.
Okay, so now, I think they are not going for the Nakaruru, and I understand that your mention on the mistake thing. I think ever since game one, they're like, okay, Dastan's doing pretty solid, but let's see what you can do, because your Hansen somewhat failed. So let's challenge your hero pool. Let's see how far you can go. And then Uzbekistan putting off a much more, I would say, priority over to the side is Molbek. Give him a proper pick, and then you will start to see more bans on towards Azad. What can Azad pick if Aaron is banned?
It's going to be very interesting, right? Probably not Marco, but we haven't seen Hoyi from Azad for sure.
Oh, he's picked the
the
Burning Sun Arrows. Yeah.
We did.
It's definitely an option.
It's an option. He's proven that his Burning Sun Arrow actually hits his target, while his team can actually play the 4-1 formation, where he just helps from very far away, throwing the Burning Sun Arrow. I think that would be good as well.
Yeah, so for me, I'm okay going back to the well. I think in the sense of, like, you go back to Dastan's Hanshin as well. Hoyi adds in, it's just more damage. You have that mini stun. If you're able to kind of hit it from long range, even better. But it's really about trying to get heroes that really take advantage of this Dolia Celestial Melody.
Yeah. Who could be the best one, Sagi? I think right now, the Dune is gone. The next best thing is usually Kaiser, but is there any other choice?
I don't think there's much available on the hand right now. Aaron's banned away. The only option that you may have is the Clash lane, like the Xiang Yu that we've seen. You can't pick the Yuhuan because your mid and roam is already available, unless Dastan comes up with a Yuhuan jungle, which we haven't seen at all in the entire tournament, and it has been nerfed prior to the Season 13 patch.
Yeah.
So I think maybe, okay, if they put this Ata into the Clash lane and pick up something like a Ukyo, no, sorry, not the Ukyo, the Musashi, maybe it works out.
Oh.
But do you want to do... I mean, okay, Musashi is a great homing missile to get on top of the Garuda. Great. D-Renjay, also a target. But the Dune becomes... It's a little bit of an issue because he's going to be, again, trying to protect those backliners.
Okay, think about it this way, right? You remove the healing factor coming in from Dune's passive, then you proceed to burst him down with the Angela. That may work too.
Actually, that may work because of the Duel to the Death actually has a passive where it stops the healing, but it only lasts for 4 to 5 seconds. And then it replenishes the heal that he's supposed to get afterwards. But within that period of time, he has to get Dune down as soon as possible. So the unyielding might from Dune will be considered as is not there at all. You know what? That's probably a good idea.
I think it's not bad of a pick coming from Kyrgyzstan. So we need to see how they finalize their draft, because farming options, not quite a lot. Chano removed, Aaron removed, Diren just stolen away. We haven't really got to see more picks coming in from Azad. This is a game where it challenges his hero pool here. Lubu Dolia. this is something that could work
Yeah.
out, but it takes a lot of time, a lot of resource. But based on the game timers so far, these two games have went to 20-minute marks here, and these two hyper carries may work out for Kyrgyzstan.
Oh, this is going to go very well for Lubu for sure, because there's a lot of shield coming in from Uzbekistan's side. So this might be perfect for them. But having Garo on their team, Holler, very long range, trying to deal a lot more damage towards anyone who has shield. What do you think?
No, I mean, I like the Garo. I think that it just, I mean, when you're looking at the heroes that were available, not too many, right?
Yeah.
And I think that this kind of adds in, because you never want to be close to the foods. You never want to be, you know, near the dune as well. So you're going to try to just artillery bombard from the back line. But Jamalbek, Lubu, Sagi, you pointed this one out, right? It has a lot of potential to dealing with all these shields, but I'm worried about the placement of those Tremble Mortals.
I'm really worried as well, because we haven't yet got a single Lubu win in the Asian Games qualifiers here, and in such an important game coming in for Kyrgyzstan, they pull it out, and whether or not it works, it better work out, because this is the final game one of these two teams will be playing.
This potentially could be the last game for them as well, so they do not want to make a mistake, but they have called the shots, they have chosen their heroes. We're going to go into the final games for this match.
Yeah, and going in, I mean, it's elimination for either of these squads, right? You lose, you go home, you're out, right?
Yeah.
You're going to be top 12, but you're not going to be moving on, which is very sad for either of these squads. I would love to see both of them in the main event, but unfortunately, that's not how it plays out.
Yeah.
Only one can move on from today.
Yeah, we can't do that, but this is what we're going to be seeing right now. Are they going to rotate quick with the Fudza? Fudza really need a lot of items for him to work, compared to Ismail back on the side of Uzbekistan as well. He might not really need too much of an item, because once he has his Spark Forge Dagger, it's going to be more easier for him to really get all of the rest of his goals. But the rotation coming in from Kyrgyzstan, they're really making Angela Kubanich to stick with his jungle.
Yeah, you want to have him stick, right? I think Kubanich is the type where, again, if he's able to kind of outpace Umijan, who generally, I mean, Umijan definitely in Game 2 got the better of him.
Yeah.
It just seemed like Kubanich on this one, he has to play a little, you know, have better positioning, if you will.
True, and you know, both sides of the mid lane as well, still using the same mid lane, knowing that Umijan's Garuda has been a big of a problem. But I hope this time Kyrgyzstan actually has the answer to find Garuda at the backline. Probably why Jamalbek is using Lubu right now to use Tremble Mortal twice.
Yeah, and now it looks like Marlon on the run, getting stuck in this lair. He doesn't have flash, something to take note of. He's got caught in Game 1 as well.
Yeah, and right now Atta is still at the mid lane. They're going to try to find out their target. Marlion's going to be focused down by Akbar. Might be the same problem that happened again like the previous one, but as of right now, it seems quite okay for them to just be much more aggressive. Try to find the backlines a little bit more.
Yeah, Azad, this is super annoying. That long range, that shot is going to do some serious work. Ismailbek and Akbar are going to be a little wanting in that department, but they might be zoned away. So going into this one, I mean, Azad definitely needs to step up. Dastan is probably the guy, but if you're looking at the perfect team fight, Jamalbek has to be like pinpoint accurate with these Tremble Mortals.
Accurate. He has to be really that, but this is what's going to happen again. Wings of Judgment.
Not enough. He was locked down by Sage's Might. You're not going anywhere. Wings of Judgment, that's the easiest setup for him. Umijan taking first strike here.
And that's not going to be the only Wings of Judgment in this entire match. We know there's going to be a lot more coming in after this. It is really painful, and they have to find a way to try to stop it. Probably going to be Jamalbek's responsibility to handle that one, but Dastan playing Atta right now, probably he has the advantage to do so, to try to just move and bounce along to the backline.
Yeah, okay, and now let's talk a little bit about Azad and Ismailbek. Yeah. Both of those guys have been the difference maker for their team whenever they're winning. Azad had an MVP in Game 1. Ismailbek had a really good bounce back game and was getting some pickoffs, right? Especially on the Kubanich.
Yes.
If we're talking about this lane matchup, who gets the edge?
The edge should be on Azad right now, because he has Garo, which is a very long range and has a lot of extra critical rate. But it all depends on the fight, the execution, how they're going to rotate and take care of each other's farm lane. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, okay, and another piece, Farouk had an amazing Doom game as well. He's always been that guy. Akbar's been second in command in terms of just being the frontliners. They've been actually doing an amazing job with the team fight because of this 1-2 combination, but Is this going to be enough? Will Farouk be able to kind of push them away? Zamalbek eating some Wings of Judgment. Dastan, it looks like he's going to take the Tyrant. Tremble Mortals, he decides to go, but the Tremor Smash is going to be used in return, and now he's using the second Tremble Mortals, finding it, and they get the pick off on a Farouk.
Yeah, the Tremble Mortals really hurts a lot here, and it's really accurate this time. I think it's a very good thing that they're doing here. They're trying to get the blue buff, trying to buy more and more economical advantage for themselves.
Oh, the steal away. Burst Ram a little slow on this by Akbar, and now without Farouk, this is an opening for Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, very good opening for them for sure. The amount of gold is exactly the same. We've seen 2 effective Tremble Mortals coming in from Jamalbek. Seems like it's really working out very well for them. Very smart coming in for the coach of Kyrgyzstan. And I think Marlin's going to have a pretty easy time for him to just, you know what, reset Celestial Melody twice, and Lubo's going to go and do his thing.
Yeah, actually, that's kind of like the dream, right? You want the Celestial Melody, because it's like one time you do the Tremble Mortal, sometimes they step out and they're just like, they're just on the outskirts, and then having that second one is a huge amount of value because it creates so many different areas, and you're like, okay, Uzbekistan really can't fight at that stage.
I agree, and also 500 gold for the side of Uzbekistan. It's not a big of a deal for now. They can still try to catch that for sure. Waiting for Jamalbek's power spike to really come in. They really have to protect Ismailbek as much as they can. But Umijan has been the biggest problem in the previous game. Hopefully, Umijan will be able to be shut down as well by Jamalbek.
Yeah, target number 1, him and Ismailbek, those are the 2 guys, right? Everybody else from Uzbekistan need to keep them alive. Windslash not going to really hit on this. Ismailbek is on the backside. And now it looks like they're dash away, and it looks like the Tremor Smash was used by Akbar just to stay alive.
I'm not sure if that's the best thing to do. It's wasted just a little bit. They cannot force a fight right now. They cannot afford to have one. But Marlin is still in position, still waiting for the right moment. We do have Jamalbek trying to mirror the positioning of Mahmoud. It's going to be a bit of a problem for Jamalbek to rotate as well, because Fuzil can really do a lot of split pushing, right? So he has to stay on his lane, or else his tower is going to go down.
Yeah, break down this Azat Garo, though, right? It definitely has the range. Silent Arrow can be absolutely amazing, especially when somebody jumps in. True. No, it's very predictable, right?
Yeah.
But why have we not seen Garo really just shine?
Garo doesn't have any mobility at all. So once people dive into Garo, there's almost nothing he can do, and he really have to 100% depend on his team.
Oh, the flash forward. And it looks like Sage's Might. They're going to lock him down. How much damage can they do without Wings of Judgment? The Tremor Smash in return. It looks like Akbar gets the safety. Marlin is the first to fall. And now Mahmoud trying to go for the Corporal Punishment. He's going to be a little off the mark. And these shots from Azat, the Tremor Mortals, completely whiffing. Not able to find the return kill.
And Marlin is not there anymore for him to actually send the Celestial Blade towards him. Seems like Azat was actually in the fight for so long that his mana went to 0. That's how much mana that you really need to burn just to use the long-range bow.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem, right? And you want to be kind of just like using your basics, but you also need your spells. The Silent Arrow is pretty huge in terms of just potentially winning a team fight. But now, okay, Kyrgyzstan down 1-2.
Yes.
Who from Kyrgyzstan needs to step up so that they, you know, is the ultimate carry, if you will?
It has to be Azat for sure. Azat really have to step up and really help the entire team. And also we have Kubanovich, right, to actually try to handle the earlier part of the game, because Azat is extremely late game.
Yeah.
So they have to buy time for Azat by really working with Kubanovich and Jamalbek. The rotation, though, has to be on point, because they have to be quick to do whatever they need to do to find the heroes of Uzbekistan while trying to handle the split pushing coming in from Mahmoud on the other side. I think that's going to be a bit of a headache for them.
But you know the Uzbekistan MO, like they want to be like literally like the, you know, the Foots, the Dune, the Liam, all these guys are just going to run at you. It's like the caveman strat, right?
Yeah.
They just like run at you with just like melee weapons and they're going to lock you down. You were talking about the lack of mobility from Azat. Kubanich also not very mobile. So for me, it's about this positioning, but now the Ghost Ship going to be looking to lock it down. They have the Tremor Molars on the side, and do they have enough with the Tremor Smash? It looks like they do a little bit of work, and Ismailbek is going to be going down as well as Mahmoud, but they find the return only into Marlin. A huge win for Kyrgyzstan here.
The double Tremble Mortals is just so effective coming in from Jamalbek. They've been doing it over and over again, and surprisingly again, Azat, no one can actually touch him. There's no one who can actually try to roll all the way to the back and find Azat over there. This is exactly what happens now. Eyes on Jamalbek. The first jump goes in. The Blazing Brilliance coming from the side of his team. But another jump again going to the back line. But Umijan, one more time, I have to express this. No one is really focusing on him. He was using that Wings of Judgment so perfectly without no one looking at him at all.
Yeah, so Jamalbek, this is where he needs to just target priority. He needs to get on top of him.
Yes.
And every single time that he's not, you're kind of not giving yourself a chance because he does so much damage. Ismobek probably not as much at this stage, but Umijan and Ismobek together, that's enough to get kills.
And Jamalbek cannot wish his skill sets towards Mahmoud, towards Farouk or Akbar because these are the three heroes, the caveman if you will, really wants them to be hit. They benefit from this. The whole team benefits from wasting skills towards these three different heroes. So they need to focus fire towards the right target.
Yeah, the burst ramp. They actually find Marlin with that wind slash. A little bit of a combination on top, but now comes the Mahmoud. Has the potential. He gets charged on back. The Ghost Ship is going to use Dividing and Conquering. Mahmoud is on the run. Dastan is still on the chase. Finds him, just does a little bit of work, finds Mahmoud for that kill. The Trevor Smash is now going to be committed, but I think they got what they wanted, which is that Mahmoud kill.
It seems like today is a very much Dastan tank jungle day. Dastan is really focusing towards trying to tank more damage for his team. He's doing it again right now, trying to provide vision for his team, space and time for them to do a lot of damage coming in from the Angela.
Yeah, and it's been that target. Mahmoud wants to be left alone. He doesn't want to be harassed, if you will.
Yeah.
And he's been completely zoned away. Dastan is doing some serious work. Again, prioritizing Mahmoud as much as possible.
Again, just now, Umijan did not manage to get effective amount of damage with the Wings of Judgment. I think that's also why Uzbekistan was actually struggling, but also because Umijan hasn't has his itemization yet. So Kyrgyzstan still have to be as best as they can, try to focus. They cannot be complacent whatsoever.
Yeah, not being complacent, but they're taking the Tyrant on the backside, mid T1, under siege. Kyrgyzstan looking to just burn that down, and this is an opening. Kyrgyzstan have opened this game up. Akbar on the run. Gonna run into his friends here, but it doesn't look like Kyrgyzstan able to get any sort of catch.
Yeah, 1,000 gold in front is not a big amount. Within 11 minutes, this is more or less the same amount of gold. So they really have to, right now, focus on funneling all the goals available towards Azad. Azad is their key to win. So they have to protect him from here on onwards, right? At the same time, Uzbekistan needs to find him. So I'm not sure who's the right one to actually go to the back. Probably Farouk have to jump and find Garo all the way to the back. Like, look at his position right here. Very far away, but he uses a lot of mana. So at some point, they have to give the blue buff.
Sage's Might in the top lane, and now they're looking to decide to go on this with the Trevor Smash is all the way on the backside. Azad is doing some serious work as he turns it around, goes on to instead focus on Farouk. Mahmoud has been taken down. They're fighting under the tower, and they don't care. Akbar, one sliver of life, he too will fall. Dastan finding him, and now he's fighting 1 versus 2. He needs to get back to his friends. Marlin is there. They take the top T2. Azad has been free firing.
They still have the chance to destroy the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. There was actually a bit of an oopsie just now. Jamalbek actually lost his life towards the tower. He did not get out at all, but Dastan tanking all the damage. This is the wisest choice. No, it's not. I don't think this is the best thing. I think he's just wasting his life.
Well, he was trying to, again, just stop them with the Ghost Ship. I think he was underestimating Umijan and Ismobek's damage on this one. But the ideal was there. Obviously not a great situation for him.
But this is what happened just now, right? See how Jamalbek goes in. Jamalbek was doing great. He actually swiped everyone away with the true damage. But again, Umijan freely hitting from the side. But focus on the position of Jamalbek. He was getting hit by the tower right now. And it takes him so long for him to actually get out. That was the 5th consecutive tower hits. Right there.
Yeah, I think after like the 3rd one, you probably should have been like, okay, I need to get out of tower range. But he was trying to use the Tremble Mortals, right? And he had a great one, and that was actually what set things up. We were talking about how this is a counter pick into the Foots as well as the Dune because of all those shields, plus the Lian Po, right?
Yeah.
But he got the kill, but he needs to worry about survival. He cannot be going down by towers.
True, because he buys a lot of damage item as well. So it's very important for him to live a very long time for that, so that his teammate can really provide him or benefit from his existence. And this is what's going to happen here.
Oh, Mahmoud just getting run down at this point. The flash away, just barely enough to keep him alive. Azad is on the side, finding Akbar instead. The Wings of Judgment trying to deter at least Dastan from approaching. He will disengage at this stage. Akbar, though, running away. Azad is starting to hit like a truck.
He's chasing everyone right now. He knows he has the advantage. The best thing for Agaro is to actually have the blue buff, the Azure Golem buff. Right now, he has it so that he doesn't have to worry about his mana consumption consumption at all. His first skill can be activated the entire time with no worries. This is what he wants. Every hit with a critical strike, critical rate, will actually slow down anyone who gets hit, which is completely annoying and very painful.
And if there's any player on the Kyrgyzstan side that is like, I got you, go. Like, I'm going to carry, right? Azad has been in. He's got a 1.5K net worth advantage over Ismailbek, and he's, again, putting his team in a position to win. This Garo is not an easy hero to play, especially since, as you rightly pointed out, he's very immobile. But now this Overlord getting easily burnt down, taken away, and again, more push going the way of Kyrgyzstan.
This is the Shadow Overlord, but very smartly as well. They send it immediately towards the bottom lane, making sure that there's a lot of space for them to actually move around, and Mahmoud not being able to do his split pushes. Because right now, Uzbekistan has the advantage to actually do split pushes, like what Kyrgyzstan had before with the Hansin. And I think the best thing for them to actually make good use of Mahmoud and his Futsa and try to do a split push, pull the focus away for Jamalbek to actually have to defend the base so that they cannot do the combo between Jamalbek and Marlon.
But Mahmoud is trying. Right, he's trying to split push, but I mean the Shadow Vanguard again, it kind of just stopped all of that, right? But this is the way you want to be playing, where again you need to buy time. You're down about 4K at this stage. Uzbekistan looking to split push just to get a little bit of breathing space.
Yeah, but it seems like they might start war here.
Yeah, a little bit of an action here. Dastan up in front, use the ghost ship, locking him down with that Tremble Mortals. The combination is unreal with the Tremor Smash. Akbar, he's going to be taken down. It was a nice little stun, but they didn't find it. Farouk gets killed as well. The secondary Tremble Mortals going for the back line. They decide to go all in as Mahmoud is taken down. Ismailbek gets back to his fountain, but the crystal is open. It's a matter of time before the Vanguards are there. They have to back up just a bit, but now with the Wings of Judgment, softening them up. Uzbekistan with only 2 members. Here come the Vanguards, and it looks like Kyrgyzstan, they're a little bit low. They're not sure what to do here.
They should have pulled back just now so that they can wait for the Dragon, but right now, they're all low HP. They cannot go in, even though there's only 2 people on the side of Uzbekistan.
Yeah, now the Ghost Ship on the side, Dastan with a nice picks, and now it looks like that's going to be enough. They find Ismailbek. He got caught on the bottom T3, but Dastan goes down as well. Wings of Judgment trying to focus in. They actually snipe out Jamalbek as well. Marlon too. Umidjan with a hold.
Oh no, they're a bit too greedy. They have to go back right now, try to get any objectives whatsoever that they can, but they have to be careful with Farouk. Farouk is actually quite nearby, but he's not going to try to steal the Tyrant away. But it seems like Akbar is going to come in. Is he going to use the
Akbar. He actually stops it. He actually leashes on back Azad. He decides to play a little conservatively. If the Shadow Tyrant is not worth losing the game at this stage, they take the Crimson on their way out, but Uzbekistan fortify, and it looks like they're going to take the Shadow Tyrant here.
But they have to move quick because the minions are big. Minions are going to be pushing towards into their base. They have to go back very soon with the Tyrant buff in hand. Pretty sure they will have a little bit more advantage in terms of movement speed buff.
Yeah, but as long as you've got the mid T1, Kyrgyzstan right now still in the driver's seat. I mean, they just need to not panic, not to throw any more kills away.
They need
so Azad here, again, he has been the guy. He's an absolute monster. He has almost 15,000 net worth at this stage.
And he has to get renew his blue buff before he gets hit.
First rank. Jamalbek about half-life. I don't know if they want to engage, but now Uzbekistan feel like they're strong with that Wings of Judgment for the wave clear here.
Ooh, trying to run away from the Wings of Judgment. They are okay for now, but we have to remember the first skill of Garo, her passive really focuses down on hero with shield. Whoever has shield onto their HP bar, Garo will immediately deal 50% more damage. On top of that, a critical chance, critical damage plus 50% more, which is very painful.
Yeah, it's very painful, and a lot of them have it, right?
Yeah.
So it's like the perfect counter pick in that sense. But Azad has been playing phenomenally. 406 has not died, has Sage's Sanctuary as well, so another big piece. Uzbekistan need to know that this Overlord is happening.
Yeah, and also they have to get the Overlord right now because they have to counter bottom lane.
Wings of Judgment is going to be used. Dastan already taking this one with that Tremble Mortals. They are trying to go for the back line. They get on back to safety. They're not able to find anything, but Mahmoud looking to push the bottom lane, but the Shadow Vanguard taking that one all the way down. Mahmoud probably deals with this Vanguard and has to recall on back.
Very good win slash, but it seems like Mahmoud is going to stay at bottom lane. No one's going to go back. It seems like Kyrgyzstan is going to try to commit into pushing top and mid. It seems like Mahmoud decides to, you know what, I have to recall and help my team in case this might be the final fight. But what is Azad doing going back? Why is he not pushing the wave right now?
You're getting value. Your team is going to use that that farm. right? So you can just take you take the Crimson Golem here, you get that buff as well. So you're looking for this fight. It's about the maximum value that you're getting out of the off the jungle.
And right now, 50 seconds away from another Tempest today. It's gonna be interesting for us to watch for sure because Azad is ready to go.
Yeah, but no T3s. This is incredibly scary. Ismo back, he's so low! And now they're going with this Trevor Smash. Are they able to get him back to safety? He's trying to flash away. He gets barely under, but Azad with just too much damage, tearing it up. They're all the way back in the fountain, but the crystal is under siege. They're not actually going for it. Kumanis gets picked off. It's one more shot, and it looks like Kyrgyzstan are gonna move on.
Back to back 20-minute games, but the ones that stood out in this BO3 is not Uzbekistan, it's Kyrgyzstan, and they are going to the finals of the last chance stage.
Congratulations, Kyrgyzstan, for that amazing play, but also at the same time, congratulations, Uzbekistan, because they were so close to actually making a proper comeback.
My personal MVP, I gotta say, Lubu. Lubu played super well coming in for that specific game itself. Double refresh coming in for that Lubu. Caught so much space for Azad to actually pace in that team fight. That is the first Lubu game that we actually got a win over in the entire course of our Asian Games qualifiers.
I didn't expect Lubu to be picked right there. The Lubu picked was actually quite surprising and it caught me off guard, and the fact that Selection Lightning really works well with Lubu. And the execution is beautifully done as well. And Umijan was having a bit of a trouble because of Lubu. That's why he cannot stay at his normal positioning just now.
It's actually a perfect draft for them, Kyrgyzstan. Right? The Lubu can completely catching him off guard. You got a lot of shields, perfect, right? Lubu's perfect for that. Garo, also great against shields. Both of those picks were last for them, and that they got so much value. Plus, Azad was able to pilot that hero to maximum value.
Surprise picks, right? We never expected in the second phase of the pick and bans we might see a Lubu. Still okay, we've seen a few Lubus thus far and never really got a win. And then coming with a Garo, two heroes that never got a win in our Asian Games qualifiers, just coming in such an important match between Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan, and they were the top two performers in pushing the team into that victory here. But it's not over yet for Kyrgyzstan. One more step in finals. Their opponent is coming out between Singapore or Vietnam next game.
That's true. So it's going to be much more difficult afterwards, right, from this point onwards. But also, Kyrgyzstan actually was the only few teams to pull up with the heroes like Xiang Yu and Lubu and Garo. They have been one of the most versatile and risk takers. They have been quite adventurous with these hero picks, right? So I think I'm liking their playstyle. I'm liking their mindset.
I like their playstyle, and they've been really fun to watch. I think that the way that they kind of dismantle other teams, it's kind of clean, but they do it in a way that just takes over the game. It's incredibly fun. Again, Kyrgyzstan just really stepping up what they need to here.
The way that they build a team fight is just marvelous, right? We saw how Jamalbek was able to utilize double Tremble Mortals, zoning the first part of the fight, and then if anyone was to jump on towards Azad, he will drop it on towards Azad and immediately dispelling everyone else from that team fight. So you were asking, if I put my Tremble Mortals and everybody runs away, why not I put it on my farm laner here? I can protect him while also pushing people away from that team fight.
And the way they protect Azad is now, instead of sending Dastan to go to the backline of the Uzbekistan, Dastan actually protects Azad in the backline in case someone gets closer, and he will just try to fight them one by one, just providing enough space for Garo to just aim one person at a time is more than enough, and that's why he's been doing, separating people with his ghost ship. It's all going down to plan, and you know what? Kudos to the coach for this very good composition.
Yeah, Sultan, right? And I think just set it up. I mean, that draft, perfect, right? Everybody needed to do specific things, and they all did it well, right? Umijan with a monstrous 223,000 damage, and somehow it wasn't enough.
He was a stronghold, right? Coming in from the side of Uzbekistan, his Garuda Wings of Judgment got that triple strike down to the bottom side, gaining them that one room of breathing. That they actually got the Shadow Tyrant trade-off, and then it excelled the game into that 20th minute mark. But in the late game, we saw how Azad was able to single out his Molbek, getting that D-Ranger into such a low health. As at that point, no Destiny, burn, Flash, burn, can't play teamfight, out ranged by Azad, and if he were to go into melee range, Zamalbek is going to jump on towards them. It's all roads dead end coming in from the Uzbekistan farm laner.
They were just fleeing, right? Like every time Kyrgyzstan, like they had the range advantage, right, from Azad as well. Like they were, anytime you got close, they would just constantly just put pressure on. Farouk never really got to be that tanky Dune that we know that he wanted to be because he was getting whittled down.
True, and probably because of like what Sagi said prior to the beginning of the third game just now, where Dastan in the first game, he was the one who provides vision, provides space for the team, and in game 2 he cannot do that because he was playing Hansen. But now he's playing Atta, and you know what? He's doing the same job as the game 1 again. It seems like his character, the way he rotates, the way he moves around with his teammates, you know what? It suits him much more for his character to actually play around with a hero that can actually tank for the team and try to kite the movement from the side of Uzbekistan.
It's adaptation over ego, right? Because if you're Dastan, you're going to be feeling good after that Penta Strike in your group stage. But then adapting from game 1's victory and game 2's loss and finalizing that, hey guys, probably Hansen's today's not the day for me to actually pick it out. It's not working. Let's immediately swap me over to a tank and let's let the others shine. And that's the adaptability and ego control that I like about Dastan.
Yeah, it was about sacrificing,
correct,
right?
Yeah.
Like, hey, we know the true core for us is Azad. As long as we keep him alive, as long as we kind of, just bait and just make sure that he's just free firing from the back, we know we're going to win these team fights.
It's so hard to actually bring Garo and make it work. And we're going to see it once more, how Garo actually managed to make it work from the beginning. But that's how aggressive Umijon is. Almost every highlight, you will see Wings of Judgment hitting their mark.
But this is the core value coming in from Zamalbek, right? Just back-to-back Tremble Mortals. Disengaging team fights, making sure that it goes in favor here. And even in these moments here, we see Dastan going in. First Tremble Mortals, jumps on towards Iswolbeck. No flash, catches him off guard. The second one goes in again, zoning off the backline here. And you can see multiple members just piling on towards the side of Zamalbek, meaning no one will be in the vicinity to handle Azad on that Garo.
Yeah, and look at how he cut it off, right? He knows the intersections. He just shuts it down. He's like traffic controller. He's like, no one passes, right? Gandalf, thou shalt not pass. And like completely locking it down every single time. He had a lot of value this game.
Yeah, a lot of Tremble Smash, Tremble Mortals that has been done. And this is where he was actually 1, 2, 3, 4 tower hits, 5 tower hits, 6. He actually took 6 hits from the tower. That was a little bit of mistake for him for sure. But again, you know what? He can do whatever he wants because he was playing phenomenally just now.
And a bit of an oopsie, right? They could have been more patient, wait for the overload, then go for the late game. But look at this range, this advantage coming in from Iswolbeck. Getting chunked out from 3 arrow shots from a late game Garo immediately. No more gameplay coming in from the farm lane here. Double Tremble Mortals, disengaging the backline and then allowing Kyrgyzstan to just push for that game-winning push. And they are going one step further, closer to being the finals for the last chance stage.
I mean, Azat, give it to the man, right? 506, 43% of the team's damage. It was like all in on this like train. Protect the president, if you will. Azat lived up to the name and was the president here.
I think this is the highest one I've seen yet, or maybe the second highest, because I think the highest one is 43.5, but this is an insane amount of damage coming out from Azad. And the damage taken, of course, is not really there because no one could touch him thanks to his teammates.
It's a collaborative effort coming in for this MVP. He was a solid stone, and all the other few players coming in from Kyrgyzstan, they were the supporting factor in allowing Azad to truly shine in this game. One trust becomes a whole team's effort, and they deliver it, and they are now on track to the finals for the last chance stage.
And it seems to me like they were really trying to end the game so quickly. And I believe that the only thing that they have to fix before going into the next match for them, for Kyrgyzstan, is to be a little bit more disciplined. If they know that, you know what, the Vanguard is coming in, why don't we just wait for the Vanguard? They actually dived into the crystal, trying to destroy the crystal, even though there's no Vanguard, there's no minion. I think that's just a little bit greedy. If they have a little bit more discipline, their gameplay would be almost perfect.
It's almost like impatience. I think, right? And it's definitely part of discipline as well, of just being able to like hold a line, right? You make a mistake like that against another team, you might lose, right? Where everything looked like it was going to be closing, they were able to close it out, but it's just like you can't make mistakes like that. You have to know when to retreat, and it comes, unfortunately, with experience, and sometimes these lessons are hard to learn at the end of the day.
I would say it's more punishing when the gameplay and stakes are much higher here, but in the very case of this specific one, both teams are tied neck and neck, and maybe they are slightly weaker in terms of the macro gameplay and more focused on those team fights here. But if they want a shot to the main event for the final slot, they have to go through either Singapore or Vietnam. Those are not easy opponents here. Kyrgyzstan, you need to pick up those mistakes and try to learn from them in a short time.
Yeah, but they have a bit of an advantage. I mean, speaking of time, they're going to watch that series coming up, Vietnam versus Singapore. That one's going to be a banger as well. You have that intel, you're going to know a little bit more about that team right away, right? And then plus, after that, you have a little bit more of a break from when you actually have to play them.
True.
So you might be well rested, or more so than these two squads here.
True. They really have all the time that they can and try to rest and just watch and probably give them a little bit of an edge for sure. But it seems like the interview is ready.
Yeah, before we actually go into the next series of the day coming in featuring Singapore and Vietnam, let's throw it to a short interview with Mara and the representative coming in from Kyrgyzstan to find out more about their win. Take it away, Mara.
Moves on to the last chance stage. Congratulations, Azat. My goodness, how much pressure did you guys feel? Because this is a winner take all. You won game number 1, you were MVP. Game 2, you lost. Game 3, there was moments where the opponent looked like they were going to make a comeback. You were already in their high ground tower. They recovered, but in the end, you won as an MVP as well. How was the communication like with the team, and what kind of pressure were you guys feeling?
Во время игры узбеки почти взяли, ваши оппоненты имеется в виду, взяли камбэк почти. Насколько чувствовали вы себя давление, получается, с их стороны? И по поводу коммуникации в вашей команде, как вы вообще коммуницировали друг с другом? И как вы оттеснили давление со стороны Узбекистана?
На самом деле, во время второй игры у нас были не очень подходящие персонажи, из-за чего мы, соответственно, проиграли. И в третьей игре я на самом деле решил рискнуть. Я решил взять Гаро, одного из моих самых любимых АДК. И по итогу оказалось то, что Гаро отлично заходило. И просто у нашей команды была цель, чтобы, главное, я не умирал. По итогу я ни разу не умер. И мне очень, на самом деле, понравилось, как мы отыграли. И очень понравилось, каких героев мы выбрали.
I really like this game and the characters we picked with our team. So in the second game, we picked the wrong characters that we not used to play with. And in this game, the last game, so I picked my favorite character, the ADK, Garo. So for this game, I felt very confident and I was very happy with my performance at all.
Even though you didn't pick the right heroes that you wanted in game 2, you were able to bounce back. And even with your heroes like Garo, you were MVP. Splendid. That was phenomenal. Now, up next, you might need to choose between Vietnam or Singapore. If you were to choose, which one do you want to face for the finals of the last chance, and why?
В бою против Сингапура и Вьетнама, кого бы ты предпочел в качестве оппонента и почему?
На самом деле, я бы скорее хотел поиграть с Сингапуром, потому что у нашей команды не было опыта с ними. С Вьетнамом мы практиковались несколько раз. Они играли хорошо, но в этот раз бы хотелось увидеть, как играет Сингапур. На самом деле, мы довольно часто играли с Сирией. Она тоже в группе D, и она проиграла Сингапуру. Поэтому хотелось бы посмотреть, в чем будет отличие от нас с Сирией, и сможем ли мы выиграть Сингапур.
Actually, we'd like to play with Singapore because we saw already how Vietnam plays. We practice a lot with Vietnam. And actually, before we played with Syria, and on the practices, Syria lost to Singapore. So we wanted to check how is Singapore playing, and so our main opponent for now is Singapore, our favorite.
Like, we played too much with Syria, and I wanted to check how Singapore playing.
Oh, you might get that wish. We will need to wait for that one. That's going to be the next matchup. And now, the people in Kyrgyzstan, they're cheering for you with that hope to make it to the Asian Games. What would you like to say to them before you face the final team in the finals?
Что бы ты хотел сказать, передать Кыргызстану перед тем, как придешь в последнюю битву, получается?
На самом деле, я очень надеюсь, что мы вправду займем первое место в получается, за третье место. Мы возьмем первое место и поедем в Японию. Мы постараемся сделать все, что в наших силах. Спасибо, что нас верите. Удачи всем.
We like to take the first place here. We like to win and get to the Japan. So I want to thank everyone in Kyrgyzstan. Thank you for all your support. Thank you.
Once again, congratulations. Get some rest, have something to eat, because later on tonight, it's going to be another battle for the last ticket to the Asian Games. And now we're going to break it down even more and head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Young and confident coming in from Azad. We like that. We like that. You know, the final game that he came over with the Garo, it's a confidence pick. He mentioned it himself.
Yeah, I love that Garo pick, and it seems like he knows what he's doing. And he trusts his teammates. That's the most important thing. As Garo, if you don't trust your teammates, you can't really be aggressive at all.
Yeah, you can't make any sort of play. And I think that, again, this team revolves around Azad, right? He has been the guy. Every time they win, he's MVP. So you got to continue to create space for him to let him, again, carry you to victory here.
Yeah.
Well, that's the end coming in from Uzbekistan in our Asian Games qualifiers here. They were close, but sadly, this is where their journey ends. But we welcome them once again next time to join in the Asian Games qualifiers. Who knows? They'll improve and be the next candidate going into the main event for the next time here. But that's all for Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. Coming up next, Vietnam and Singapore on our other side for the last chance stage, going in at a BO3.
And again, all the players up on the stage, they are using one of the best devices that we have. Thank you to our sponsor, iQOO 15R, official gaming phone for 2026 Asian Games esports events, Honor of Kings qualifier. Thank you so much. We have 120 Hz up on the stage with all the cooling systems that we have to make sure that there's no stuttering and there's no heating that's happening there.
Yeah, while the phones will probably be cool and all good to go, Vietnam and Singapore, that one's going to be a burner, right? That one's going to be another great series ahead of us.
Oh, I don't know, man. Want to do some predictions before we throw it to the break? Hit me, boys. Hit me.
To be honest, my brain is telling me Vietnam. My heart is telling me Singapore.
So your mouth is telling you...
Actually, it gets jumbled up there. So I think it's going to be 2-2. No, I think that Vietnam, I'm going to go 2-1.
Okay. What about you, Adam?
I'm going to go 2-1 for Singapore. If you ask me, before this Asian Games started, I would say Vietnam for sure.
Yeah.
But right now, I've seen their performance. Maybe they feel not so okay.
Downhill,
the conditions not 100%. I think right now Singapore might have that more spirit. More spirit to play. Yeah.
I feel like it could be anyone's game, and knowing for a fact that I have more friends in Singapore compared to Vietnam,
yeah,
I think I'll give it like a friendship vote towards Singapore, 2-1.
Oh.
Yeah.
Same with me.
All right. So if we're friends, you would vote for me? Is that how it works?
I mean, if you're on the stage, yeah, why not?
Okay, well.
Eventually.
Guess I'm not getting on stage, I mean.
No, save that talk, save that talk. We'll check on you back once again after this short break because we need to prepare for Vietnam going up to Singapore in the second side of the last chance stage. See you later.
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands.
Double kill.
This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide is turned.
Mereka ke depan. Astis in front. They're going to use it. Golden tight. Slows down Tatsumi.
Victory.
And we pulled it off together. We share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Amazing!
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular! Kill.
Don't worry. I'll be back for your life soon.
Double kill.
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage. Slain. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower under attack. Amazing. Unbelievable. Triple kill.
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Pentakill.
Lady Fortune is on my side.
They tried.
The new Spritling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
Itu bukan track kita. Relax, bro. Phone aku! Jom kembara. Mountain View!
cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we try to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
We're pacing through really quickly in our last chance stage, with Uzbekistan suffering a defeat coming in from Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan has moved on forward to wait for their opponent here. This is the final semi-finals coming in between both Vietnam and Singapore. I'm your desk host for the final day of our 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings. The name is Sagi, but pairing up with me is none other than our casters of the Gorge, Adam, and also Sir Cloud. Welcome back.
Hello, Cloud. How are you?
Your bow tie looks nice.
Oh, your bow tie looks nice.
That was the response that I want to hear from Adam, right?
We need to get him a bow tie very soon.
Yeah.
I need a red color one, man. Look at this.
Join the club. Yeah.
This color really representing the entire area here. But after this, there's gonna be a lot more colorful things happening. Vietnam and Singapore. We do know that it's gonna be an amazing time. But at the same time, what's gonna be more amazing than the grand venture? The new season has begun and it's gonna be right now. So don't forget to check out Inside the Game. You guys just have to update the game. Pretty sure all of you have already done it. And we're gonna be having a lot of fun inside the game. A lot of things to do. A lot of rewards.
It features the Dig It event, right? Where you can actually dig treasures, and then the treasures can be sold for value. And the value is something like a consignment market token that you can actually buy or bid stuff on the consignment market here. If you want to know more, do check out Honor of Kings official app for more information here. But Sir Cloud, I want to ask you here. Just now we did a small prediction before we went to the break. Between Vietnam and Singapore, do you have a certain prediction on mind?
I'm not going to go with like holler, right? Oh, my heart says this, my it says that, my face says this. No, okay. I was kind of thinking hard, like, how would the series go, right? I think it's not going to be a straightforward 2-0.
Agree.
I think we're going to go 3 games.
Okay.
But if I were to put like, okay, I'm not going to be that guy on the fence, I'm probably going to give it to Vietnam.
Okay. So Vietnam 2-1 is your final prediction?
Yeah.
I see.
At first, I wanted to say Vietnam as well, but Vietnam is not really performing too well recently, right? So I thought to give Singapore an advantage. So yeah, now we're quite split right now. 2-1 for Singapore, 2-1 for Vietnam.
Oh, Sagi's answer again?
2-1 Singapore, and then Holler is 2-1 Vietnam.
Oh,
Holler is 2-1 Vietnam.
So everyone is like split on the broadcast desk, and there's like equal representation coming in for this series itself, because we've seen it, right? Vietnam starting off the tournament with a 2-0 quick start in their respective group stage. We all thought Vietnam was going to be the #1 coming in out of Group C. Yeah. But then the form started to shake slightly when they went against Laos and then when they went against Kazakhstan. So it kind of surprised all of us, not only the broadcast, but even the viewers at home.
Yeah, definitely. This is also because the adaptation coming in from other teams, right? Their progress are so quick, and maybe Vietnam are on the slow side or maybe even digressing. But this is definitely what we want to see from all the teams. The progress, how fast they learn from each other, the scrims that they're doing physically at the hotel. That's what we want to see.
It almost feels like Vietnam, they kind of struggled to bounce back, right, after the Laos game especially. Yeah. I don't know whether it kind of hurt their mentality or not, their confidence level and all that. But this is the stage where they cannot let that manifest inside them anymore. They had to let that one go and focus onto this game.
This is the final chance, right? If you miss this, you are out of tournament contention to the main event of our Asian game. If you win it, you progress one step further for that final showdown with Kyrgyzstan in the final of the LCS. So, without further ado, let's invite both Vietnam and Singapore to the stage for our final semi-final match of today in the last chance stage. Let's get to it.
A team that has set the standard throughout the competition. Time and time again, they have proven why they are among the favorites to qualify. Now they enter the last chance stage with the same confidence. the same fire, and the same winning mentality. Here comes Vietnam!
The opportunity is still alive. One goal, one mission. Locked in and ready to compete. They enter the arena with confidence and determination. Make some noise for Singapore!
The final battle before the final spot into the finals of our last chance stage. Only one progressed and the other one will sadly return home with no goal. And right now, all 10 players ready to be seated as we kickstart our final semifinals.
Well, that's a lot of finals there.
Yeah.
One line. I know, right? That just shows that how big the stage is right now, right? And Team Vietnam, represented by Huy Tuk, Bao Wang, Ling Bang, Hoi Tang, and Nam Pong, will be representing the team. Now, this is something that we talk about during the pre-show, right? Like, have they made the comeback? After their win, after their loss against Laos, they kind of look shaky here and there, but this is a stage that they have to shake all that off.
Final time, right? Another final, yeah. So I think I like your point where have they shaken it off? They have to prove it here because we've seen a bit of a roster shift up here coming out. Hoi Da, Bao Huang, Hoi Tan, and also Nam Pong, and most important, Ling Van, their star player coming in for this team, whereby this specific lineup itself, for me, they've went through role shifts in the game itself where Bao Huang is going on towards the clash lane, Hoi Da goes towards the farm lane, and Hoi Tan going into the jungle, leaving Ling Wan and Nam Pong, these solid players coming in on their respective role, and they are against Singapore on the opposing end.
This is the lineup for Singapore with Yanji, Yu Ming, Yi Hui, Kayang, and Wee Kiat. We do know that they do stick to their lanes, and we do know that Kayang is a very experienced player, especially he is playing in the Indonesian Professional League right now, and there's a lot of experience under their belt. But sure, they were having some issues as well in terms of trying to really play properly, trying to find a proper composition, a proper rotation coming in from the side of the team. But talking back about Vietnam just now, getting back to your point, I think that's exactly what happened to KSA, right? Saudi Arabia, because they're shifting roles too much. Probably not going to be the best thing for them to happen.
Yeah, I think if you want to shift roles, it has to happen before the tournament.
Correct.
Like you kind of train and you decide on that in your scripts and whatever, whatnot. And when you're here, you have to be kind of set there. But we're going to talk about that a little bit more as we look into this head-to-head, whereby if we were to look at the stats, actually they're pretty similar, even in terms of KDA, hero pool not too far different, first strike rate not too far different as well. So this is going to be a tough match.
The only thing we can point through between these stats is the slight differential in that death count for Singapore. It means that they are having more blunders in the early to mid game, that they can still fight through team fights in making their way back. But those blunders, those little mistakes, might be detrimental if they do bring it over to the series today.
Yeah, and it really shows on how close these two different teams are, right? It's very surprising on how this last chance stage have meetups between, you know, Group C and Group D, and right now the way the stats are showing is as if they're so close to each other. It's very beautiful to see on how they're finally going to try to battle it all out, trying to get that one last slot. But with this showing up, still not giving me the full confidence to really know who's going to win from the get-go, because usually throughout the entire qualifiers, we know that, you know what, I feel like I'm more confident about Team A who's going to win. Team B might not be able to do so well, but this one is just too close, Cloud.
Yeah, super close. I think it's the closest head-to-head that we have seen so far. Now we're going to zoom in onto the players, right? We're going to compare Huy Tuk as well as Yanze and their head-to-head. Again, the stats are very close. The average KDA is almost similar. Average DTPM, well, it does favor towards Yanze, but then it's still close. Even average GPM is not that far. Hero pool, only one difference between the two.
I like the emphasis on the hero pool, right? Huy Tuk is more of a player that likes to enjoy things like the Charlotte, Dharma, or things like has the output potential like the Fatih, right? And then Yanzi is more of the team enabler, oftentimes like the Ata, the Guan Yu, or the Byron, for example. So they have very distinct playstyles coming in for two players from respective Vietnam and also Singapore.
Yeah, really trying to accommodate the needs of their team for sure, because sometimes their team needs an initiator, they'll go with something like a Baichi or a Byron. But definitely for two different needs, and we'll see on how they're gonna try to fire it out on the stage. It all depends on the composition, the draft coming in from the coach, and also the execution, which is the most important thing. This is a very high pressure match for Vietnam because there's a lot of pressure on them. everyone is expecting for them to win.
Yeah, and I like the fact that you mentioned about like how important the draft is, right? Even in our last series, the Lubu pick that changed a lot, the Garo pick that changed a lot. So that's how important the draft can be inside the game. Now, it looks like Team Vietnam, they chose the blue side, so they want to set the draft up here. We can expect popular picks or maybe unconventional picks, Sagi. What do you think?
Oh, this one, right? I think for the side of Vietnam, based on their series against Laos, which is the most updated series thus far, they had a repeat of a same 3 picks. Nako, Aaron, and also the, let me think of that last final pick right now. Nako, Aaron, Charlotte.
Yeah.
These 3 picks has been picked every single time by Vietnam. All 3 picks on the red side here. So it's pretty refreshing to see what they're going to be prioritizing on the blue side, likely the Yu Huan that we saw that Ling Van had an amazing debut with, or things like the Aaron to give Hui Duck, although yes, he's a clash lane swapping to the farm lane role.
And with that in mind, probably going to be giving an easy thing for the coach of Singapore to do to ban out the Charlotte, the Nakororo maybe, or even the Aaron if they want to. But it seems like they're not going to do that. Oh, they are. They actually take out Charlotte, which is a respect ban, which is very nice.
Yeah, and Team Singapore, they took the Nakoruru for themselves. So that's going to be them just reading the draft from the previous games of Team Vietnam. Totally understand. But Mai being picked up by Vietnam, that means that they're going to play this game really fast, clear the first wave, rotate towards the side lanes and try to put pressure, especially towards the channel.
And one of the few games that we actually get to see Kai Yang getting his hands on the channel here. I think this is the second one in this tournament itself. Yeah. Very rare occasion here, but you can start to see Vietnam's draft. They like the engage. They like the Mai Shiren Nui. They like the Lapu Lapu, for example. So they are definitely going to be jumping on towards Kai Yang in that backline on that channel hyper carry.
Here's what we're expecting from Vietnam, right? We're expecting them to dive towards Kai Yang a lot. I hope they do so. They have to execute it well. If not, Kai Yang's going to really fly through with his scaling technique, with all of his itemization, because he is carry if you leave him alone and he gets all of his itemization. That's not what they want. But having Garuda being in the mid lane, it's going to give them a lot of problems trying to clear the wave as fast as possible, especially during team fights.
Yeah, and especially during high ground defenses as well, right? If needed, Team Singapore, they do have that option. Right now, based on these options, Team Vietnam, they don't really have that. But what they have is that they have very strong engages together with the Mai and the Lapu Lapu. They did ban out the Zhang Fei and also the Lianpo, and that's totally understandable because they already picked the Lapu Lapu for themselves. So they want to try to limit the hero pool of Team Singapore, which means that I would expect Team Singapore to be considering the Moza as their last pick for the role.
Oh, what if they come in for the Zhuangzi here? That's a lot of crowd control and a lot of dive potential. And if they can actually disengage it and protect Kai Yang in that backline, this just could be Singapore's very own game in trying to dominate that mid to late game team fights here. It's coming down to what WeKit wants to play here. What is the decision? Aggressive or passive? What is it now?
Yeah, last time we actually saw Zhuangzi that it really works. And they do take the Zhuangzi. You are spot on, Sagi. But the first time we saw Zhuangzi, it didn't work out well because the execution is not really the perfect timing. It doesn't mirror the movement of the CC hero from the enemy side. And then the next time we saw Zhuangzi, it really worked perfectly. Which one is it going to be? That's what we want to watch out for.
But the Liu Bang Neza is also a very good combo as well. But Sagi, final thoughts before we head into the game.
Now, my exact thoughts right now here, Sir Cloud. I feel like what Adam has mentioned has been spot on. If the delivery system comes in by the Mai Shiren Nui and also the side of Neza gets to find the backline on towards Kai Yang, it's going to be detrimental for Singapore because he is the prime carry coming in from the Singaporean squad. But if Singapore gets to disengage coming in from the final Zhuangzi counterpick, then maybe is their shot in that mid to late game team fights. But this is Vietnam going to Singapore, the one last spot into the final last chance stage. So let's get it started.
Thank you, Sagi, as we go right into the first game between Vietnam and Singapore. It seems like there's not going to be any invasion for now. They're going to play it safe. They're going to try to really poke out onto each other for a while. It seems like a little bit of an aggression coming in from Yanji. Going to try to steal the jungle in the top lane, but the Firehawk is going to be taken by Kai Yang. Not surprising because Kai Yang farm lane is just scary.
Yes, I mean, he is a multiple MVP, right? Yeah. Before this even. But what's interesting for me is that Team Singapore, they took 2 smites into their draft. So by having 2 smites, they are ready to play the snowball game. They want to snowball by stealing away the jungle camps from the Team Vietnam side, and they're willing to play the late game in case they need to secure objectives when they both try to go for it at the same time.
Yes, I think that will be giving them a lot of advantages for sure in terms of objective timing. But in the top lane, still having Yuming as the Nakororo trying to get the teleport. He already get the Space Spirit. He will try to teleport towards the bottom most likely. And there's no gold difference for now. And the gold shrink technique has been done properly by both sides.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's why they are some of the best teams around, and they're qualified into this stage of the tournament. So when it comes to all that, they have it all in the bag. But what would break this, right? I would say that we'll probably need to wait till the 4th minute when the first tyrant comes up, and then we'll start to see a difference.
Yes, and right now, Namfong is still in front, trying to open the vision for the team. We still have Yihui playing quite aggressively, but look at this club.
Oh, nice entrance there onto Yihui, and now Yihui is kind of caught. Wings of Judgment will be used, but it's a little bit too late because Lin Van follow up nicely with a first strike.
Lin Van with the flash right now, manages to get the double knockup, and the damage follow-up coming from the Vietnam side is just so quick. They managed to get him down as soon as he could, and right now the rotation coming in from Yanji, he really needs to help his mid lane quickly because they're quite losing their grounds for now.
Yeah, that's still one, that's still early, so that's okay. Now that I start to think about it a little bit more, right? So you have the Chano that normally plays backline, and then you have the Garuda that plays backline as well, played by Yihui. But the backline is kind of vulnerable as well to Ling Van that can just jump backline, that's one. And then you have the delivery system that can be comboed together with the Nerza. So actually the backline of Team Singapore can be very vulnerable. And Weekend might be in a position that he might not be able to help his teammates if he puts himself right in front.
Yeah, the Battlefield Command is what we're looking out for later on when they're going to try to get Kayang as fast as possible, especially when there's Hoitar with the ultimate that he has, the Grand Skyfall, to just fly anywhere throughout the entire map. Right now, in terms of the goal, it's still exactly the same for both sides. There's not much of a difference, and it's going to be very interesting to see, as well as Kayang already finishing his Eternity Blade.
Oh, okay, that's fast. But that came at the right timing because 30 more seconds we're going to see the timer up. And surely both sides will want to contest for it because there's nobody who has that big gap yet as of now. And so far we can see for Team Singapore, they're still kind of scattered up top, but we expect them to make the rotation down soon.
I like how Kayang really didn't buy any boots at all. He feel quite confident, and you know what? Just don't buy boots. And now he buys the basic one because he wants to finish the Eternity Blade first so that he has the advantage in terms of farming. These are small little details which is quite important that gives a little bit of an impact if it comes down to 1 versus 1 in the bottom lane. But it seems like the Titan is going to be focused down by both sides at first. They're going to try to pull Kite, see whoever's going to do mistake. Remember about the double smite. Be ready.
Oh, they're going in for the backline now with the Ghost Ship up. Ghost Ship will be expired, but Yuming is the one that gets the Tyrant. It goes towards Team Singapore, but Team Vietnam, they want to try to trade it back on. They try to jump all the way to the backline, but it's not that easy because of Weekend is still there. And look at Weekend. He's tanking for the team. He's the anti-CC, and Kayang will get Huitan. Now they're on the chase. Team Singapore looking for more out of this. And Team Vietnam, they're looking to disengage. And nobody else moving to get out. Maybe except for Huiduk. Huiduk, one last hit left. And here comes Kayang! What does it take to stop this man?
That's why it's so dangerous now. Fong is going to go down as well. Yuming as well to Lin Van. What a move coming in from them. Eternity Blade is so important. That is why he went with that item. Just with that one singular jump into the tower, manages to get a last hit of Huidok. And there's nothing that Huidok can actually do just now. And right now, they're going to try to be as safe as possible. Just 2 and 3 different eliminations from both sides of the team. In terms of gold, there's no advantage whatsoever.
Oh yeah, even after all that, right? Though the Tyrant advantage is obviously given to Team Singapore, but I would say that was quite a win for Team Singapore.
True.
And they have to give it to Weekend as well for sustaining the entire team.
And the delivery system, right? Huitan and Bao Hang actually worked together to get to the backline, trying to find Yi Hui. And it actually worked out pretty well. They are doing it very early on, so maybe the amount of shield is not as much as it should have been. But at least it's such a good try. The execution is there. Right now, they're doing the mid splits, 4 to bottom and 1 in the middle. Maybe they're trying to defend up top, but I don't think Bao Hang should stay here. There's nothing he can do, even though he's trying to clear as much as possible.
Yeah, he needs his teammates together with him if they want to try to challenge this one.
Here comes
Okay.
Cancelled.
Okay, it was cancelled. But it would have been a bad idea as well if he went in, because it would have become a 2v4. So you don't want to put yourselves in that sort of situation, right?
Yeah.
Now, Weekend also bought the shield, so that's going to be giving even more sustain to the team when it comes to team fights.
At the same time, Huidok actually manages to destroy the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. They did not manage to get these resources, the Azure Golem, but it seems like Vietnam's going to try to commit to get the Overlord. This is the sub 10 minutes Overlord, the small one. There's not going to be a huge Vanguard for them to use, the Shadow Vanguard to be sent anywhere. And I don't think this is worth it, but at least you can get an extra gold from this. There's no more resources around the map for them.
Well, I guess they will take whatever they can get right at this point, since they lost the first Tyrant. So might as well make themselves feel good by getting this Overlord. But somebody scouted inside the brush, and it is going to be Yanzi. But he became just kind of like the scout. He opened up the map, opened up the space at the bottom, so now information fed towards Team Singapore.
And Yanji is going to be right in the middle. He's going to try to rotate around, trying to play it safe. He does have Blazing Cape very early on, but I'm not sure who is going to be for as of now. No one really have a lot of recovery for Vietnam, but at least he has it right now, right? But Azure Golem is going to be taken. It's going to be stolen by Yu Ming.
Right down the Kururu. Okay, they're chasing him down. Yu Ming is not alone though. Kayang is there together with him, but Yu Ming might not be able to survive this one. Here comes the backup from behind. Wings of Judgment will be used. Yu Ming is still alive thanks to the extra shield, and the response from Team Singapore sending Kayang to get that takedown. Now they're looking for Nampung. On the other side is going to be Huiduk. He reveals himself, and Team Singapore will back off.
Amazing, Reggie C. Just for that disengage, he had to use Flash to run away, but at least they get one hero. Such a commitment, such a respect coming in from Singapore as well. And Vietnam, they know that they have to go back. They made the decision, the shot was called, and they moved back all together. They don't want to overextend at all, and the discipline is obvious.
But 15 more seconds before the next Tyrant is up though. And now with the tower destroyed at the bottom, this will give a lot more space to Team Singapore.
A lot, for sure. And the Tyrant is still there. 6 seconds before he respawns. Still waiting for a Yu Ming flank, because he is using an Akururu, right? So he should be able to try to dive to the back to try to get anyone he can. But the Tyrant, who's going to get it? And it's going to be Yanji's for sure. This is the second time for Singapore to get a Tyrant, because again, they have 2 smites.
Yeah, it's going to be hard if Team Vietnam don't zone them away, right? Because you're going up against 2 smites. And it's going to be easy for Team Singapore to take it if nobody comes and try to challenge them. And that's how they got the Tyrant, easy peasy lemon squeezy there. But for Team Vietnam, they have to play this actively, I must say. So far, Nampung is opening up the map towards the northern side. He does see his opponent, but speaking about opponent, they are looking like they're going to chase down Yu Ming, and Yu Ming is protected.
It seems like they're trying to Wings of Judgment. He's missing all of the hits. Badly started from them, but they disengaged for so quick. And right now, Vietnam knows a lot of skills has been used by the Singaporean team. They might want to try to force it out as well, but it seems like the Raging Sea is also not available anymore. Nam Phuong's going to try to play it safe. The Azure Golems are here, and it seems like the Tyrant and the Overlord is going to be spawning in 40 seconds, and we're going to be seeing another team fight afterwards.
Oh, we're getting into the 10-minute mark soon. In about 30 more seconds, this is going to be a big one here. And for Team Vietnam, if they want to contest, they have to zone the players of Team Singapore, because they're going up against a double smite. They cannot just like, okay, we go 50-50 and hopefully be able to smite it. It's going to be very hard for Team Vietnam.
Yeah, Kiat is consistently trying to open up the map in front, providing vision for the entire team. Singapore is really trying to find a more space for their teammates. Wings of Judgment has been used, trying to clear out in front of them as much as they can. Right now, will they be able to clear out the jungle in front of them? They cannot go in. There's too much of a risk. Now Tyrant has spawned. This is the Shadow Tyrant and the Shadow Overlord.
Okay. And here comes, and it looks like Team Vietnam will start it off first. And who will get their first strike here? Looks like Bao Huang is in trouble. He has to get away to the same team, but Kayang gets Bao Huang. That's going to be a big target that they managed to take down. And not only that, Weekend gets the bomb. They're looking for more now. Huiduk chases his man by getting Yanzi, but still the man was not teasing him on there. Huitan goes all the way to the back. He gets one, but gets traded back by Yu Ming.
Oh, he got burned. He got burned, and Kayang went down. Double strike has been given to him, but the entire team went down. The Tyrant is going to be focused down. down by the Singaporean team. But a very good move coming in from Ninja.
Oh my goodness, very, very good move for him to go all the way to the back line. Now check out this replay.
Yeah, this is exactly what happened just now. Kayang actually go forward trying to get everyone, but the movement coming in from Huitan really burning everyone slowly without them noticing. And Kayang tried to join back in. Look at up top, above the screen. He went in, but the one spin coming in from Ninja manages to continue the burn. Henny actually died off screen, and that's exactly what happened. His friends continued to try finding the rest of the team, but at the very least, they managed to get the entire team of Vietnam.
So many good things happened in that one fight, right? Including Kayang using the flash over the wall to save himself at the last stick of health. That was absolutely insane, right? Yeah, that should have been a highlight as well. And so far, Kayang has yet to be taken down. And you mentioned about how important it is to try to take down the Chano.
I agree. Chano has been the most important thing. They have to really focus down on him. Raging C has been used only for the minions. I'm not sure if they... The damage from Kayang again. The critical damage hits. It procs right at the right time. I think Namfon really have to take care of his position more. That ultimate was a waste, to be honest.
Yeah, it was quite a waste there, and he got taken down. So he gave that takedown towards Kayang, that one hero, that one player that you don't want to feed to because he gets to scale really, really fast. Right now, he's 9.3k gold. As compared to the other side is about 8.2.
But the Wings of Judgment has been used again. Look at Hoitok. He managed to be taken down very well, and the entire team goes down. Double strike has been given to Kayang. The tower is destroyed. Right now, we're waiting for Bauhaus to try to go in to buy more space for his team, but the high ground tower has been destroyed as well. Look at the back! He managed to get one. He buys some time for his team, and Yuming goes down.
Oh, but so many good things happened in that one fight as well, including the ghost ship that came from the left side by Yanzi. That was beautifully executed. That stopped the members of Team Vietnam from going back, and they lost a couple of players in that one fight. But the trade back, like what you say, right? Ling Bang jumps forward. At least he gets Yuming, and that will stop Team Singapore from moving forward.
And Huitan actually manages to go down first just now. I thought his attack, but apparently he got focused too much. And Wikiat also providing a lot of anti-CC is going to be quite helpful for his team. He needs to be always ready with the presence of Lin Van. Lin Van is going to come in anytime soon, and he has to be ready with the butterfly fight. With only presence alone, that alone just forced Vietnam to move back to their base.
Oh, but look at this. Team Singapore right now, they're ready at the Overlord. And they have the double spike together with them. And they will easily take the Overlord unchallenged. And they didn't even really need to use the spike. Okay, they used one of it, but it was finished off by Kayang. And the other day, what's most important is that they get the Shadow Vanguard for themselves.
True, and they have the freedom to use the Shadow Vanguard to be sent. They send it down towards the bottom lane. It's going to be Hoitok's responsibility to clear the bottom lane for now. But the most important thing for Vietnam right now, they have to find Kayang. They have to try to do this teamwork. Huitan and Bao Hang, the delivery combo, trying to get Kayang is the most important thing. I believe that if they can get that done and try to get Yi Hui in the process, they will have enough space to try to win the team fight.
And Kayang already completed the Sun Chaser, will not make it any easier for Team Vietnam to try to catch him.
True.
He can extend his range by turning on the Sun Chaser, and he'll put himself in a very good position.
But it seems like Wings of Judgment is going to be taken out. Can he hit the target? It does not work right now. Nerja is going to get a long range coming in from the knuckle. Huitan goes down. Yuming finds his target, and the Vanguard is going to go in, trying to destroy all the towers. Can they have the time to defend here, Cloud?
Okay, they want to try to end this one right now. They're looking for Namfo. Namfo managed to slide away to safety for now. Yanzi absorbs the damage, and he's still okay. Now all 5 members of Team Singapore, they're still in the game right now. Wings of Judgment will shoot the members of Team Vietnam back. At the same time, they get Huiduk, and this is game 1 to Team Singapore.
What a way to start a BO3. They backed the first win, and right now, Singapore is on the line. They just need one more, and they will make it to the last chance finals. Yeah, this is a great start coming in from Singapore.
Great start from Singapore. Again, from Vietnam, they seem pretty shaky just now. Although the picks were already actually very nice, and we were actually hoping to see more of that combo trying to shut down Kayang. But maybe, just maybe, it's probably a bit too late for them to focus on Kayang at that point of time because he already has all of his itemization. He manages to get a couple of strikes early on, and that really helps out for him to get his itemization very quickly.
Man, and the moment the game ended, we can hear the shout from Team Singapore just right beside us. Like, they went like, yeah! It just shows that how much this win meant to them, right? How much having this advantage, moving on to the next game will give them that momentum.
Yeah.
And who knows what might happen in the next game for Team Singapore.
I mean, who had their bingo card here? No one expected Vietnam to be in last chance stage. No one expected Vietnam to be taken down by Singapore. And right now, they are at the verge of eliminations here. One more win coming in from Singapore in this BO3. And that might just spell the ultimate underdog story for Singapore.
The ultimate underdog story is what everyone really likes, right? People love the story about, oh, this team is really the underdog. They're not supposed to win this one, but they are winning. The progress, the story on how they managed to really get a better look into the game, and they actually execute it very well. That's exactly what's happening in Game 1.
Hey, what you guys talking about, right? I believe in Team Singapore.
Wait a minute.
Singapore. I was like, Team Singapore, you know, they can do it. We might have the better BKT, but they can do it.
Tell him, Sagi. Tell him.
It's okay. I think it's still too early to say because it's still only a 1-0. But let's reroute back into the draft itself, right?
Yeah.
The last pick, Zhuangzi, magnificent.
I agree.
Oh, yeah.
They definitely executed it well as well, because we've seen some Zhuangzi that doesn't really work well, and the way he's really mirroring the movement from the entire team of Vietnam really forced Vietnam to not be able to go in. They are always hesitating whether or not is this the right time for me to apply all of my crowd control, because the butterfly effect is always there.
And dude, Kayang, oh my goodness, this guy epic, man. I mean, his position, when he used his flashes to put himself to safety, when to go, he knows every inch of damage output that he can put out to secure takedowns. Man, this guy is really top tier.
He's showing it, right? You give him a team that can back him up. The Zhuangzi, the front line coming in from Yanzi, everyone played an important role in this game itself. Even Yuming, at the very last few moments here, he was picking off the side of Hui Duck and also Hui Tan left, right, and center. And right now, it puts Vietnam into a position. What can they play to bring them back to equilibrium?
Yeah, that's the question, right? To actually pick a proper hero to really follow up with the energy from Singapore, that's going to be quite tough. And to be honest, if they really love with all of these crowd controls, and you know what, sometimes Vietnam's gameplay is really focusing towards more crowd control, right? Maybe banning Zhuangzi might not be the bad idea to make sure that no one's going to be able to stop the immense amount of crowd control.
But you know what, if you have limited amount of bans, like, Zhuangzi won't be in your list. Yeah. Like, you have so many other heroes that you want to take out, right? And Zhuangzi is like, do we really want to spend that one ban on the Zhuangzi? For the most part, it's not worth it, right?
Oh, but this is the thing, right? Is it worth it? I don't really know, but it shows on the screen itself, like, the Lapu Lapu and also the Mai Shi Nui carrying the Liu Bang in towards the team fight. Yeah, perfect dream scenario, but it just didn't happen because the weak at Zhuangzi disabled that feature coming in from entirety of the Vietnam gameplay. So, is it worth it? I think they have to take it.
Yeah, I agree. And you know what? Raging Sea and Mai Shi Nui's skill sets, all the potential crowd controls to actually initiate a fight cannot be used at all. And also, that buys a lot of space for, you know what, for Yanji, for Yuming, for Yihui as well. All of them can do whatever they want because of this Zhuangzi. Even though Zhuangzi doesn't really have an initiation process, all they have to do is just send Yanji.
Man, even if you have like so many heroes that can go to the backline, but it almost feels like nobody can really catch the backline.
Correct.
And it's all because of Weekend really like stops everybody from coming up with the CCs, with the amount of damage. And the moment he got the shield item, that will give it a lot more sustain in the team, so the team can fight more. It's like the team is like, we want you to come to us. We dare you to come to us, and they will show it how they can counter back.
And it's also pretty surprising towards me that the tournament, one of the highest ban rates and pick rates on the channel, wasn't banned against Kayang. We know how strong this specific player is, and you can't let him have such a strong pick. But these are the few moments that we see coming in from the side of Hui Tan and also Bao Huang. Yeah, finding the engage just comfortably. I was liking this, but the butterfly effect, giving the CC immunity, Raging Sea misses, and then the Mai Shi Nui unable to find the backline here, only managed to find Yihui, and then the team fight just starts to go into the favor where Kayang is just free shooting on that channel pick.
Yeah, also the advantage that he has with the Eternity Plate, the damage early on, without the need of any shoes, I might add, is just immense amount of damage. But again, it's very hard for Malaysia to actually hit their targets, to actually provide a lot of damage for his team because of the presence of Wicked. All he can do is just keep on trying to poke and poke and poke as much as he can, and this is why the Raging Sea tries to hit, but again, he has to keep his ultimate for so long because of the butterfly effect.
Credit has to be given to Wicked, right, in this game. Yes, Kayang did a lot of sexy moves, but I would say that all those will not be possible without Wicked really sustaining the team, right? So if I were to pick a personal MVP, I'll give it to Wicked.
Perfectly said, right? Like, the big moments coming in from Kayang, but without Wicked, the hard engage coming in from the Liu Bang Neza, Lapu, and Maestro combo, that's going to be eating up that channel pick real quick. But due to the fact that they found their Zhuangzi pick in the final few moments and they made it work, it was just so suffocating from Vietnam. Every failed engage led to another one and another one. It piled on towards that goal lead. Every single objective going into Team Singapore.
Yeah, this is Kayang for sure. He's going to get MVP 812 with 37.1% damage output coming out just for him. And yes, he is the guy with the cheek love.
How far?
Cheek love. What? Finger heart. This is cheek heart.
Cheek heart.
Cheek heart. Yeah, this is the cheek heart pose. But again, thanks to Wicked, right? Because Wicked really played very well, and he provided the safety, provided and enabled for Kayang to actually play like this.
You know, this picture will be perfect if you have Wicked beside him and he does the
other heart.
Oh my god.
Yeah, because that combination for the two of them, it is insane. It is unstoppable here. But still can't take away the credit from Kayang, right? I mean, his flashes, when he goes forward, positioning, all that. It's just such a beauty to watch. My only wish list right now is that I want to see a 1v1 between Kayang and Sagi.
What?
What? Both farm laners, right? Okay, let's go.
I mean, I'm good friends with him, you know. I'm pretty sure that his fans will not actually let me go out safely, you know. We know for a fact that Kayang, otherwise known as Raven, he has a really big fan base back from the Indonesian Pro League itself. But if you want to find Kayang, you can find him at Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel, the official venue and hotel sponsor here, coming in for the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers for Honor of Kings. Once again, thank you so much, Marriott Petaling Jaya.
While you guys are visiting Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel, don't forget to claim your reward worth 4,000 tokens on the 27th of June, the Grand Bounty Day, for free. Claim over 10,000 tokens.
Wow!
10,000 tokens, by the way. It's a lot of skins. Imagine all of the beautiful skins that you can get.
Oh yeah, I don't know whether they have like some of the old Zhangfei skins that I kind of missed out. So if it's part of it, yeah, I'm definitely going to claim that. I need to collect everything. Whole year I have everything.
Oh, cool.
Interestingly, right?
Interestingly.
It's not my main, but whole year I have everything. But Zhangfei, I need like 2 more.
You need this collab, that collab, that one,
So this is the chance.
This is your chance here, Sir Club. But talk to me, gentlemen. Where is the chance for Vietnam in this series here? It's not looking too good.
Yeah, that's going to be the one that we really want to see. But right now, we're going to see the players go into the game. But I think the chance for Vietnam against Singapore, they really have to find a proper composition, and the way they rotate needs to be much more quicker. Again, we've seen again and again in this tournament where aggression really is rewarding, right? Especially coming from the Republic of Korea, when they're more aggressive towards Hong Kong, China. They were really winning that one, which we were not expecting that to be that almost looking easy. I think they can do the same, because Vietnam, the way they played their games before this, is extremely aggressive. This is very unlike them to be, you know, having one arm tied behind their back.
Yeah. You know what? I kind of feel that Vietnam is like, actually they play okay, but it's because of the hard counters, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe we can say that, give credit to Vietnam, they play okay, but Team Singapore, they outdrafted Team Vietnam.
Especially on the last Zhuangzi pick. So perfect counter, I would say. But this time around, Singapore goes on towards the blue side, while Vietnam goes over to the red side. So this is going to be slightly different from game 1. We need to see what has shifted here coming in for this specific draft, as we see Singapore picking up the Nakoruru as their first pick, and Vietnam responding with the Aaron plus the Byron here. And you can see the bans. No Mai, no Chano. No Charlotte, no Haino.
Yeah, and usually it's the jungle side of the Vietnam who's going to get Nakoruru, right? Exactly what you were saying. But this is going to be the second time the Singapore team's going to get Nakoruru once more, making sure the power picks coming in from Vietnam is going to be reduced. But with the Guan Yu, I think this is such an aggressive pick coming in from Singapore. They want to make sure they are the one who sets the stage. They are the one who creates opportunity.
Yeah, before this, the draft for Team Singapore is that, okay, I want you to come towards me, and then I will anti-CC everybody, and then I will fight back. Now it's Team Singapore sending a message that we want to fight because of the Guan Yu. Guan Yu can go behind, especially when Zheya is not the most mobile sort of hero. He will be staying all the way at the back, trying to throw all his skills, including the universal law. He will, for the most part, be at the same spot. So Guan Yu can actually push him forward and put him in an awkward position.
Yeah, and I feel like Vietnam, if Ata is not open, okay, there we go. Perfect ban. I was waiting for it coming from Team Singapore because if you're on a Guan Yu, you want an Ata to lock down this Guan Yu. But without this counter pick, check out the crowd control coming in from the 4 picks of Team Vietnam. Not a lot of CC to stop this horse.
Yeah, the fact that they actually went with Byron as first pick is probably a little bit of a waste of the important slot because they already showed up. This is Byron. You know, we don't have anyone else to actually stop Guan Yu now. Because or else they would have been able to take Charlotte. But again, Charlotte has been banned by a Singaporean team. Very smart coming out from them. Ukyo for the jungle on Vietnam. If that's not a sign of aggression, I don't know what is.
Yeah, so they want to take this fight head on, right? Without a doubt. Their last pick has to be the Liampo. If not, they won't have enough durability in front. They will be over-reliant on the Byron. At least right now, they have the Liampo and then they have the Byron. And Liampo can also engage in fights as well. So in case, like, okay, they get pushed in because of the Cannon Blast starting the fight, the Liampo is there to counter-engage. But Sagi, what do you think about this draft?
This time around, I would say it's more of a 50-50 draft coming in from both sides. We'll have to see how Singapore plays around with the Guan Yu engage. Can they find the backline? Or will Team Vietnam utilize the strong jungle and clash lane synergy in punishing Singapore's slightly weaker early game setup here? But this is game 2. This is where it all matters here. Singapore, if they win this, they proceed to the finals of the last chance stage. If Vietnam wins this, they hold on in this series here. Gentlemen, let's get into the gorge.
Thank you, Sagi. As we go into the game to see whether or not Vietnam can hold on to this fight. We do know that Singapore doesn't have any tank whatsoever. They do have Moze, but it's not, it's not tanky enough. So they really have to be much more careful. They have to start the fight from far and then dive right in when the time is right.
Oh yeah, without with the Moze, their gameplay is going to be very different this time, right? They're going to try to play with projectiles. And it looks like with that projectile, they're aiming on the Kuitan, and Nampo will be the one trying to absorb the damage. But at the same time, Kuitan took a lot. Look at this, down to 10% of health. He will be forced to turn back, but lucky for him, there's a heal off there.
Yeah, and this is what Sagi said just now as well, where sometimes they do switch their roles. So Bao Huang is right now playing jungle, and Huitan is going to be playing farm. It's going to be very interesting for us to see on how they're going to do this one. Sometimes we do see some disadvantages when they switch roles a bit too much, right? But you know what? Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it could work. Maybe they have their own ideas. But let's see this very good crowd control knockup's gonna come in, and the follow-up, and he's gonna go down here, Cloud. Yanji, very early on, rotation coming in from the mid lane really works out very well for Vietnam. This is the aggression.
Yes, absolutely right. The aggression that we were looking forward to seeing from Team Vietnam. And with the fact that they got Yanzi, that will open up the clash lane a fair bit. Yuming is still there though to hold down the lane for a while, but yeah, you want to try to slow down the progression of the Guan Yu as well, because the Guan Yu will be a very strong playmaker when he is ready.
Yeah, 6,000 gold versus 5,400. 600 deficit for Singaporean team right now. It's a bit too early for them to actually lose that much, but it depends on whether or not Yanji can try to recuperate, try to find more space for himself.
Right now it's back to 50-50, I would say. But because of that one takedown, now Team Vietnam, they have a little bit of goal advantage towards them. As compared to the game before, the goal advantage was smaller, but this time it's slightly bigger towards Team Vietnam. And that will prepare them for the first tyrant coming up soon.
Yeah, right now, Kayang is actually using RD. His RD is also very scary, I might add. So, very good hero to go with. He can really play around his situation and try to survive as much as possible because of the mobility. But look at this crowd.
Oh, okay, Yuming receives damage, and Yuming now will be chased down, but the Cancer Blast will buy him a little bit more time. Yet again, Bawang is there to follow up, and they will get another takedown onto Team Singapore.
But it seems like Vietnam is going to try to make good use of this advantage, trying to steal the Azure Golem. It has been blocked by Nam Phuang. The Cannon Blast is ineffective. Waiting for Hui Tan to come by from the side. Is he going to dive in with the Laurel Bloom? He is not.
Okay, they're going to chill for now because in about 45 more seconds, we're going to see the Tyrant up.
Yeah.
So both sides, they are starting to reserve their key skills, especially. But we see a bit of pressure put down to the bottom lane onto Hui Tan. Again, Hui Tan, his health, every time we see him, is at least 50% and below. So it just tells me the level of pressure put onto him. And if he's not able to farm, it's going to be a problem to Team Vietnam in the late game as well.
And Kayang has been all alone down here, mind you, which means he doesn't have his roamer to be assisting him. Going up against two heroes at the same time really gives up a lot of space for his entire team to do a lot of different things for the Singaporean side somewhere else. So that's very great for Team Singapore. They can try to utilize this as much as possible. Having a Frenzy as his common skill, he's going to be able to deal a lot of damage early on.
Okay, right now the Tyrant is up. And no double spike for Team Singapore this time. It's going to be hard for them to challenge this one. Nice zoning here by Team Vietnam, and they will go in for one target. It's going to be Weekend down.
Very much down. Venomous Staff has been made by Lin Van, which is amazing. First item from Mage is Venomous Staff, is what we want to learn from the Ultimate Universal Law. Did not hit Yi Hui. He's just trying to clear as fast as he can to make sure that they don't have to have any casualty in that area, because 3 of the heroes from Vietnam is actually trying to focus down on the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Seems like they're trying to rotate as fast as possible to move towards the top right now, Cloud.
Big movement here by Team Vietnam. After securing the bottom tower, they're looking at the top right now. Once they take the top, they might be looking for the middle, depending on what kind of opportunity will be presented to them. But so far, for Team Singapore, they have not been creating opportunities for themselves. They are the one playing passively now.
Yeah, quite passively, quite safe. Almost 2,000 gold difference for Vietnam. Seems like they are really benefiting from this aggression. We haven't seen any proper cannon blast from Wicket with a follow-up from Yanji to really win the game early on, but seems like they don't want to do that combo just yet. They are still saving it for the mid-game towards the late game, waiting for where's the Yanji's movement going to be.
Oh, look at this, look at this. Yanji, Yubing, they come in, they see their target, they want Bao Wan tries to survive this one. 1v2, but what a good take down by Team Singapore to find the jungler of Team Vietnam.
Bao Huang, nowhere for him to go. A very quick move coming in from Yu Ming and also Yanji. At the same time, though, Vietnam actually managed to destroy the tier 1 tower up top on the Singaporean side. So it seems like Singapore really has to be much more careful with this. They're losing a little bit more growth. 1,200 in front for Vietnam.
Yeah, they have to try to win the kind of like an advantage between the 5 heroes first before maybe thinking about the map first, and that's why they took the liberty of trying to find Bawang in his own jungle, and they got him. Really good move there, really good response by Team Singapore.
Nice stun coming in from Weecat. Let's see how they're going to try to rotate right now. Seems like Overlord might be on their priority list, allowing them, Bao Huang, to get the Overlord, making sure the lanes are okay. Right now, they're going to try to focus down on the blue buff. Universal Law has been used, but the blue buff has been stolen by Bao Huang.
Yeah, though it's the regular Overlord, but right now, Team Vietnam, they will take anything that they can. Now, I want to see more of Team Singapore doing creative stuff like earlier on, right? Like, send 2 players, go into the jungle, get their target. I want to see more of that, because if right now they just go back and forth, Team Vietnam, they're just going to eat more space.
Oh boy, they're trying to force it out on the top lane. But yes, Lin Van has already also bought Frozen Breath. This is going to slow down a lot of the movements coming in from Singaporean, and might as well just cut their legs off, right? Because it's going to be very, very slow for them. But look at the damage coming in, trying to get Nam Phuang. But fortunately for him, he is a Liampo. He has a passive to recover his HP.
We're not cutting any legs here, okay? And anyway, What we're going to see here is maybe Team Singapore might cut through the middle to try to find the target at the top, but the Guan Yu is not having the space there to come in from the back, so they're playing from front to back at this moment, which is not the setup that Team Singapore is ready for based on their draft. Their draft is better executed when they can open up the space and allow Yanzi to go from the back.
Yeah, that's what we want. The space is not there just yet because the towers is still all over the place, right? So it's very hard to Yanji to try to find a space from the side, trying to really make good use of his ultimate skill sets that Guan Yu has. And again, I have to remind everyone, Guan Yu is not easy to use. It's very hard to aim with the analog, with the movement stick, try to make sure that you can push everyone at the same time. Also, Guan Yu is not thick. He is very squishy. He can go down very quickly, even though he buys tanky items.
Yeah, so that's why he has to wait for the fight to happen, a few skills being used, then only he comes in later on, right? That's the best case scenario for the Guan Yu. But Team Vietnam, they are not giving him that space, nor Team Singapore is really playing this active enough for the Guan Yu to actually make that sort of move. So they have to find somebody to be able to draw Team Vietnam in one direction, and then the Guan Yu comes from behind.
Yeah, right now they're trying to focus towards the bottom lane. 5 of them from Vietnam really wants a tier 2 tower. The vision has been open with the coming in from the Liampo. They're trying to go in. The Triumph Smash goes in, and one of them gets hit very, very well. The damage coming in from the side of Vietnam, but the push from the Guan Yu actually manages to do something as well. He manages to disengage very quickly, but the 4 of them are still trying to force this tower.
Oh, keep an eye on Yuming as well. Yuming from behind might do something here, but Yuming knows that there's not enough people there to support him, so he will not go in all alone. Good discipline shown by Yuming, but looking back at this replay, look at the Tremor Smash. The Tremor Smash caught at least 3 or 4 of them from the side of Team Singapore, and the rest of Team Vietnam, they followed up. So that is good communication there by the entire team.
But hang on, something's happening here. They're trying to go back, but they actually managed to get weak cat just now in the nick of time. But again, another major wall cloud without the involvement of Yanji on the Guan Yu to try to flank from the back. It seems like there's not much that he can do. He can only wait from the front and try to, push everyone away instead of towards their team. I think he needs to be much more opportunistic. He needs to try to make an effort to go all the way to the back, but provided that his team actually helps him out with trying to pull them towards the main core team.
Right, and I can kind of understand as well, because they don't have a secondary tank or a secondary somebody who can start fights like a Lampo, for example,
or
right?
a Zhangfei,
or a
Lapu. Yeah, exactly. This is what they don't have right now, right? That's the problem that I mentioned earlier on. Weak Cat is actually using a Moze. Even though Moze builds item tank, even he can't really go to the fight and open the vision.
Okay, but right now, Team Singapore, they want to open up the vision against Team Vietnam, and they will come in from the side. Here comes the Tremor Smash onto Weekend. Weekend is low. He has the backup, but he can still come in with the Cannon Blast. It will not connect, but it's okay because Yuming is there to get a triple strike.
A very good fight coming in from the side of Singapore. Still waiting for Yanji to maybe try it one more time to find from the backline of the mid lane. It seems like they want the objective. They want to try to extend the gold as far as possible, as close as possible to Vietnam, and the Tyrant is gonna be theirs. It seems like there's a primal bond. I don't think Yuming should stay around that area. And this is exactly what happened just now, Cloud. The stun coming in from Moza is spot on, but Yanji's timing this time is perfect. The cohesion, that's what we want from every Guan Yu player.
Correct. He's starting to find that angle and come in from the other direction when Team Vietnam, they were focused onto the front. And because of his disposition onto the players of Team Vietnam, that's how they kind of won that fight as well. And now Team Vietnam, they have to reset again because Team Singapore is starting to get that momentum.
Yeah, the momentum is what very dangerous for Vietnam, because Singapore oftentimes plays with the momentum, plays with the inertia that they have to really try to have an advantage. They are very fired up right now. They know that they only need one more game before they go to the final of the last chance stage.
Okay, and here comes Lampo with the Tremor Smash, but he will turn back though because his teammates are not in the right position yet. All he has to get with him is Kui Tuk, not the biggest damage dealer. Ling Bang, not the best person there, so he has to turn back. But now without the Tremor Smash, Team Singapore, they know they can engage.
True, and also look at this. Blizzard is looming with a burst. Look at the back. Look at the back.
Behind.
Yanji's gonna go in. But where's his teammate? His teammate is far away. But Yanji is gonna push everyone. That's the Guan Yu gameplay that we all wanted to see. But there's only Huiduk right right now, and they're all gonna go back. Finally, a proper push coming in from a Guan Yu.
Yes, and although Team Singapore, they lost 2 players, but then again, it's still okay. They got 3, so they got the benefit of that fight, and that's what we want to see from Yanzi. And now they're looking for another one on the corridor. They first have to take down the tower. Tower is down though, but Yanzi is kind of low, so they have to retreat.
Yeah, they have to retreat, they have to reset, they have to reload all of their things that they need. But this is how it all started. They went in, and look at Yanji Cloud.
Ooh. Beautiful, beautiful. He knows his role, what he needs to do in the team fight. He needs to go all the way to the back, try to push as many forward outside of the tower if possible, and that's their winning condition there. But Team Vietnam, they're starting to get back up again. They get the Shadow Overlord. This is going to be a very important Shadow Overlord at this moment, because you want to make sure that your side lanes will be okay when you're focused into a team fight.
Again, they have to focus on giving a lot of space for Kayang, right? Because Kayang is the one who's going to be doing a lot of damage in the end. Sure, Yanji did a lot of damage too, and also Yuming, but the consistent missile attack with the critical hits, with all the doomsday effects, with the spark forge dagger, it all comes down for Kayang, especially with the frenzy. So I do think that they need to focus more also on trying to make sure that Kayang lives. On the side of Vietnam, they have to find Kayang. Who's going to find Kayang? Who has enough mobility?
Yes, exactly. Who is it going to be, right? Right now, my eyes are all onto Yanzi. Where is he going to be? Keep your eye on the minimap of where the Guan Yu is. Here comes the Trauma Smash, but CC immune, no impact at all. Oh no, this is going to be bad for number. Here comes Yanzi from the back, but Yanzi taken down immediately by Hui Tang. Now the rest of Team Singapore, they have to follow up. They got that pull, but is it enough though?
A very good focus fire coming in from Vietnam. They saw Yanji coming in. They said, no, not this time. They managed to get him down very, very quickly. Right now, we can see the Vanguard coming in from the top lane. It's going to be cleared by Kayang. I'm pretty sure Yanji is going to start to have a little bit of a hard time, because it seems like Vietnam is very well aware of the positioning of the Guan Yu right now, and they will start to save all of their resources, trying to make sure that Yanji is not going to come in freely.
Yeah, they're starting to read him like a book, right? Like, they know that he's going to come and do this one again from behind. So they have to always keep him in check on which entry point could it be from the back. As long as they have the information early on, Yanzi is not going to have a good time. But then that's going to be the challenge of focus. Like, can you remain that level of focus when everything is happening at the same time?
True, the level of focus has to really be intense right now with his goal. Goal is exactly the same, and they're going to get the title without no problem whatsoever. Yanji is trying to find that moment. But it seems like Vietnam, as soon as they see Yanji, they all turn towards him. That's what makes it quite scary as a Guan Yu player, right? Because if everyone is looking at you, you know something bad's about to happen, especially when there's a Laura Bloom who's going to be auto-attacking towards him from Hui Tan.
Yeah, you want them to look the other way, right? And don't look at him.
Yeah.
You look at him after he comes in and pushes people, and that's where, okay, you want to look at me, fine. But before that, no. But that is very good move there by Team Vietnam. And Team Vietnam, they continue on the momentum. They try to take over the jungle at the top. All 5 of them together, but the Blazing Brilliance unfortunately did not connect.
Yeah, great cannon blast coming in from Wikiat. He needs to be continuing this thing, but look at Yanji. Is he gonna push?
Okay, push!
He will try, but where's his teammate? His teammate is still very far. There's not enough communication coming in from Singapore. He might lose his life. Yanji needs to be very careful.
Oh, that was so dangerous, right? Totally agree with that. His teammates were nowhere to be found. But anyway, Team Singapore, they're going to switch up the strategy. Now they're sending Yuming onto the side lane to try to push the bottom lane. Try to put pressure back onto Team Vietnam to force them to return back to defend.
Previously, we saw the Republic of Korea and Hong Kong, China playing with Guan Yu and Nakoruru. The way they fight against each other is that Nakoruru does the counter flank because they were fighting against each other. But this time for Singapore, they have 2 flankers. They have 2 people with high mobility for Nakoruru as well, ignoring all terrains. She can just fly all over the place and make sure that she can have a very good angle to come into the team fight, which is very, very great, right? So right now, Vietnam surprisingly managing themselves to block the overlord, and there's nothing Singapore can do.
Yeah, they block all the entrance, and Team Singapore, they're not able to get close at all. So they have to let go of this Shadow Overlord again and put themselves in a defensive position unless they can get a big team fight win, like an ace or something like that. And Team Singapore, they're looking for that opportunity, right? We can see them starting to like, okay, let's get into the jungle, let's gather information. But if Team Vietnam is as a 5 right now, then Team Singapore, especially Yanzi, will need to get creative on like, okay, how am I going to go to the backline again?
Yeah, that's the question. Yanji really needs to find his own opportunity to go to the backline, but very smart from Vietnam as well. They are all aware that Yanja is missing. For sure, they will keep all of their skill sets one more time. But it seems like Yanja actually met with Bahua, and Bahua is really trying to push him, really trying to find a lot of damage towards him, and he has to run away. But it seems like they're gonna try to commit. Not at all. Almost.
Okay. If they commit everything onto Yanja, then they might be counter-engaged again by the rest of Team Singapore. So good discipline shown there. But keep your eye at the bottom as well. The Nakururu, Yu Ming, trying to push. But then again, there's a Shadow Vanguard there.
Yeah, he's trying to clear the Vanguard as fast as he can. But unfortunately, right now, they're going to try to defend as well. Yu Ming is still not back at the base. He's going to try to cut as much minion as he can to buy more space for his teammates, which is very smart.
Right now, Team Singapore, they are pushed into the back. But speaking about the back, Yanja trying to find an opportunity. And here comes the engagement by Team Singapore. They were starting off first, but Hui Tang is the one that gets Yu Ming. Yanja is the next one to fall. 3 players on Team Singapore. They cannot take the front. Kayang has to be extra careful. Then they're going in for Kayang. And Yi Hui from behind trying to deal as much damage as possible. And Weekend is super duper low. He has to leave right now. But Kayang in an awkward position will be taken out by Team Vietnam. And now Team Vietnam with the Shadow Vanguard. Team Vietnam will gain the victory in Game 2.
Back-to-back games here right now, and we are at a 1-1 between Singapore and Vietnam. We are down to the final game. Neck and neck between these two teams, as none of them want to be the one on the plane going home. They want to be on the plane going into that main event.
The main event is what everyone wants for sure, and Vietnam managed to prove everyone that they know what they're doing. You know what? We'll do it in our own way. And the way they react so quickly towards the aggression coming in from the Guan Yu, from the Nakururu, and they actually managed to somehow lock in the position of Kayang, who tried to defend the base at that very last moment just now. That's just what an amazing play.
Yeah, and Mozambique didn't really give too much impact, I would say. If there was a more tanky sort of frontliner, let's say like a Zhang Fei, for example, right, or maybe like a Lapu Lapu, but obviously it was bad. But in theory, if something like that, right, that they had, it would have been more effective for them because they don't have anyone to really draw those skills and allow like the Guan Yu to come from behind. Guan Yu cannot really go if the skills are all still ready because he might get stunned as he tries to move in.
I fully agree with you, right? As we saw in the game itself, right, where Yanzi was the one trying to be the front line coming in from Team Singapore, while the side of Yu Ming, he was trying to go for the side lane push. Now, it's a bit difficult because if your smite is always away from the objective, you can't smite the objective.
True.
And then you wanted Guan Yu to be flanking from behind, but if the Guan Yu is flanking from behind, you don't have a front line to face check pushes here, so it's getting really complicated and a bit messy coming in from Team Singapore.
Yeah, so probably need to figure out a better team composition to make sure that everyone has a better role than not too confusing, because actually in that previous game, I would really prefer for the Guan Yu to do the splits so that in turn he can continue the splits and turn it into a flank from the back, because that's how the split usually works. And having Yu Ming trying to force to do a flank from the back, exactly in that last war, that's how he went down, right? He went down alone, and Yanja hasn't been able to find a right positioning yet. So that's just very interesting how everyone executes different heroes differently.
Again, same theory applies to if Yu Ming wants to go to the back, right? The front line has to be able to draw enough first before he can start like, okay, now I jump to the back and I become the finisher. Because Yu Ming being a Nakururu is not the tankiest of hero, and if you go in at the wrong time, the skills are still there, you can get deleted instantly.
And it wasn't easy for him, right? He had his high moments where he was able to actually jump on towards key targets like Hui Tan and also Ling Van, especially in that top side where we saw the Razor cavalry come from Yenzi, just setting everyone up into the mouths of the Singapore squad. But then they went for the mid tower. They were chunked out low, and they were forced to give over control back into the side of Team Vietnam. So it was a bit of a waste, I would say, in that play itself, where they won the fight but they lost the objective.
Yeah, objective is ultimately what makes everything a lot easier after winning the fight. After winning the fight, you really need to focus down on what you can get, what's next. So it's quite also surprising on how Vietnam actually suddenly be able to regain control of the entire map, and suddenly they all started to get Tyrant and then they get Overlord, even though at the point of time the goal was exactly the same. So this goes back to the team comp, I guess, the way They don't have anyone who is tanky enough to actually open the bush, to actually try to force a zone and push them back. There's not much they can do when they don't have someone tanky.
Yeah, that became a very difficult decision for Team Singapore, right? Because of their draft that they put out already, but they have to work around it, right? In comparison with Team Vietnam, is that, okay, you have the Byron who can tank, open up the bush and all that, and then you have the Lampo can do the same as well. So you have like two good tanks that can actually do that, and because of that they can play a front to back. Very simple strategy by Team Vietnam, if you ask me.
And look at the goal graph that you guys mentioned, right? You guys mentioned that, okay, Team Singapore was always in control at the later stages of the game, but due to the fact that all the overlords and tyrants were given over to the side of Vietnam without any contention from Singapore, the game started losing control. If it's like a 1 to 2,000 goalie, it's quite invisible. Like, it doesn't really matter at the late game, because if you have the tyrant buff and the overlord buff, the enemy will always be on the passive end. In this case, Singapore.
Yeah, and we want to see that advantage to extend towards Singapore, right? Because they were leading in terms of goal. They were actually controlling the entire thing for a while. Because at first, well, we do see this lead coming in from Vietnam. It's just not too big. It's just a little bit small. Just 1,000, which is, well, we can say it's nothing. But they're winning in terms of fight. So the way Yaji actually went in and tried doing a lot of different things in the top lane just now, it was also good. And we were wishing to see more of that. But that one fight is enough to reset the mentality of the Vietnam players to, you know what, we have to focus on Yanji first, do not waste your skills.
I would have liked to see Team Singapore challenge for the Overlords and the Tyrants a bit more. Yeah. It's like they almost give it like for free. Yes, your opponent is like, okay, spread out to try to block all the possible entrances and all that. But if you don't really try, it's basically like, nah, take it for free and they would just snowball from there, right?
It's difficult, right? And we saw these fights coming in from Team Singapore and we were thought like, wow, is this the game-winning play? Is this the one that actually puts them on towards a 2-0 lead? But then you start to see Kaiyang gets taken down, Yihui gets taken down, Yanzi very low, and then it leads to the Overlord being given over to the South Team Vietnam. And ever since that play, they started to mark Yanzi. No way of the horse in flanking multiple members. They save crucial crowd control, especially Bao Huang on the Uku Tachibana spell 2 stun.
And to be honest, there's a lot of times where Yang actually tried to make a play, but so many times that his teammates are actually quite far away. I'm not sure if that's Yanji's fault because he's far away from the team, or the team is far away from him. I'm not sure which one is which. But for sure, I do think that if the team could be much more in a closer formation to be much more ready for what's about to happen, I'm pretty sure Singapore will have a very different game in this one.
Well, we're going to award the MVP this time to Ling Bang. I would say that all 5 of them actually moved very well together, right? So it was kind of hard for me to pick like, okay, that one standout player, but Ling Bang was not protected overall, especially when there's a potential that, oh, the Guan Yu will come from behind, Nakuru will come from behind. Your 2 tanks are good enough. One takes the front, which is for the most part the Lampo. The other one is the Byron that normally takes care of the behind, and puts Ling Bang in a comfortable position.
He was just dishing out damage without the worry, right? He's only elimination that he got taken down was that one flank coming in from Yanzi. Ever since then, well protected, well positioned, and always dishing out the necessary DPS to make sure that Team Singapore didn't have it easy at all.
That's the benefit of having a frontline tank, right? Or, I mean, whoever that is sustainable at the very least, to just be in front, to just fend off anyone else who's trying to get close towards the damage dealers. I think that's the biggest difference in terms of the team composition, the hero picks coming in from both sides, because I was hoping for more of a match balanced pick for Singapore, but we do see that they're trying to be very aggressive with their picks, trying to really start the war and find opportunities themselves.
Well, at least not all hope is lost yet, right? For both sides, now we are at a 1-1.
Wow.
But this is going to be the decider match. One team will surely go home, one team will move forward. And both sides, they actually have their own advantages, right? Game 1 was Singapore's draft. Game 2 was how Team Vietnam actually played the map, how they protect each other from the Guan Yu. They are at the top of their game here.
And you have to put it into perspective where you are now won first game from Singapore, second game from Vietnam. So the momentum shifts on towards Vietnam right now, out of a good victory here. You need proper mental guidance here. The team manager, the team coach must make sure that Team Singapore is in a correct mental state. Don't think about last game. Think of this final game as a regular BO1. You win, you advance. You lose.
You know what? That kudos to the coach of Vietnam, because they managed to reset the mentality of the Vietnam players from the first game. going into the second game. And right now, we're going to see the third game from these two teams. And Singapore is going to go with the blue side, having Vietnam on the red side. They're going to have to be doing the first pick. And not surprising if they're going to go with Nakoruru again.
We might see Ukyo Tachibana being taken away. I feel that the Ukyo Tachibana was the main factor coming in for Team Vietnam in suppressing Yu Ming and the remaining members in the first few moments of the game. And then later on, we might venture into some of the key other picks. And then I feel like it's going to be a trade-off between Nakoruru to the side of Vietnam and the Ukyo Tachibana to the side of Team Singapore.
Yeah, and I mean, there's so many possibilities, right? And I believe that these two teams, they will be adapting based on how the draft goes as well. Like, nothing will be really fixed. Maybe some, like the channel, banned out or being picked out, that could be one of it as well. I believe the Mai will have some showing whether it's banned or picked too.
Yeah, surely. And we're going to go into the draft right now. Let's see, are they going to be able to choose the right heroes this time? Charlotte has been banned out once more, and Heno. That's considered as a consistent respect ban that they've been showing. And it's been working out quite well for them because they almost managed to get the win. And Chano this time is going to be banned out by Vietnam again, so to make sure that Singapore, Kai Yang cannot do what he needs to do.
And that's going to be a Garuda and Ata here. So that's the Game 1 draft that Singapore has showcased us in the previous game itself, and they found relevant success in that manner here. But not locking a farm lane here means that the subsequent draft, we might see a Aaron being banned out, a Diren Jie being banned out, then maybe Kai has to go for a pick like the Shouyue, for example.
Ooh, the Shouyue that early on? I think there are other options, right? If you kind of think about it, like the Diren Jie could be another option as well, because I'm worried that if you put a Shouyue, he's quite vulnerable, right? Yeah, you need to have a secondary tank if you want to put a Shouyue.
Yeah, definitely. And right now with the Ukyo, and also we have Diren has been taken out as well. A lot of farm lane is being focused down because Vietnam do acknowledge that maybe the winning condition of Singapore really all goes down to Kai Yang. And right now, having the Kui that is being banned is quite smart because Vietnam sometimes leans more towards playing annoying heroes. And you know what? They're doing the right thing.
They are doing the right thing, and I want to see what they have in store right now. It's the exact same 3 picks coming in for Team Vietnam. The only difference is it's not an Aaron anymore. Both farm laners swap their positions in this case. We do get another form of a roamer here in the form of Yu Huan going over to the side of Weekend here, but improvements. At the very least, that's an Ata that can actually stand in the front for the team this time around.
But then again, who's going to stand in the back? That might be a little bit of worry, right? Because before this, it's like, okay, there's only one tank that can stand the front, and then who blocks like the other entrances, right? So that can be a bit of worry for me, but Sagi.
At the very least, they can go and open the map. Yeah, at least they can
at the very least,
to be fair.
To be fair. Because previously, you need a Guan Yu to be consistently at the back line going in for the aggressive takes, but he went through the front line, and as Adam likes to say, Guan Yu's not the best of the tanks in the front. Not too tanky, not too cool. So it's definitely coming down to this final Ata pick here. Gentlemen, Game 3 on the line. Only one team makes it to the finals of our last chance stage.
Thank you, Sagi. As we go into the game right now, we want to see on how the execution from both sides of the team. That's what matters, right? Because it all goes down to how they're going to rotate, how they're going to make good use of the Ata's tankiness this time. Very interesting to see a double smite coming in from the Singaporean side. It seems like they're sending Ata towards the clash with a smite.
Yeah, the same success factor, right, as game number 1. When they had the double smite, it almost feels like Team Vietnam cannot contest for any objectives at all. Even if they try, it will be very difficult unless they're able to really zone out the place of Team Singapore. So right now with the double smite, Team Singapore, we can expect them to be more active when the first Tyrant comes up. Then it's going to be Team Vietnam's calling card, whether they want a challenge for the other.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, we do have both of the team doing proper goal sharing just a little bit, but it seems like the damage coming in, just trying to poke the Singaporean players in the bottom lane, and they're doing it quite well for now. Yanji is still at the top lane, though. He's trying to get the spirit, but look at this, they're gonna jump in.
Rotation, they're looking at Huita, but then again, right in front, Nampo tries to block their entrance, but Huita will still fall. First try will be given to Yi Hui, just like that. But Ningbang gets another target elsewhere, so a bit of a trade-off here between the two.
A bit too long coming in from Yu Ming. He stayed there for a bit too long with the help of Zia as well. They managed to actually clear all the minions, and the tower starts to focus down on Yu Ming. I think this is a bit a waste of HP also of the goal right now. But sure, in the top lane, they still have Atta, who hasn't done any rotation yet. So that's what we want to see afterwards.
But Team Vietnam, they got all the buffs so far. Look at this, right? They stole away all the buffs of Team Singapore. Now, for Nakoruru, you need the buff, right?
Yeah.
You need the Azure Golem. And if you don't have it at the very beginning, that will kind of slow down your farming rate.
True. Definitely will slow down the farming rate. The rotation coming in from Yu Ming's trying to get the blue buff for now. Still have Zia quite nearby, trying to move from one bush to another. Wings of Judgment trying to find them off from the area to make sure there's a lot of space for the teammates to farm at the bottom lane. And we can see on how Singapore is really trying to save Kayang from any move towards him.
And Huiduk just keeping an eye out to Janssen, but I don't think there'll be big engagement between the two for now. It's more of like, okay, I'll just wait inside here, just gather information and send it over. What will the big contest will be at the bottom? I want to keep my eye on the bottom here because they seem to be keep wanting to go for Huitang.
Yeah. And also the damage coming into Lin Van is quite high. He's forced to use his flash, trying to save his mid lane from minions for sure. But finally, Kayang might have a little bit of space to breathe, and he will try to focus down to get the RD. But RD from Huitang manages to go back just a bit into the tower. Right now, they're going to be clearing the minion as fast as they can.
Oh, that's a lot of damage onto Yihui. But lucky enough for Yihui, he's able to attack that one enough for him to survive, and he will turn back. Plus, there's a heal off underneath the tower, so he'll be okay for now.
Yeah, Huitan still using the Parasola, manages to run away quite efficiently as well. The Yanji is still at the top lane, by the way. He hasn't done any rotation just yet. We want to see him to be doing a lot of those tankings, a lot of those opening the visions for his team. But you know what? It's probably still too early. It is probably still time for him to keep on farming.
Yes, as long as he has the space though. But then again, 5 more seconds before the Tyrant comes up, and both sides will need to be prepared for it. And it looks like Team Vietnam, they are ready right in front of the Tyrant. They will go in for it, but they have to be aware of the double smite that Team Singapore has. Right now, Tyrant 50% of health, but looks like they will go onto the backline with the trouble smash, but it will not be enough to take the idol. Nampong is in trouble. Nampong able to slide away the safety, but Team Singapore, they take away the Tyrant from the hands of Team Vietnam.
Somehow they managed to really control the area, and using the smite coming in from Yanji and also Yuming, this is actually quite good coming up from them, trying to really utilize Yanji's smite and the tankiness that he has. That's the advantage that they do have. Singapore manages to destroy the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane.
Wow, very, very good response by Team Singapore. They're confident with their smite. They're confident with the double smites that they have. They already set up a double smite. What they need to do is that they really need to push Team Vietnam when the objectives are up. If not, Team Vietnam, of course, will take it for free. And with that level of confidence that they're showing, they got rewarded for it. Now it's all about winning the map.
And this time around is where we can see both sides of the team don't have any flankers. No one to actually force himself to go through back and try to push them back and forth and whatnot. So it seems like they're going to try to engage directly forward, and Wings of Judgment has been used. He's trying to find him, but will he be able to run away? Yehui is going to go down first. Huitan manages to find the damage, but Bao Huang so aggressive with the Ukyo.
Ooh, that was a close one there for Bao Wang. Lucky enough, he's able to jump over the ghost ship and able to escape from there. And they managed to get the Yihui in that process, so it's a small win for Team Vietnam. But they still need to catch up in terms of goal, about a 1,000 difference. And at the same time, they have to be careful of Yuming, who has been playing that split push again.
Yeah, they keep on getting caught one after another, right? Without anyone trying to tank in front of them properly. Still waiting for the moment for Yanji to actually beat forward. But exactly like what Cloud said, who's going to protect them at the back?
Yeah, exactly, right? The backline is vulnerable when that happens, so they have to be very aware of the situation every time that happens. But now Team Singapore, they are starting to group up together in the middle. I don't think they'll be interested in this overlord, but rather they'll be interested to see how they can kind of stop Huitang at the top before he takes out the tower.
Yeah, right now we still have Nampuang trying to run away to the back. We still also have Huiduk nearby. The most important thing is Lin Van is going to be able to really help them from afar, trying to provide all the debuffs that he needs to slow down the rotation and movement from the Singaporean team. No one is going to be sent out towards the side lane to push the side lanes. They're all going to be focusing down towards the mid lane here.
Oh, Yanji receives damage, and now with the ghost ship up, they will try to split them all up. Here comes the Nampong, has to run away, flashes to safety. Universal Law will be used to shoo away the members of Team Singapore from moving forward.
Yu Ming hasn't joined the team fight in the mid lane. He's gonna go to the top lane. Same time, he's gonna do the due diligence obligation for him to actually destroy towers and go and push the side lanes, which is very interesting too, right? Because he has all the mobility that he needs, and the fact that his team is not really committing to the fight is also because he's not around.
And look who's around though. It was Nampo wanting to try to find an advantage here, because right now the Tyrant, the Overlord is still up, but I don't think they'll be interested in this Overlord. It's more of like information gathering for Nampo. Now, for Team Vietnam, based on their setup, right, if you would agree with me, their setup is more team fight based.
Yeah.
So they have to kind of force fights. Yeah. If not, Team Singapore can continue to scale with the double fight.
Yeah, I agree. And right now, also at the same time, they can try to clear mid lane as fast as possible. Pretty sure Yukui has to clear it with Wings of Judgment soon. If not, then they'll just try to slowly clear the minions. Still have the buff that has just been taken by Bao Huang. The game is looking like a stalemate. It's not moving around at all. It's like it's plateauing because there's so much respect from each other. There's so much being careful to one another. But look at this!
Oh, Tremor Smash all the way to the back. They managed to catch one. And it's going to be Yu Hui down just before the Tyrant. This is a big advantage to Team Vietnam.
Yu Hui actually goes down. A bit overextension over there. The Parasol is going to be tried to be used to try to get the blue buff. But it seems like Yu Ming is just right on time. The rotation coming in from the Vietnam, trying to destroy the tier 1 tower for the top lane is a good choice. Right now, there's going to be giving a lot of chance for Singapore to get the Tyrant instead of the Overlord. Interesting on how Vietnam actually went towards the top for Overlord instead of Tyrant.
Yeah, I would think that they would go for the Tyrant as well, right, because this is still the below 10-minute Overlord. Yes. And it's not going to give them that much. So to me, Team Singapore, they made the right choice of going for the Tyrant instead. Yes, they lost Yi Hui, but they got the Tyrant. It's not bad.
True. And right now, 1,000 gold in front. He's going to be trying to clear the minion as fast as he can with the Wings of Judgment. He's not going to hit heroes. He's going to hit minions, trying to make sure the tower still stands in the mid lane. This is how important it is to make sure the tower is still there.
Okay, next Tyrant and Overlord is going to be up. This one, if Team Vietnam wants to go for the Overlord, I'm cool with that. I'm down with that, right? But let's see what sort of decision will they make here. Gathering in the middle, again, both sides just face-checking each other. And now Yance, he has swapped into a role of more opening up the map, face-checking, because he's the only tank for the team. He just needs to be careful not to be taken down. If he gets taken down, there will be no secondary tank for Team Singapore.
True. That's the biggest risk that Singapore has right now for sure. But they do still have the Tyrant buff from before. They have to do something right now. The damage is trying to come in, but Nam Puang is still quite in front of them. He's not going to try to go in just yet, waiting for Lin Fan to actually use his Universal Law to clear in the mid lane. But at the same time, 10 seconds before the Tyrant and Overlord spawns.
Look at how tanky Nam Puang is, right? Like, he's able to absorb all that and just feel ticklish after walking out. It's like no effect at all to him. And Team Vietnam, yes, they're going for the Overlord. Team Singapore, they're going for the Tyrant. This one, I okay, Jim.
Yeah, and Hui Tan actually managed to get the blue buff just now, just by stealing, going there. And I think it's a good move coming up from the Yu Ming. Actually manages to get the Tyrant, and the Tyrant goes down. But it looks like they're going to try to force it one out. Tremor Smash has to be used to try to run away. It's to disengage, and this means Vietnam doesn't have any crowd control coming out from them, and they have to be just a little bit more safe.
Yeah, Tremor Smash is the big one, right? And the fact that Team Singapore is able to force that one out, they can actually plan for the next team fight.
Yeah.
And plus, they just got a shield for weekend, so that's going to be allowing them to sustain into team fights even more. But because Team Vietnam, they realize that they don't have the Tremor Smash, they play it safely for now, wait for the Tremor Smash to be available, then they will come back in.
Yeah, this is what we discussed about just now, right? If they have the advantage, what do Singapore do? Where do they go? What tower? Do they have to focus all top or bottom, or what objective? This is the most important part, because right now they are even in the goal. They are almost you can say this is the lead that they have right now. And the tower in mid lane finally has been destroyed by Singapore.
Oh, that took them a while there. Team Singapore, they still have their own tower, so they still have that advantage of having that space, but they also have to be aware of, like, because they gave away the Overlord towards Team Vietnam, now the Shadow Vanguards are starting to push in all lanes.
Yeah, right now they're trying to find all the damage here.
But
then he goes in with the Wings of Judgment, trying to get the back line as well. But look at this, Kaya is still in the right position, trying to find everyone. But the Yu Ming is so ready from the side. They're still trying to get the rest of the team. Can he runs away? today. Haida manages to escape this team fight. And right now, Yumi is rushing back to the base, trying to save the tier 2 tower from the top lane, including the Vanguard still down below. Vietnam still gonna get that one free tower.
I love the positioning by Team Singapore, where they want to try to stop the Team Vietnam from turning back in that last fight. And they took down a couple of players from Team Vietnam. Now Team Singapore will be pushing down the mid lane. They take down the tower, but they will pull the handbrake because the rest of Team Vietnam, they're going to be back on the course soon. Instead, Team Singapore, they're going to take this moment to clear off the jungle.
Again, this is the crucial moment for Singapore, right? They really need to focus on what's the next objective. Where do we move together to? But this might be just a little bit too risky. If he gets caught, this might be dangerous, and he escapes. But look at this, very aggressive from Huitan, trying to get Yumin. Can he manage to run? He does manage to do so, but they almost get flanked by Yanji. Yanji saw what was happening, and Yumin was quick.
Oh, that was so close there. My heart almost dropped. If he gets caught, then that's it. Yes. And that's going to be the calling card for Team Vietnam to just push forward. But now with still all 5 players in time for Team Vietnam, they have to play this carefully. They will start off by taking down the golem first, at least win a small buff for themselves.
And by the same time, Yuming is very smart about that. He actually went towards the Azure Golem in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
But right now, he might get...
done!
He goes in, very brave, Tremor Smash has been used. He has wasted his Tremor Smash. This means Singaporean team knows about this. They can go in at any time.
And no Tremor Smash. Before the Tyrant is up, this could be an opportunity for Team Singapore to try to snatch it away. But because they have to defend their lanes, they have to clear off the lanes at the top. So this will allow Team Vietnam to regroup again. But keep your eye on Yuming at the bottom. He wants to try something funny there.
Yeah, I saw that, but he's trying to find a chance. But I'm not sure about Singapore sending 3 people to defend that one wave. I think it's just a bit of a waste of time. They know that Lampo doesn't have ultimate, right? So why don't they go in right now? Why don't they try to secure the objective? And they have 2 smite.
Oh, but they're going to go for double here, okay? Anyway, Yuming will secure the Tyrant. Can they make it in time though? Looks like Bao will be able to secure that. Overlord is dead, and now they're going on to the back where Yuming is there. Yuming trying to catch whoever who's still there. Huiduk is not the target that he was, but the ball will go down to the hands of Kayang.
Very smart from Yuming. He just shows his presence to show present control, and no one was there to actually go and touch him. Actually, if the 4 of them actually turned around and looked at Yuming, I'm pretty sure he will get caught immediately. But the next objective for Singapore is trying to get the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane, and right now the high ground tower.
Oh, and here comes the marching down the mid lane, but they have to clear off the waves as well, as Team Singapore have Weekend at the forefront, opening up the space with information. They know that Team Vietnam, they're going to be back as a 5 soon. They back off immediately.
Very smart for Vietnam to actually keep the Shadow Vanguard all the way to minutes 14. Right now, they will be able to send the Shadow Vanguard towards the bottom lane, and it is the responsibility for Kayang to clear the Vanguard from the bottom lane. But look at this damage dealt ranking. It's all for Lin Van with 83,000 damage just for himself. His involvement in team fights is just superb, making sure that Vietnam really stays on top of the team.
Look at this. Kayang bought a Blood Rage. It's not an item that you often see with Erin, because normally you go like, okay, I just want to go for all in damage items and all that, right? But Blood Rage for Kayang, because he knows that he needs to stay alive as long as possible, and he's being targeted now by Team Vietnam, so he blocked the Blood Rage for himself.
So I think it's a good thing too, because Blood Rage also has a little bit of physical attack as well, and providing a lot of shield, of course, especially when he uses it below 50% HP. But yeah, against Huitan, it's probably going to be good because no one has true damage coming in from Vietnam except for the one who is holding on to the Crimson Golem buff.
Oh yeah, that's right. So the Blood Rage is a really good item. So far for Kaya, he's able to get 1 takedown, and that's about it. And he knows that that is not his typical standard, that he knows that he can get more, but he needs to find an opportunity. They need to find a good team fight, which is by first trying to bait out Nampong's Tremor Smash.
Yeah, right now, Nampong still has his Tremor Smash. I wouldn't be surprised if Yuming manages to do the same thing over and over again. Very aggressive coming in from him. Even though he's just an assassin, he's very confident with the mobility that you have with the Nakororo. I'm pretty sure they will try to catch him if he shows his face, which he did. They're all going to go all over him right now, Cloud.
Oh, they're going to come in from the other side as well. Yuming surely will not be able to escape this one. And it's going to be a straightforward takedown there. He stood too long in the lane, but Team Singapore, they have to take advantage of the fact that most of Vietnam players are at the bottom, trying to push at the top, but the Universal Law will stop them.
This is a base race that's happening right now. They have to go back. 100% loss enough to clear all the waves. The high ground tower in the bottom lane is going to get destroyed. But look at this ultimate coming in from the Garuda. Will it hit? Will it connect? It's not enough. They're all still very much well alive. Without the presence of Yuming, they have to play it safe.
It was unfortunate for Yuming to get caught like that, but the information should have been there, and like, hey, the players of Team Vietnam, they're close by. Like, you can show yourself at the lane. If not, that's exactly what will happen. And they paid dearly for it by losing the final tower at the bottom.
Yeah, and the goal right now is still on the side of Singapore, by the way. So they have to make good use of this. They have to rotate together with Yanji. And somehow they have to be much more closer to Yuming in case anything happens.
Okay, right now the Tyrant is up though, but who's going to engage first? Ghost Ship will be used. Now, no Ghost Ship, but look at Yuming. He is keeping Team Vietnam busy by himself, and he's going towards the Tyrant area. Looks like they're not going to look at the Overlord. They're going to leave the Overlord for Vietnam, but at the same time, they're just going to buy enough time for maybe Yuming to do his thing, and Kaya will get the Tyrant.
This is actually quite dangerous for them. They were only 3 of them. He's trying to force to steal it again, but look at this fight. Trying to get Nampuang, but Nampuang makes to run away. But the waste of Dashman almost gets Nampuang. He managed to run away. But look at their base. They need to protect the bottom lane. They need to send someone over there. This is the problem when the high ground tower gets down and no one is there to just clear the side lane. When you clear the side lane, this is the problem, Cloud. You show your face. The enemy knows where you are, so they can react to that information that they have and try to, take either objective or try to start a fight somewhere else, because the lack of one hero is all they need to make sure that the fight is no longer 50-50, it becomes 60-40 or 70-30.
Exactly, playing with the man advantage, right? The moment they see that, okay, no, everybody's there, they go in for it. And that's where Team Vietnam, now they have the advantage of the Overlord. Now they're trying to chase down the Yuming, but it's not going to be that easy. They cannot overextend them, but keep your eye at the top there, at the bottom as well.
Yeah. The Vanguard keeps on going in and no one is handling the side lanes. I think this is very important to really focus on, because they're going to keep losing high ground towers just for free. And I think they have to really, I know they have to rotate together. I have to be much more closer, but at least send one guy just for a while and then come back and join the team fight.
But you know what? We're going to get the Tempest without Hauler.
Yeah.
45 more seconds before the Tempest is up, and looks like Team Vietnam, they have control of the map, especially with the fact that they took down the bottom tower, and now the middle tower is down as well. Team Vietnam, they have the advantage, but they have to be aware of the double smite from Team Singapore.
And Yuming, the position that he chooses to stay at is precarious. It's just mysterious, and we want to see what he's going to do with this thing, right? Because we all know that his damage is a lot, and he has to be very selective of what he does. All the psychological warfare that the Vietnamese will have, not knowing where Yuming is, that's part of the game, that's part of the plan. The mental war that they need to really win, and to make sure that he's going further away. I'm not sure why he's doing this. Probably because Yanji is here, right?
Okay.
Probably because Yanji can try to steal it.
But that means that they don't have all 5 together. He has to join together with his teammates. Okay, he's rotating past the river right now. He's now in the middle. And Team Singapore, they managed to zone out the players of Team Vietnam. So nobody's going to really commit onto the objective for now. Everybody's playing dance.
Yeah, right now against Yuming.
Oh, we can!
But look at this! Waste of judgment has been used once more time. But the Tremors smash has been used as well. Trying to run away to the back. He has wasted his ultimate. Right now, Yuming knows this information. They can try to start the war without the Tremor smash. They can try to go all into the backline and find whoever that is up. But behind them, there's Hui Tan. He's so ready to go in. But Yuming goes to the back and holds on Hui Tan. Hui Tan is going to delete everyone available in front of him. But Yuming goes down. Yuming is very low and Yuming cannot do anything. Vietnam manages to destroy all of the heroes coming in from Singapore.
And the minutes are here, ladies and gentlemen. Team Vietnam will be your second finalist.
It took a full game series and a reverse sweep coming in from Vietnam, and they triumph too. They take down Singapore and they march on to the finals.
What a game coming in from Vietnam and Singapore. Both sides of the team actually did the exact same thing. From Hui Tan and Yuming. Yuming goes to the back line. Hui Tan actually prepares from a very good positioning. thanks because no one from Singapore was actually covering the left side. And you know what? Ali does have that capability of mobility to actually do such a thing.
And I was thinking that, wow, are we going to get an upset coming in from Team Singapore? And they were just neck and neck at it for the full duration of the game. Just slight mistakes that deferred them from apart. And that really set the stone for Team Vietnam in their qualification.
Oh man, this game was so close, right? I mean, the double smite was good, and the engagement by Yuming behind as well with the Nakururu was good. The attempt to split push was good, but there was that one mistake at the bottom. That one mistake, the Nakururu was caught. If that Nakururu was not caught that time, the story will be different.
Yeah, but sometimes we do know that Yuming is sort of forced to actually clear the side lane first because he's the only one who has that mobility, right? They can't send anyone else. They can't send Atta. Atta can just fly through terrains. He can just boing, just bounce non-stop. And there's nothing he can do as fast as Yuming. I think they made sort of the right decision to send Yuming. But again, it's all about showing up into the map, right? Okay, my face is here. I'm here. What are you guys going to do? So the response coming in from Vietnam is to actually to hold and not actually start the tempest yet. They want to get that war first, Agi.
And I think they had like a decision-making issue. I don't think it's an issue, but it's more of like a left or right sort of thing where do I want to fight for 50-50 on the Overlord, or do I want to consistently trade that Tyrant for the Overlord? So if you keep trading, there's not going to be any team fights happening. So for Vietnam, they have a Zilia that can constantly scale with that leveling here. And at one point, the Zilia was level 19, the Arlie was close to level 19, and it started to put more pressure into the late game composition for the side of Team Singapore.
So actually, at some point, when they had that advantage, they should have tried to focus more on team fight, maybe instead of trying to trade the Overlord and the Tyrants. This is the second time I think it happened like this one more time, right? Because the previous game also sort of happened the same way. But what do you think, Cloud?
Well, I like how Team Vietnam, they realized their weakness, right? Yeah. Their weakness is that they don't have a double smite. They know that if they want to go for a 50-50 clash for a Tyrant or Overlord, likely they're going to lose that one because of the double smite. So instead they choose like, okay, you take the Tyrant, I will always take the Overlord. And when they keep trading off that 50-50, they keep like the goal difference or even the advantages like about the same at least, even though like we kind of argue that the before 10-minute Overlord is not really that worth it, but they would take it because they just want to keep it at pace so that the late game they'll be ready.
I think that you made a good point, right? When they have double smite on towards the Atta and also Nakoruru, maybe they could have played more aggressively in going for that 5v5. Although yes, there is risk, but when risk comes, maybe you're rewarded with a win of a team fight.
Because especially when you have a smite on Atta, right? The first skill is crowd control immunity. You can't get stunned when Atta is using the first skill. So if he just jumps into the area of Overlord or Tyrant trying to win that same objective instead of trying to win a trade of an objective, I think they should have an advantage, especially when Yuming also is holding another smite. But eventually everything goes down to decision making in the game, and like Sagi said, not to hesitate, not to be like, do we do this or not? You have to like go now.
If it was me, right, if I was Team Singapore, I would challenge Team Vietnam for every Overlord that they go for. Like, I don't care about my Tyrant first, I think about that later, but I will always be at your Overlord because I know that you cannot win my double smite.
Yeah, I think that's a very good analysis coming in because I feel like the double smite, the team fight potential coming in from Team Singapore just wasn't realized because they were just constantly trading left and right on the resources here, and at the final few moments, Hui Tan and Ling Wan was just so far ahead already into that late game marker.
Yeah, so far ahead. And definitely the way that both teams really sends out their respective heroes to do their own jobs, like Yuming going to the back line and having Hui Tan going to the back line as well, is just super crazy. And what Cloud actually pointed out just now on how Erin actually bought the Blood Rage, that probably reduces the amount of total damage that she has. Usually if you compare to Hui Tan's itemization, he actually went with Sage Century. But also, again, these are two very different heroes. Arlie is more to a front-to-back hero, and Erin is a more front-to-back hero, and Arlie is more towards, you know what, she can do anything. She can flank from the side and whatnot. I think that both teams actually was so neck to neck, and I don't know who was going to win until the end.
To me, it's really down to objective taking, right? Yes. Like whether you take the Overlord first or whether how many towers do you clear. And when the moment Team Vietnam, they not only got the Overlords, right, but they also got the bottom towers. That was also a crucial moment after taking down Yuming. You know that they have like 70% chance of winning by then.
when you have a open tower tier 3 and an Tempest coming up, that wave pressure just constantly pushes you because you have to be always thinking like, okay, post 20-minute minions, they can solo end base. Even if it's one little minion, it can end. So for Team Singapore, that unfortunate mistake in that bottom lane really costed them.
Yeah, actually, you know what? You brought a very good point. I remember just now on how the Vanguards, even though it's a small Vanguard, they can destroy tower very, very quickly, right? So no one was actually sent towards those Vanguards to actually clear them. I'm not sure who's the right person to do that as well. Probably it's only Yuming that can do it quickly, but at the same time, there's a lot of responsibility on Yuming, man. He has to go to the objective, he has to go clear the side lane because he's the only one who has mobility. It's a hard game for him, for sure.
I would say if there's another person to do the wave clearing, right, especially when the minions already reach the tower, it's going to be Yihui. Yeah, Wings of Judgment, one time, clear everything. Similar theory like how Lingwan will use the Universal Law to clear at the top.
I mean, it's just the CD, right? When we have the Universal Law, way faster compared to the Wings of Judgment. So he has to think, if I use the Wings of Judgment here, can I play the team fight?
Yeah.
And then if he uses it, what happens later on in the team fight? Because he's one ultimate down, where Lingwan, his Ziya's ultimate, the CD is way faster compared to that spell itself.
Tapi if you think about it again, what happened to Umijon just now, remember? How he keeps on spamming his ultimate no matter what. He doesn't care about the cooldown, about team fight. His team revolves around his presence, and that's just good.
And it's good, right? As you can see the CD difference here, even though if Singapore was constantly at the advantage, up to a point where they had a 4,000 gold lead, they just couldn't realize it because they were not forcing the fights against Team Vietnam, which really cost them this game. It was so close between the two teams, but unfortunately, Vietnam was just one step ahead.
Yeah, so this just shows on how close it was, right? Because 1,000 gold lead or gold difference is very small, extremely small. So the fact that this is what's happening this way and they cannot really find a way for them to dominate the map, even though they're leading the goal, that's gonna be something that they have to work on in the future. That's what Vietnam is better at, the macro.
Yeah, and we're going to see highlights that feature both teams, right? Like at the early stage, Team Singapore setting 4 onto the bottom because they want to stop Huita from scaling, so they want to try to focus more onto the farm, which is great. I think the early game, Singapore, they did really well. But when the objectives, the Tyrants, the Ola starts coming up, the decision-making of where to go first gets a bit of a question.
Yeah, all the 10-minute objectives that we've seen thus far, Overlord, Tyrant, the trade-offs, it's okay. We do get the 50-50 here, but if you allow the Ziya, the Arlie consistently scale with their sanctification, then the pressure keeps on folding on towards you. As you can see, every single highlight, it's Tyrant finish coming from Singapore, then they want to fight for the side of Vietnam and trying to stop them from going back. And this was the most crucial one that Singapore had to suffer. They stopped that bottom wave, and you can see Nam Phong's positioning here. Spell one flash into the backside here, finding 3-man rated charge, and then, as of this point, Kayang burned the flash, Yihui burned the flash, and it's all too late for Singapore to find that comeback in the team fight.
Yeah, throughout the whole ordeal, Yuming was actually fighting at the back over there. He was trying his very best to get anyone, but he cannot touch them because they had help. But this will be the MVP for our match.
Again, second time in a row, Lingban here with his has to give a lot of respect to this guy. This time with the KD, 104 damage, up to 45.2%.
That's highest.
This is the highest? The highest. Wow, and damage taken only 8.6%. You can do so much damage, but you receive that little damage, you know you did everything right.
45.2. We have nothing to say about this. It's even higher than his previous game.
Yeah, right?
Wow.
I was expecting maybe number 1 is gonna be way higher than this, but yeah, this is definitely the highest. He actually did so well with Ziya. I thought that only Garuda could achieve such thing, but apparently he's proven me wrong because he played so well with the Ziya, and he's very consistent at it too. So it seems almost as if the point where maybe the next team's gonna go against Vietnam, which is the Kyrgyzstan, might have to ban Ziya.
It's a Ziya ban, and you have to understand from their perspective, they were a team that heavily replaced on the Haino, the likes of the Yuhuan, so it's not only his arsenal here, because remember for a fact, Lingwan on his first 2 days, it was back-to-back games on the Yuhuan with the MVP performance, and then today, back-to-back Ziya games.
Basically, this guy can play anything, right?
Yeah.
He's a master of the mid lane. So you can target ban him all you want, but you still won't have enough bans to take it out. So the best thing is that you try to adapt around the whole team situation rather than just think about Lingmang.
Yeah.
What a game. What a series, gentlemen. Like 2-1 in a reverse sweep fashion coming in from Team Vietnam. And all 3 games were neck and neck. It wasn't any games that would go to a landslide of effect. It was all 3 games of close games.
Yeah, definitely. Super close game between the two of them. And I think that after this, we're going to be seeing Kyrgyzstan against Vietnam. It's going to be even more crazier. But it's definitely a show of sportsmanship as well, right? Because they are trying their very best and no one is giving a chance whatsoever. And of course, the game that we watch is now, Kyrgyzstan is also watching the game. They're learning what is Vietnam doing right, what are they doing wrong. They can assess the situation and maybe try their best to counter whatever Vietnam was doing.
And they have a longer break as well. So they can chill, they can watch, they can analyze everything, and they're probably talking about the same things that we are talking about, right? Just in their context of like, okay, how we want to counter later on. Or can you play this? Can you play that? Can we play this strategy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? They have they're probably doing that right now. So I don't know. It's going to be quite interesting to see how Kyrgyzstan actually plays against Team Vietnam, because they are showing that they are starting to bounce back from the Laos game.
They are definitely needing of like both sides adapting to each other, because if you're Vietnam, you saw the first series of Kyrgyzstan, you're taking down nodes. And if you're Kyrgyzstan, you're resting, you're chilling on the beanbag coming in at Merebut Hotel, they're just looking at, okay, that's what he picks. Maybe we'll have some preparation going into the series.
Yep. And also, I would like to remind everyone about our new hero, Devara, that has been added. Classic AOV heroes are now free to try for a limited time. It is limited time, by the way. You're not going to be able to try it anymore after this. If I'm not mistaken, it's for the entire season. So don't forget to get this huge update for this cross-dimensional gathering.
I still think the Devara can play a farm lane though.
I think it can too, yeah. I've seen some streamers play it too, you know, like a Clash lane, farm lane, but then it comes down to how good the player is, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely, right. But I guess we want to know how good their play was, Sagi.
Oh, let's show it to the interview with Mara, right? Because that Vietnam series against Singapore was an absolute banger. And we want to know how they feel after such a commanding win.
From Team Vietnam, Nang Phung, congratulations! Oh my goodness, that was such an intense matchup. Now in game number 3, what we noticed was that there were moments that Team Vietnam was a little bit behind. But in the last few minutes, the last few seconds, you gained control of the game. Tell us what happened there and what was the chaos, the communication like with the team?
Thì đầu tiên chương trình muốn gửi lời chúc mừng đến cho đội của mình vì đã chiến thắng. Thì theo như chúng ta đã quan sát trong trận đấu thứ 3, thì tại những phút cuối cùng đội Việt Nam đã hơi thụt lùi so với đội đối thủ. Vậy thì làm sao trong những phút giao đấu cuối cùng đó chúng ta đã vươn lên dẫn đầu và chiến thắng? Trong lúc giao tiếp thì đội mình có gặp những cái sự gì mà hỗn loạn giữa các thành viên với nhau không?
Trước hết thì pha giao canh cuối thì bọn em có một chút hỗn loạn thôi, nhưng mà nghe lời của đội trưởng thì bọn em đã cấu rỉa đối phương trước và để cho Duhan của đối phương mất ulti rồi bọn em tràn lên đánh nữa.
At first, it was a bit chaotic between our communication, but by listening to our leaders' strategies, we tried to trick Yuhan to lose his ultimate, and then we start attacking together.
There was a lot of surprises actually from Team Vietnam. What we noticed, there were role switches, the Clash laner, the jungler, the farm laner. We were surprised with what was happening. Tell us about the decision of switching roles.
Thì theo như quan sát chúng ta thấy rằng trong đội Việt Nam đã có tới tận 3 sự thay đổi về vị trí. Bạn có thể chia sẻ về lý do và cũng như là cảm xúc của mình khi mà có những sự thay đổi đó hay không?
Trước hết thì vì game 1 là bọn em muốn thử sức với bài đánh là Lưu An và Mắc, nhưng mà không hiệu quả tại vì bên kia đã pick counter cá rồi, nên là game 2 bọn em sốc lại tinh thần và đổi lại vị trí như ban đầu để chiến đấu tiếp ạ.
So at first we want to try a new strategy by trying to play fun with the other opponents, Yuhan and Mark, but then they picked our counter, so it didn't effective. So in the second round, we tried to play as we had planned in the beginning.
And great thing, everything turned out really well. I want to know how excited are you to have this last chance and you move forward in the finals for that one last ticket for the Asian Games.
Nam Phương có thể chia sẻ cảm xúc của mình khi giành tấm vé cuối cùng và chiến thắng tại giải đấu ngày hôm nay hay không?
Trước hết thì em cảm thấy rất là vui ạ. Và bọn em đã vượt qua được đội tuyển Singapore để giành quyền đi tiếp ạ.
We are so happy to be here and thanks to Singapore. We are so proud of our team and so happy and excited to go further into this round.
Now for sure, Team Kyrgyzstan later on need to study a lot of the things that you guys are doing. There were so many surprises. Tell the fans what they can expect from you for the finals and let's invite them to support you later.
Nam Phương có thể chia sẻ một vài lời gửi đến các fan Việt Nam để thể hiện sự ủng hộ của fan dành cho đội tuyển cũng như giải đấu này được hay không?
Trước hết thì cảm ơn mọi người đã theo dõi và đồng hành cùng bọn mình và mọi người yên tâm nhé. Chúng mình sẽ đánh bại đội tuyển tiếp theo và bước tiếp đến Japan.
Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for watching on our journey. Please do not worry. We will defeat our next opponent and go further to Japan.
That's what we want to see. The confidence. Once again, congratulations and good luck on the final match later on. Lots of surprises from Team Vietnam. They came out on top, and now it's time to hear from our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you so much, Nam Phong and also Mara. And you can definitely see that was an amazing series. And thank you has been given over from the side of Vietnam or Singapore because that was really, really intense between these two teams.
For sure, intense and very nice of them as well. The sportsmanship from all the regions are just to die for. And this is the Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan, which they have played just now with 2-1 for Kyrgyzstan. Intense battle. And then the one that we just witnessed, Cloud, Vietnam and Singapore. How amazing was that one?
Oh, that was an amazing match then, not gonna lie. I mean, I did predict Vietnam to win.
Yeah, you're right,
So I'm Gucci, I'm
You and
Gucci.
Holler, you and Holler.
Yeah, you see me,
You Holler
we're
best
brothers.
friend. Yeah.
I mean, that's why later on after the break, we're going to have Sir Cloud and Holler casting for the final series of the day between Kyrgyzstan and Vietnam. Both teams coming in towards the finals also have to play back-to-back full series. And then, in a more similar way, the games went to a certain extent of the Tempest Dragon.
Yeah, seems like Tempest seems to be the pattern of the day. And I'm not surprised if we're going to be seeing 3 or 6 or even 10 more Tempest if there's 3 Tempest per game for the next 3 games that you guys are going to go through. So I think it's going to be very fun for us to watch a lot of Tempest for sure.
Before we, you know how to see like towards the Tempest, you need a very good phone, right? Because some phones you can't like handle 20 minutes of gameplay.
Yeah.
So you definitely have to check out iQOO 15R, our tournament official phone coming in for the 2026 Asian Games eSport qualifiers for Honor of Kings. Once again, thank you so much iQOO for sponsoring this event.
I have to say, that's so smooth, Sagi. That's so smooth.
That's why, yeah. Just like the teams, they've been growing over the last 9 days, right? Like Sagi has been going through like, okay, how do I do my segues there? Yeah.
Building up to this point.
Leading up towards this point. The most important one.
But you know what? Kyrgyzstan and Vietnam will be very interesting because Azad in the interview earlier, he said that they have been scrimming with Vietnam.
Ooh.
Right.
So they have more than this tournament's data to play with.
I think scrimming between each opponent, I think it applies to two teams, right? Like Vietnam is like, oh, I understand Kyrgyzstan, or Kyrgyzstan, I understand Vietnam. But, you know, sometimes like this, it's like, maybe Kyrgyzstan makes it out of their last chance. So let's not show them everything in practice.
Yeah, maybe that. But it's funny how maybe initially they thought that we need to practice with each other because it's okay because we're in different groups. But suddenly they're meeting here in the last chance stage, knowing that, oh no, I'm meeting the one that I practice with. It's going to be like, oopsie, we shouldn't probably have shown whatever that we have inside the scrims.
I mean, you have no way of rewriting the history now because it has already happened right now. So it's going to be an epic showdown between these two teams, between Kyrgyzstan and also Vietnam, to fight for the final slot going into the Asian Games main event. We'll go ahead to a longer break this time around, but please come back later for our final match of the day.
that really your best? I reserve mercy for what's known as the masses. And as for my wrath, it is reserved for the wicked. Only after enduring all 81 trials did I see how this world's hardships never end. How does your head compare to the Serpent Sovereign? Yeah! Huh? Divine form renewed! Evil, be gone! All forms fade! Before the Lotus Podium, all suffering ends! Mercy and wrath unite! I return from the West to dive back into this chaotic world. Little ones of Mount Huaguo, do you still remember me? The great sage, heaven's equal? I'll be back in a flash. Don't let any demons sneak in while I'm gone. Time to leave the stone behind and see where fate takes me. This land belongs to Mount Huaguo now.
Legendary!
Who will be the next to shine on the Asian Games stage? Contestants fight for the honor of their regions while we cheer them on from the stands.
Double kill!
This is a challenge, but it is also an opportunity. The tide has turned.
4-4, catching it
share the same voice, the same radiance. This moment of brilliance belongs to all of us. Together, we shine.
The new Honor of Kings version is here. Let's take a look at the two major areas of updates: hero control adjustments and battlefield balancing improvements. Basic attack targeting rules have been updated. If a player is crowd controlled for too long while using a basic attack, the attack command will now automatically be cancelled, preventing heroes from continuing to chase enemies after the crowd control ends. The movement wheel's dead zone has also been adjusted. After the improvements, there's no longer a dead zone in the center, helping prevent input interruption issues. After improving basic attack and skill targeting logic, even if base attack target priority is set to lowest absolute health, you still prioritize nearby epic monsters, and targeting will feel more intuitive. Next up is an overview of the battlefield balance updates. In the new version, the true damage value of the Crimson Golem buff has been adjusted, with the minimum value slightly reduced. The tower destruction slow effect has also been improved. When a tower is destroyed, nearby enemies will now be slowed. The teleportation portal cooldown has been reduced from 45 seconds to 30 seconds, allowing for more flexible tactical choices. A new lizard platform return mechanic has also been added. When a lizard leaves the platform's area, it will automatically climb back onto the platform. There are even more battlefield improvements waiting for you to experience in-game. See you in the Gorge.
Azuria, the southern archipelago of Primera. Here, humans and great beasts live in symbiosis. How this came to be traces back to a never-ending catastrophe. 2,000 years ago, Azuria's mightiest great beast, Anita, merged with the power that fell from the Sky Dome. That power amplified Anita's strength, but shattered its sanity. Driven mad, Anita transformed into a massive vortex, the world devouring everything in its path. Where it passed, great beasts were torn apart and islands were destroyed. This was the disaster that would define Azuria's history, the Eternal Calamity. In its wake, Azuria stood on the brink of annihilation. This catastrophe became known as the Great Desolation. In despair, the humans and great beasts, once mortal enemies, became each other's only hope of survival. The great beast Devita and humanity's greatest champion Devara abandoned their conflict and chose to work together. The great beasts sheathed their fangs, and the humans let go of their hatred. All surviving life grasped at one final power, the churning. Deep beneath the sea lay Amrita, a force brimming with boundless vitality. Through the combined efforts of humans and great beasts, it was awakened, restraining the calamity at the center of Azuria and restoring life to the world. But the calamity was not destroyed, merely sealed within Azuria's center. It erupts from time to time, bringing countless disasters to the land. Devara collected his knowledge and power and passed them down through the generations, hoping that one day the calamity could be ended for good. And so, this has continued for 2,000 years.
Chief Elder Devara! The calamity has erupted again!
It seems trouble has returned. The secret to life is to just take every punch and keep going.
Welcome to the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers, Honor of Kings. 20 regions, one stage, and only the strongest 9 teams will earn the right to shine above the rest. Taking place in Malaysia, June 13th to 21st, 2026. Coming to Malaysia, this is the battleground where teams fight for the right to qualify for the Asian Games. 20 teams enter, but only 9 teams will move on. Apart from the 20 regions, there are 3 regions that have direct qualification. Here is the 2026 Asian Games Esports Qualifiers Honor of Kings format. First, the 20 teams will split into 4 groups of 5. In each group, every team faces every other team once in a single round robin, with every match played in a best-of-3 format. That means every match matters. Every game matters. Every single point matters. The point system is simple. Win the match, earn 1 point. Lose the match, earn none. At the end of the group stage, teams are ranked by the total points they've collected. And from there, the road begins to shine. The top 2 teams from each group qualify directly to the Asian Games main event. That gives us 8 teams advancing straight out of groups. But for those not through yet, the light isn't out. The teams that finish 3rd in each group still have 1 more shot. They move into the last chance stage. There, they battle through one final BO3 single elimination bracket until 2 teams remain. The 2 teams will then face off in a BO3 match to claim the one final qualification slot. So in total, 9 teams will make it through, 8 from the group stage and 1 through the last chance stage. That is the rule. Now it is time to see who can rise through it. From across the world, regions gather here in Malaysia. 20 teams, and only 9 will qualify. The path is set. The stakes are clear. Together, we shine. Stay tuned, and we'll see you at the stage.
Itu bukan track kita.
Relax, bro.
Phone aku! Jom kembali.
Mountain View, angkatkan pengembaraan. Kau boleh.
Kat mana pula ni?
Water Trust.
Kasih boost!
Adventure.
Dapat pun. Steady, bro.
Rancangkan kemana gengmu!
Double kill!
Shall I compare thee to a summer's day?
Slain. Don't engage. Slain. Don't crush us like insects. Slain an enemy. Defend our base. Our high ground tower is under attack. Amazing! Unbelievable! Triple kill.
Ah, the fragrance of romance.
Ally has been slain. Rampage. Double kill. Amazing! Spectacular! Pentakill!
Lady Fortune is on my side.
With the new consignment market feature, both new and veteran players can earn consignment items just by staying active. Sell them to earn tokens and purchase the items you've always wanted. Players can head to Dragon's Hoard to get tradable appearances, chests, and more. Players can list tradable items on the consignment market to earn curio tokens. During the initial launch period of this feature, all item listings will have their listing charge waived. Use your curio tokens to trade on the consignment market, or purchase skins that were available before June 17th directly from the shop. With the new consignment items, players can complete events to earn tradable chests. Choose to open them yourself or list them on the consignment market for sale. Tradable skins can be obtained by opening tradable chests or by redeeming them in Dragon's Hoard. Tradable spritlings can be obtained by opening tradable chests. Tradable cards can be obtained by opening tradable card chests. If you bought an item but did not use it yet, you can still relist it on the consignment market.
Itu bukan track kita. Relax bro. Phone aku! Jom kembali. Mountain View! Mantapkan pengembaraan! Kau boleh! Kat mana pula ni? Water Trust!
Kasih boost!
Adventure! Dapat pun! Steady bro! Rancangkan kemana gengmu!
Ultimate not ready yet. You have slain an enemy.
My magic murmurs in ecstasy.
Legendary.
There is no escape for you.
Killing spree. Double kill. Triple kill. Spectacular. Kill.
spriteling skill, Dig It, is a passive skill, which will automatically trigger at fixed times each match, up to a maximum of 10 times. The skill grants guaranteed standard rewards like gold, XP, shield, health recovery, and more. There's also a small chance to uncover mysterious grand prize effects during the match. Dig It may also produce tradable high-value treasures. Detailed information about acquired treasures will be shown after the match ends. Each treasure has its own rarity and storage size, and obtained treasures will be automatically stored in your warehouse. If you want more high-quality treasures, make good use of the Treasure Fusion feature. You can also copy and share your code so friends can help speed things up. Treasures in your warehouse can be sold for event currency, which can be used to redeem skins, items, and other rewards on the event page. You'll even have a chance to win physical prizes like smartphones and cash. You can also spend event currency to bid on high-value rewards. The auction uses a hidden bidding system, where you can submit 2 bids for the same reward. The highest bidder wins, giving you even more ways to obtain rewards.
If you've ever wondered how to go from HOK player to HOK top influencer, this one is for you. HOK welcomes all creators. First things first, when you start as a HOK player, your in-game highlight can become your content. This is the first step of building your own social media presence. If you keep on creating and reach 100+ followers, you will be invited to HOK Studio and become a HOK Studio creator, starting to earn various incentives as you grow. You'll get token and cash incentives for your creativity. Stay in the loop with the latest game updates and get exposure on HOK's official media and website. When you keep pushing and reach 10,000+ followers, you will become a HOK advanced creator. Here's what comes with it: fixed quarterly contracts, steady cash coming in. We will also offer you exclusive creative guidance to level up your content, regular traffic boosts, plus exposure inside the game and across every HOK social platform. And when you hit 100,000+ followers milestone, congrats. You are a HOK top influencer now. At this level, you'll unlock custom game resources, exclusive emotes, your own pop-up banners, early access to the latest game events, skins, and even more. The next HOK top influencer could be you. Join us now.
Slain. Listen, and the wind will whisper secrets in your ear.
The Overlord and Tyrant have been hacked. Cannons moving out.
Legendary.
Fabulous.
This is my storm domain.
Our crystal is under attack.
Double kill.
Triple kill.
Quadra kill. Pentakill. A sorceress never gives up easily.
We have slain an enemy.
I, Devara, permit you to leave the field! Let thunder quell this domain! Your very existence disturbs this land.
Devara harnesses the power of thunder to fight his enemies. This is his passive skill. Basic attacks stock energy, and when fully charged, he gains an extra use of a basic skill. Each basic skill also grants an enhanced basic attack. Skill.
No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, you know won't let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can love ever, can forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine.
Back-to-back series with amazing teams fighting for the final chance at the last chance stage. And right now, 2 remains, 1 Kyrgyzstan and 1 Vietnam. For the final time today, I'm your desk host Sagi in the final day of our 2026 Asian Games qualifiers for the Honor of Kings. And joining me on the English broadcast, Holler and Sir Cloud. Welcome back.
Thank you for having me back again and going into the final one to see exactly who will be going on to the Asian Games main event. That's a lot of pressure, no?
Oh yeah, and it's going to be super tight, right? Because in Azad's interview, he did mention that they were scrimming with Team Vietnam along the way as well. So let's see what the actual after-scrim result will look like.
Scrims is something that we always talk about where it actually cultivates players and makes them a better one. And I think if we were to refer back to some of their series, whew, those were not short series at all. I think that was the longest series that we had from the entire tournament. First series, 3 games, almost every single one of them, timed around 18 to 20 minutes. Second series as well, every single one of them, 18 to 20 minutes. So both of these teams coming into the finals of the last chance stage, they are very well equipped with that. So that scrim knowledge that Sir Carl mentioned, it will come in handy because it's a test of stamina.
Yeah, test of stamina, but also the fact that they were all 3rd place. And then you're kind of seeing like equal footing across. Like we're seeing some of the most competitive games, and we're blessed to have it on, of course, the last day here.
And it's the first time we got a Tempest without Holler, though.
Yeah, which I was a little disappointed about. I was
Yeah.
like, hey, what's going on, guys? I didn't get that script. I didn't get the memo on this.
And well, this time around, maybe you'll get some Tempest here. You know, Kyrgyzstan is
let's
always
go.
playing, and Kyrgyzstan always has the Tempest here. But you know what else you can get? You can get a 1,688 minimum spend, no minimum spend token voucher here for the upcoming skin. It's going to be coming on June 27th, so mark down your calendars. And if you want any Legend skin, this is your shot.
This is definitely my shot, and I think that I will happily try and get that one. I'm incredibly happy about that token as well. Just securing more skins, I think that will all just, you know, everybody wants that in the closet, so to speak, in terms of just like having more available to you.
It's a flex, right?
Yeah,
it's a flex when you open your account, you show your friends, everybody starts comparing, like, hey, how many skins do you get? Oh, do you have this rare one? Oh, do you have this limited one? And or do you have this flawless one? Yeah, that's always a thing, right?
I like to decorate my own skin list as well, you know, like Mythic on the top, Flawless on the bottom, and then the Precious one, you know, it goes down towards there. Then you scroll it down, and then you shake your phone, jiggle it a little. It has that 3D poster effect.
Yeah. Actually, that's the coolest factor. I mean, not only do you get also all kinds of different amazing skins in the game, but also just the way that they've kind of organized it so that you can kind of see everything. So it's like, again, like walking into a wardrobe, and it's a full one, and you just like pick which one you want for how you're feeling that day.
Yeah, and sometimes it's like, oh, which one do I want to use now, right? Like for me, I have the entire Hou-Yi set. Yeah, I have the entire Hou-Yi set. I'll be like, okay, this game I'm feeling like this. That game I'm feeling like that. You know, sometimes I need to roll the dice, but yeah, it's all good. It's always nice to have that. When you score, it's like, I have everything.
It feels good, right? Definitely feels good. But talking about our upcoming matchup here, it's gonna be between Vietnam and Kyrgyzstan. After a short break just now, Vietnam currently is ready to challenge Kyrgyzstan for that final slot into the Asian Games main event. So, without further ado, this is the final matchup for the final slot to the main event. Let's welcome Kyrgyzstan and Vietnam to the stage. Let's go.
They have fought their way through every obstacle, earning their place among the final team still standing. Now, with their goal closer than ever, one final push could change everything. Here comes Kyrgyzstan!
Fast, aggressive, and always in control. Their exceptional zoning and relentless pressure have made life difficult for every opponent they have faced. Now, they return to the stage ready to dominate. Make some noise for Vietnam!
The the final ticket on the line. 2 teams and only one will walk away into the main event of our Asian Games. This is the final moment coming in for Vietnam and for Kyrgyzstan, and the stakes has never been higher in our Asian Games qualifiers.
Oh man, a lot is at stake here, right? That slot. And Kyrgyzstan will be represented by Zamabek, Dastan, Kubanic, Azad, as well as Marlen. Now, let's remind everyone out there, right, that Dastan got the first Penta strike in this tournament.
Oh yeah, on the Hansen, plus the Yaria on towards Marlen. I gotta give him props because he was the first guy who actually made the Hansen look good. And after that, coming in towards the previous series that they played, he was more on the tanky role that had more effectiveness because that gave Azad more room to actually showcase himself in those team fights here. But this time around, Vietnam takes on them.
Yeah, Hayduk here, Bao Hang, Ling Van, Hui Tan, and of course Nam Phuong. This is a squad that have found their footing based around the play of the mid lane. Ling Van has been setting things up. He's been the guy, if you will, of again, anything that happens positively, it's because he started it, he initiated.
Yeah, you give him anything he can play, right? We were talking about like how deep is this hero pool for the mid lane. The Zia was amazing, the Yulhua was amazing, the Heino is amazing as well. Like, what does it take to stop this guy at the end of the day?
I'll take a look at the stats real quick here. 29 hero pool versus 29 hero pool. Wow. Hold your horses, Holler. I know what you want to do. I'll pass it over to you just a little bit. Just let me finish this up real quick here. You can see the KDA here is really similar between both teams, but in terms of that dev department here, there seems to be more of a blunder from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan.
Let me in, coach. 67% first strike right from Vietnam. Well deserved. And the reason why they're playing in the finals, because of course, you need to have 6-7 in terms of the first straight right.
Yeah, when you were talking, right, he was like going like,
I know.
He really wants to say it. He really wants to say it.
There's also one more, right? If you check out the total games and total games won, 6-11 coming in from Kyrgyzstan and 7-12 coming in from Vietnam.
And actually, if you're looking at the first straight right, this Kyrgyzstan, it hasn't improved immensely as they've only played one other series. But you're seeing that this is kind of like a reactive thing, right? First strike rate, I kind of talked about it earlier today, but when your first strike rate is so low, it's because you're getting jumped on. You're losing that one out, and you're playing essentially from behind in the beginning.
Yeah, I'm also looking at, like, if we were to focus on the KDA, right? Yes, takedowns, pretty much the same between the two. But when it comes to the Ds, how much you're able to survive, right? It looks like Team Vietnam, they play it a little bit more safer.
Safer and lesser blunders, I would say. And just now, we seen how Ling Van was the true player, the true team leader here coming in for the side of Team Vietnam. He was the stable stone. Now comparing himself towards Kubanuish. He had back-to-back Angela games, and for Ling Van, back-to-back Zia games.
Yeah, and actually Ling Van has been the guy in terms of like throughout the course of the Asia Games qualifier, he's gotten the most MVPs on his squad. So again, with that average DPM, he's setting it up. Average GPM, of course, very high as well, but the kill participation, that's the biggest piece. Everything revolves around his play.
And the big piece as well, his average damage per minute.
Wow.
Like, that's a huge gap, right? Because he's been using heroes like Heino, like Zia, like even Yuhuan, heroes that really can burst rather than more utility type heroes, and that's shown by the stat.
And I remember just now, before we head to the break, where Vietnam went against Singapore, he had a back-to-back MVP performance with both games on Zia, having almost 45 to 42% damage now just by this one single player here. So if Kyrgyzstan wants to be able to topple against Vietnam, they need to shut down Ling Van in that mid lane.
Yeah, and actually it's funny because it's off of the Jia, and I'm not a huge Jia fan, right? Time and time again, I tend to find it kind of falls off. It's terrible from behind, but Ling Van showing how it's done, it could get you a huge edge, assuming you're able to go equal or ahead in the early game.
Wow, and Kyrgyzstan, they chose the blue side, so we can expect, a lot of focus to be given towards the mid lane. The Heino is probably going to be banned now, maybe even the Yuhuan to be banned. Maybe the Zia after his phenomenal Zia performance later on. So 2 bans, or maybe Kyrgyzstan would take the Zia for themselves, something like that.
Would you ban away some picks knowing for the fact that the enemy mid lane can play almost everything, or would you target him in a different way? What's your take on this, Sir Cloud?
I mean, I would. Honestly, we cannot ban everything, right? It's not possible to do that. So I would rather that we try to find a counter towards the mid lane. And not only the mid lane, right? It's an overall team strategy to try to find that loophole, try to find that counter based on the draft that's going to be out. You cannot overly put focus onto one player when everyone else also doing their job.
I like that, right? That's the correct philosophy when we go into the pick and ban stage. As long as you don't over tunnel in one specific thing and you allow the other great players on the side of Team Vietnam to actually stand up, then that seems to be a proper draft coming in from Kyrgyzstan. But we do get this start of the blue side here. Mai Nui and also the Yu Huang locked away.
Yeah, attacking Lingvan, right? And we were questioning, should we do this or not? It looks like Kyrgyzstan are looking to attack him as much as possible, take things away. And I do think that the Jia is a pick that you probably don't be wanting to ban. It's more about a synergy thing, play style more than anything else. But I think that you need to set yourself up, especially with the Yuko going first here.
Yeah, there needs to be a form of respect, right? At the end of the day, I mean, that's the reason why this guy is multiple MVP for the team. Now, there are other options for Lingvan here. I mean, we have the Ziya, depending on what sort of composition that he will play out later on. But they're going to pick up the Byron. So still very balanced pickup from Kyrgyzstan. They have everything. They have somebody who can engage, somebody who can throw out the utilities, and somebody to tank at the front. I look forward to see what's going to come up next.
And very aggressive as well, right? You have the Ukyu and also the Byron, arguably two of the best early game heroes in this Asian Games version. And to top it off, the RLD also suffers quite a bit when facing off Kyrgyzstan's Xiao Qiao here. So I'm pretty comfortable currently with Kyrgyzstan on their first 3 pick, and for Team Vietnam, it's more towards their comfort picks, what they're used to.
Yeah, I actually like it, right? The Xiao Qiao and the Byron, both of these guys are just going to make the life very difficult for Hui Tan on this RLE, because you know he's going to be piloting it. I know Bao Hang and Hui Tan kind of shift at times depending on what sort of farmland they're looking at, but they're going to look to go with a mechanically difficult RLE here. And I do think Kyrgyzstan's lineup counters it pretty decently to start.
And I'm looking at one more tank support to be blocked out. It's going to be the Lianpo perhaps. Because if Kyrgyzstan don't block that one out, there's a chance that Vietnam will take it, and then they will have, well, they still have Lapu Lapu to play with. Okay, so they'll block out the Lapu Lapu. Vietnam right now, they're considering to go for the Lianpo, and they will before Kyrgyzstan gets it.
Bit of a deja vu, right? Like, these are the roamers left available coming in, and then Nan Phuong, I think he has had a third game in a row on that Lianpo as well, you know? And then it seems a bit weird to me that you're banning away Zhang Fei and Lapu Lapu, giving away the Lianpo. So Kyrgyzstan, as we know, Marlin really favors the tank roam, so you're probably out of tank roamers here based on the second phase draft.
Yeah, actually that is very odd. It seems like Nam Phuong is actually more comfortable on the Lianpo based on the, as opposed to like the Lapu Lapu and the Zhang Fei. But maybe they're playing 4D chess and they're like, haha, we're going to trick them into picking his comfort hero because we have the trump card coming up here.
Well, what will the trump card be, right? They have been screaming with each other. And it looks like the Dia Dia is going to be the trump card. Now, having the Dia Dia, it's not like you have many other options, right? Because of the bans. I'm not really a fan of the Kyrgyzstan lineup right now because they will be very dependent on the Byron to open up the map.
Very early to make game draft, right? And then you only have a soul tank, like you mentioned, on the Byron here. So it's going to be a bit stressful if you are on the Kyrgyzstan side when you actually are looking for the aggressive vision. But the good part coming in from Kyrgyzstan's draft, super duper aggressive in the early to mid game. One Dia 2-2 coming in with a Xiao Qiao Blossoming Fan. That's going to be one pickoff immediately here. But if Vietnam can scale into the mid-late game, it will go entirely different of a story going in favor of Team Vietnam.
The finals now, we're going to be into game one. Winner of this best of 3 moves on to the main event. As we're going into this one, I mean, if we're looking at both sides, Lingvan finally gets his Haino as the last pick. Again, when your team revolves around a specific player, you generally want to be drafting it last.
Yeah, I'm liking the draft from Team Vietnam, right? Okay, number one is because they have the Lianpo. He can be a good map opener. He can open up the space in front. And then you have the Haino with the Fate Rewind. So if he gets jumped somehow, he can Fate Rewind back. So technically, you can call him like a secondary tank to a certain extent. So Team Vietnam, they do have good options here.
Yeah, and also, I mean, if we're talking about the fact that the Kyrgyzstan lineup is more early mid, they're going to be looking to push down towers. Vietnam, this Haino pick is all about slowing the game down. Fate Rewind for those towers, zip it right back up to 100 if possible.
Right, and right now we're still at the early stages of the game. Looks like both sides, they want to put focus onto the farm lane. totally understandable because when it comes to the late game, as Azad is expected to kind of carry the team. Same goes for Hui Tan as well. Both Direnje and also the Arlie is a hero that's expected to perform in the late game.
Yeah, and I'm looking at this one. I mean, from what we've seen thus far by Kyrgyzstan, whenever they win, Azad is the MVP, right? Just like Lingvan is on the Vietnamese squad. So if anything, you know this as Vietnam. You want to take down, you want to control, you want to ambush Azad as much as possible in this game early.
Now, this is what I worry, right, for Azad, because there's so much importance put onto him to carry the team towards the late game, but there's only one tank, which is Amalbek. Now, can he only protect Azad? It's pretty difficult, right?
Yeah, and it looks a little bit of action here. They get the nice little knock up and Dastan going down. He was caught with his hand in the cookie jar as he was looking for boars, and he pays with his life.
Yeah, and he didn't even manage to eat that cookie there. Too bad for him.
That's a sad story, man.
Oh, man. Yeah, at least you get one. But, yeah. But good rotation by Team Vietnam, though. It was almost like, oh, they see that opportunity, they straight move in. No hesitation shown by Team Vietnam. That's what I like to see as part of teamwork.
So one thing I don't like is that, I mean, if Kyrgyzstan are going to be aggressive, which you want to be, and now are they going to play timid? Are they going to be scared to, again, try to get, you know, a couple more steals here and there?
That was... Yeah, you got to be aware of where the position of Team Vietnam is, right? Like earlier on, yes, they tried to steal the force at the side, but they didn't really have that information, or maybe it was not communicated that Team Vietnam already made the rotation from the bottom lane. If Team Vietnam is still at the bottom lane and they go for the balls again, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, look at how Vietnam are threatening. You can see Lingvan right now threatening potentially those boars. Getting vision on, he understands who's around so that he knows where the rotations are going to be happening. And look at how Hui Tan and also Nam Phuong are potentially looking to gank because they know that somebody will probably make its way at least towards this brush.
Okay, they show themselves, so that's okay. It's a matter of information gathering. Anyway, 40 more seconds before the first timer is going to be up, so nobody's going to overcommit onto something yet for now, unless they see a clear opportunity.
Yeah, Vietnam, though, being very aggressive. I mean, they're efficient across the map as well. 1K net worth lead, and it looks like Hui Tan getting a little bit low. They actually try to get him with the light step and the heal, and now here comes the revenge tour. They might have dove too deep. Azad is going to be taken down. He pays with his life here.
Again, good rotation shown by Team Vietnam. Yes, Hui Tan, very low on health. He has to turn back. That's okay. But what's important is Bao Huang and the follow-up. That was really, really fast.
Yeah, very fast. And again, Hui Tan is one of the most mobile farm laners there are, right? And being able to lock him down, Kyrgyzstan, again, trying to go all in, trying to make some plays, get that potential kill, but unfortunately for them, they did fail. But now they're going to look to steal this Azure.
Okay, now who's going to get this buff here? He's still kind of open there.
Yeah, and back has to flash away. He gets a little bit low himself. The control from Marlon, he hooks on with that Hartwell. And now Vietnam, it looks like they're going to walk away with that blue buff as well.
Oh, but look at the space created for Azad at the bottom. He has a little bit of space, but again, the Team Vietnam, especially Bao Huang, wow! Just like that, he responds.
Yeah, I mean, but Nakaruru's got some serious burst. Azad, this is the problem with Direnje, especially when you're solo. At this stage, you're down in terms of net worth, and then trying to deal with the Nakaruru, who, again, can just jump on top of you like that, you're going to have a tough time.
I'm worried that Kyrgyzstan, right now, they are starting to lose the plot. They're starting to lose concentration, because a few times at the bottom, they've been caught.
Yeah, definitely been caught here. And Jamalbek is looking to get caught as well. He was just wanting the pheasant, but the Tremor Smash is going to be for real. And now Vietnam just quickly taking down the bottom T1.
Yeah, and this tower will be taken out without any problem. And especially if you have a Lingban at the front line, he'll be just throwing his spears and you cannot get close at all. If you want to try to take him out, everyone else is there.
Yeah, now it's going to be a flash away. Kubanic does get to safety. Vietnam is on the side. They have 4 members of Kyrgyzstan trying to defend this tower, and you can see how dire things are. It's not even 6 minutes, and look at how aggressive Vietnam are.
Oh, that made
they turned this around! Oh, what? Walked into the trap.
What?
He thought he was low because he had used the bait rewind. He gets on back with that, but it was all a bait.
Dude, that is probably the best bait so far in this tournament. Even if I see like, oh, he used the bait rewind right in front of me, I'll go for it.
Oh, it looks like Kubanic is going to be going down as well. This game has been nothing but Vietnam. It seems like Kyrgyzstan right now absolutely reeling thus far.
Oh man, that was Team Vietnam thinking 10 steps ahead there, Holler. Who would have thought that would have been a bait? They would have thought, Kyrgyzstan would have thought, that, hey, he did a boo-boo there. Why is he fate rewinding right in front of us still? Without knowing that the rest of Team Vietnam were waiting in the bushes.
And this is why Lingbot is so good, even the mind games, right? And that turned into like a little bit of like complete bait, right? In the sense of just like being able to walk it away, and you don't know where the brushes are. This is a vision game, and you're losing in that department.
Oh, now keep an eye on what's happening at the top as well. Hui Tan gets a free lane, and he will take down this tower unchallenged. While the rest of Kyrgyzstan, they're busy at the bottom, they're trying to rotate towards the top. By the time they go top, look who's at the bottom. Hui Tuk is there to push.
Yeah, Hui Tan is actually up 1.5 over Azad, who's died a couple times, but it looks like they will find him, and now Bao Hang tried to go a little bit in terms of the damage, but here come the reinforcements. The Tremor Smash on the 4, setting it up, but it looks like they might have gone too deep. Fate Rewind, he's going to be in a worse spot, but now Hayduk is going to show up. They're going to be under the tower, they don't care. Kubanis is down for the count, and throw these scepters out. Zamalbek on the run, flash forward. They find him with a power gradation and a double strike going the way of Hayduk.
Oh, 1-9 right now. Kyrgyzstan, how are they going to come back from this one? They have to defend this. They have to defend. Right now, the gap is very, very far. It's almost like Kyrgyzstan, they have to hope for Team Vietnam to make a mistake.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like it. They're starting to hit their groove. Even with, they got the pick off onto Hui Tan, and you're thinking, okay, this is an opening, but it's not, in fact, because Vietnam are so far up, all of the other guys are able to do their serious work in terms of the damage department.
Oh, man, I'm trying to look at, okay, what could be the comeback condition here for Kyrgyzstan, right? Okay, maybe try to challenge for the next tyrant, or try to at least hold on until the 10-minute mark, and then you get the overlord, and then you try to make a wave push to come back.
But this is an early to mid-game lineup, and they've been penalized. Now the Burst Ram, the Tremor Smash, only connecting onto one, but he's pushed it back. The mid-T3 is looking to go down. Hui Tan is getting a little bit low himself. They find Marlin. Hui Tan is down as well. So at least Kyrgyzstan hold that fort, and the mid-T3 still standing.
Yeah, that's a bit of an overextension there, and that's what Kyrgyzstan is looking for, right? For Team Vietnam to overextend, be overconfident, jump into their base side and try to punish them from there. Imagine if this happens a couple more times. Maybe Kyrgyzstan can make this comeback.
Yeah, but that's unlikely, I would think. Vietnam tend to be a little bit on the slower end. They're looking for their particular moments to go in.
All right, and breaking down the fight earlier on, we can see that Team Vietnam, they were very confident to just go all in, but it could have been a little bit of an overextension there where Hui Tan was punished, and by losing Marlin versus losing Hui Tan is a bigger setback.
Yeah, I don't think this is the proper comp to be really diving towers, right? I think that you want to kind of go slow and steady, use that slow siege, if you will, to kind of chip it away. I mean, it's already at half-life, and now this is a potential moment here.
Oh, a potential moment. They could jump in anytime soon. They do have the Tremor Smash.
Yeah, if they want to go, but they're going to be backed off. They're going to wait for these minions, and the wave clear is decent from the Kyrgyzstan side.
Just waiting for the moment where the Tremor Smash is activated. And Team Vietnam, they are now slowing down the pace. They're playing this patiently. They really want to hit a 5-man Tremor Smash, it seems.
Yeah, it's not only that, but like Vietnam, you're so far up. It's not even 10 minutes into this game. All you need to do is just slowly stick around. Maybe the minions come in a bit, let Hui Tan melt some of these towers.
And that's exactly what they're doing right now. The minions have arrived, and they will take down the middle tower just like that. Azad could be the next target, but Azad somehow still all right.
Yeah, he's going to be back into the fountain, but space created. Azad is at half, you can't fight, and now it looks like they're potentially going for the backside. Nampuang with another amazing Tremor Smash. Jamalbek has to flash away. He gets onto the back all the way to the fountain.
Whoa!
No, he gets sniped out. Lingvan goes in for this. They're all the way back into the fountain, and Vietnam have found an opening. They have control, and they're going to take the crystal, and Vietnam, just like that, take game number 1.
Quick and easy fashion coming in from game 1 of Vietnam in this important series with such a demanding victory over Kyrgyzstan. How does Kyrgyzstan respond?
Man, Kyrgyzstan, what they felt earlier was control, right? Control by Team Vietnam. Team Vietnam had control from the start of the game to the end of the game. It was entirely theirs from there, and it was kind of shown through the drop as well, right, while we were discussing it. For Kyrgyzstan, they are very dependent on only the Byron to open up the map. Now, if you don't have a secondary hero to open up maps, then you're not going to win space.
Yeah, you're not going to win space, and you're going to be completely playing a defensive game. You're completely back. Nobody wants to go in. Nobody wants to initiate because you are so far behind. Sorry, he caught me laughing on that one.
I mean, he's feeling it. You know, the Kyrgyzstan coach, we had a little chat with him just now, right before the game itself. They are confident and they are looking to actually represent their region going into the main event. But right now, this strong iron wall in front of you. If you can take them down, which is Vietnam, then maybe you have that shot. Because if we were to review back the game, there just seems like there was no real proactive play or opportunities coming in from the side of Kyrgyzstan in finding a comeback.
It didn't seem so much because it seemed like they were all pressured to play into the hands of Vietnam, right? It came not only in terms of the draft. This Haino was a problem. Ling Van going in, using those fate rines aggressively and defensively, baiting things out at times. Just a full kit, if you will.
Dude, that bait.
Yeah,
that bait with the fate rewind, that's the highlight of the game for me. It's like, oh, you fate rewind in front of your opponent? Oh, he's still there? Oh, let's get him. They didn't know that the rest of them were like at the side waiting in the brush, right?
It's like one
crazy.
And it's one of those plays where it's like psychological. It's like if your enemy doesn't know what you're doing, how do they know how to respond? And they're like, oh, that's the play. I'm like, oh, let me jump in. I'm like, oh, that's why he did that. Yeah.
And you could be like Dastan at that moment. You're kind of thinking, oh man, why was his spider senses not tingling? Right? You kind of see him kind of running back, but it's one of those things where, like, time and time again, if you saw Fate Rewind, 99% of the time, it's going to go well for you. You're going to find him. You're going to cut him down. And Vietnam, again, perfect bait.
Dude, even if I play, right, and I see a Fate Rewind wide in front of me, I will go for it, right?
I will go for it too.
Absolutely, right? And then just to be, like, surprised, like, you wouldn't expect that to happen. That's, like, big brain play.
It's like just trying to chip some damage on towards the side of Ling Van, right? And he came up clutch with his Haino with a 404 KDA. But player that I really want to shout out to is Nam Phuong. How many times in that game do we see multi-man Tremor smashes coming in from the Lianpo?
Yeah, but the 404 KDA from Ling Van, that's an error, man. I mean, the way he's setting it up, that's the way you want to do it. Again, Nam Phuong, a ton of Tremor smashes. That was absolutely amazing. But the rest of the squad, the way that they're able to close it out, everyone's on the same page.
Yeah, absolutely. Every time, like, they see a target at the bottom that's free, they just move in all together. They see a target in the middle, they move in all together. Or they see somebody in trouble, everybody backs up the person very, very quickly.
And it reminds me of the previous series where Vietnam went against Singapore. The Haino was banned in all 3 games. This is why. 121,000 damage in a sub 10-minute game.
Yeah, and last pick. It's the best pick that they could have picked up here because it slows it down. You've got poke, you've got reach, you have ability to kind of shake things off. You're very tanky as well, and when you're able to have Ling Van doing 121,000 damage, I think you're going to have a GG easy type of game.
Wow, GG easy. Well, this is something that we also talked about during the pre-show, right? It's like, do you want to target ban one player? Or do you want to try to work around it? Well, it almost feels like, well, whether you target ban onto him, he always has a work around any scenario.
Because we saw during the pick and bans, they banned away the Maestro Nui and also the Yu Huan, but still, Ling Van has something in his pockets, and this time around, it's the Haino, which has, I would say, arguably one of the best ones we've seen so far.
Yeah, complete control. That was a perfect game by Vietnam. And they were, like, this is off of that momentum of that created from Game 3 in the last series against Singapore, bringing that into here, and they're like, hey, we're in the groove, we're in the flow, let us just play these games out. And Kyrgyzstan, it seems like they haven't really warmed up, and they've been reeling in this game early.
Or they cooled down because they had to wait. But for Vietnam, it's like, okay, we play, yes, there's an extended break, but we continue to play.
It's like their hands are on fire. It's like warm up before an actual sports. For Vietnam, it's like they're already warmed up in their series against Singapore where they are feeling it. You know, it's like back-to-back MVP coming from Ling Van, bringing that form into this game as Kyrgyzstan. So it's a bit of a, I would say, psychological fight coming in.
Yeah, and as we go into these highlights, we'll see. I mean, Dastan, he's trying to be aggressive. He thought he was going to be mobile enough to get on out, but the rest of Vietnam were like, okay, that's a trap. We're going to go. And this is another one where Azat was trying to be aggressive, almost took down Hayton, and unfortunately for Azat, dying twice early in this game.
Again, it just shows that Team Vietnam, they move as a team. You won't see Team Vietnam like alone. Like, there are always like 4 people there, 3 people there, and this one, this Fate Rewind. Okay, just that distance, they're like, oh, let's go for it. Then the rest goes down.
Oh my god. That is a clickbait that I would say, you know? Got baited, he had to pay with his life there. And this pickoff here coming in from Kyrgyzstan was actually really smart, utilizing the Diadia and also the Ukutachi Bana here, but beautiful. Tremor smash coming in from Nam Phuong and Huida coming in with the flank on the Charlotte. Here, there's just no escape route coming in for the side of Kyrgyzstan after this play.
I mean, look at how bold and confident they were. They dove 2 versus 4 And with this control, and they were tanky enough for the rest of the reinforcements to just show up, and this siege towards the end, I mean, where they closed it out, it's just a flawless game of Vietnam here.
Oh yeah, again, the travel smash towards the end catches 4, and when they caught 4 at this very moment, when they have this huge of a gap, well, Ling Van, I mean, all he needs to do is just throw his scepter of faith, and then just gets everything like that.
There's just no one that can answer this. 8-0 coming in for Ling Van, and finally, some appreciation for Nam Phong. He's been having fantastic games since the Singapore series, and right now coming in towards the series with multi-man knockouts. He deserved one as well.
Yeah, the 4-man Tremor Smash, when you do it like twice in this game, really just, that was like the icing on the cake. That was completely just dominant from that on. I mean, he doesn't do that. This game might be a little different in terms of those team fights. Some of them would probably have survived, but his ability to just find the perfect moment to go in, you gotta, I would say you ban Lian Po over like the Zhang Fei and the Lapu Lapu like Kyrgyzstan did.
Well, who knows, if you give in even the Lapu Lapu and the Zhang Fei, he can come out with something amazing as well, right? I mean, his travel smashes were on point. What can I say about it? And every time he catches somebody on the travel smash, or not somebody, a group in the travel smash, his teammates was ready to pounce on it. So against the synergy, right?
It's the cohesion that counts, right? Because I think they definitely had a lot of amazing sessions here at the Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel, which has been a fantastic stay for them. They definitely had a lot of group activities, and if you're interested in a good, fancy, and high-class stay, do check out our official venue sponsor, which is the Petaling Jaya Marriott Hotel, sponsoring our 2026 Asian Games Esports qualifiers for Honor of Kings. Thank you so much, Marriott Petaling Jaya.
And also, if you happen to be spectating, you can claim the commemorative badge on today, right now. It can be used in the Grand Venture. More great rewards await you.
Oh yeah, so give me a moment, guys. I need to start like spectating ourselves here, so that won't miss out
I need
badge.
yours too, actually.
Yeah. I mean, look at the badge, right? It's a cute kitty.
Yeah, and Sir Cloud loves cats.
Yeah. Don't we all?
Yeah, I'm a cat person. I have an orange cat back at home.
There you go. Yeah.
I'm allergic to cats, but I love cats.
Really?
I am. I found out that
The
hard.
fur,
I had a
or-
kid when the fur. Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate, man. It's all right.
I love cats though.
Okay, that's good enough.
That's good enough. We'll let you pass that. But I will definitely have to invite you out of that door right there.
Okay, just get out. The dog people are over there. Got it.
All right, coming back to the series here between Kyrgyzstan and also the side of Vietnam. Sir Claude, we're alluding back to this. How does Kyrgyzstan come back from this? That game one wasn't as nice of an experience for them.
Bruh, oh man, you have to turn out the pace, I guess. I'm kind of thinking of like, okay, pick the mind for yourself and then start to send a message that, okay, we're going to play this really, really fast. So far, their successful games have been into the late game when Azad is like fully farmed, like his items are already there, and then they make those big plays at the end to kind of win. But now going up against an opponent like Team Vietnam, such a fast opponent, they have to switch the play style to not only play with Azad, but they have to somehow be able to play maybe with the mid laners or the jungles to be successful so they can end the game quicker.
Yeah, but if you're talking about the game one draft by Kyrgyzstan, that is a faster one. I would have thought that going in, you would have more early game presence. It just seems like Vietnam, they were just like, actually, we're going to be fine. It doesn't really matter. Like, we're going to just basically wushu your early attempts and just survive mid-game and just take over.
And most of the plays weren't that macroly impressive. It was more coming down to individually outpowering your opponents here. Hence, I think for Kyrgyzstan is that they need to be more proactive. They cannot be scared. They need to be on the offensive end, finding those plays. They had an amazing setup just now. Just on the aggressive end, they just couldn't realize it.
Oh, they went for the Dolia, so we can imagine the combos here. The Dune combo, maybe the Kaiser combo might be brought in. Maybe the Yu Huan as well. Might be another pick here for Kyrgyzstan. Those are some of the obvious sets.
Yeah, I think that Kyrgyzstan, you might as well go with like a Dune type. I think that Dastan has definitely had success with that. But they're going to go with the Angela, and of course that kind of combos with Dolia as well. But if we're looking at blue versus red, is the Dolia still the way to go?
Only if you have a specific game plan here. I think so far Kyrgyzstan locking the Dun Dolia, that's okay, because on the side of Team Vietnam, there's not the Nako Ruru coming in to step on towards you and dealing that percentage health damage, so that's still okay. But I'm not a big fan of the Angela without a setup like Liang, like the Kui, or even the likes of the Mozi.
Yeah. And without batting away the Gan and Mo, right, if you think about it. Right now, Vietnam will be happy to. I wouldn't be surprised if Kyrgyzstan don't ban the gun and more, Vietnam is going to take it. And we know that gun and more will be played by who, right? By one of their best players.
You just drop the spears on towards you when you're ulting on the Angel, and they open it. So I think likely the Ganemo will be locked in here coming in from Ling Van. It's just too good of a pick right now.
Yeah, it just completely decimates what they're trying to do. Again, and they're going to go with the Liat Po, the tried and true Nam Fong. You had an amazing game. Let's run it back.
I mean, they're not in a hurry to pick the Ganemo, right? Because the mid lane has already been picked up by Kyrgyzstan. So they can go for the last pick. It doesn't matter for them. Now it's a matter of Kyrgyzstan like having this a conversation of like, okay, they're probably going to pick the gun and more. How can we counter this? How can we go to the back? Neza, maybe?
Neza, you know, the Guan Yu, something to actually flank the back line. That will be really appreciative coming in from Kyrgyzstan's draft because right now, their front to back is decent, but there's still no answers towards the DRNJ or the potential mage pick that will be picked up by Vietnam later on. I like the final pickup here coming in from the Vietnam, leaving Ling Van the last pick. They do pick up the Marco Polo and also the Byron here. Likely we might see a Zia once again coming in.
Yeah, definitely available there. But they've also got the Byron and Doom. Now you've got two guys that can help complement with one another with being these bruisers, creating space, and of course stunning, but of course the Gan and Mo here.
Oh yeah, because it's kind of an obvious pick, right? Like Angela, Blazing Brilliance, you stand still, it's like stop. Comes in. And imagine with the pace of Team Vietnam they've been playing, right, there's a chance that they can get the first strike. And when they get the first strike together with the Garden Mode there, then he will be able to scale faster.
Yeah, more and more magical attack if you get takedowns or assists coming in as the Gan and Mo. So you can't allow Vietnam to once again outscale you and out-combat you in the early game here. I think the most important player for me right now for Kyrgyzstan is the Dun and also the Byron here. If they can sustain the early game aggression coming in from Bao Huang's Ukyu Tachibana, then maybe they can stop the bleeding and extend the game into potentially a shadow objective or extend the series into a game 3.
Vietnam right now, if they win this game, they move on. They will be the 9th and final slot at the Asia Games main event. The other side, we're looking at Kyrgyzstan somehow having to just hold on, push for a game 3. Cloud, is this lineup good enough to get us to a game 3?
Oh, I mean, I did call the Garden Mo, right? The moment I see like an Angela, it's like if they don't ban the Garden Mo, if they don't, well, they obviously can't pick it for themselves, right? But if Kyrgyzstan don't ban the Garden Mo, then it's going to be an obvious pick. And the Garden Mo is playable until the late game. So even if Kyrgyzstan wants to stretch this game towards the late game, they will have a hard time.
Yeah, definitely having a hard time. And Vietnam, this is another one. When you're looking at that lineup, all of those heroes, very meta, right, in terms of what this Asia Games qualifiers has been all about. The other side, Kyrgyzstan, a little bit more, you know, the Marco Polo, definitely not one of the top picked, but definitely has options here. But it really comes back to Azat, if he's able to get that farm in space.
Okay, I'm just going to point out like early items for the farm lane, right? Like for Azat, he went for boots first. And Huitan, he didn't go for boots first. Means that he has that slight edge when it comes to like winning the lane and clearing off the lanes, getting the last hits and all that. And that's actually a really smart move by Huitan. Even like a 0.1% of chance of winning the lane, you would take it.
Yeah, definitely taking it. But it also says that Azad is like, hey, I need to stay alive a little bit more. Marlon will then be more free to roam as he's creating a little bit of a forward scout. He sees Nam Phuong just walking through the brush here.
Okay, and this is where the scout is happening. Well, very early for them to still fight though, if you ask me, because right now Nam Phuong is still not at level 4.
Yeah, and also Bao Hang, this is also to keep tabs on him. Where is he? Now you're protecting the boars. You don't want to give up anything, and you want to make sure that you know roughly where Bao Hang is on the map.
Yeah, quite clear at the farm lane side who's currently winning it because of that extra item and the extra edge. And he does have a little bit of help from Nam Phuong as well. So Azad, not particularly having a good time. Yes, he still get this wave, but he loses in a few other opportunities to farm on the inner side.
Not the end of the world for Azad, though,
yeah, not
right?
yet.
I think that if you're still on the Marco Polo, you're still looking mid to late game. That's when you're going to shine. It's just a matter of if they can survive till that moment.
Oh, Jamal back, Huiduk, they're just going to face off each other. I don't expect much at the early stages here because Huiduk is, Jamalback is kind of tanky, so it's more of like just poking each other, trying to win the lanes. What I will be looking forward to is the first Tyrant, and that's going to come up in a minute more. If Lingvar gets the first strike, or if anyone else gets the first strike with Lingvar assisting, then you know he's going to be really scary.
Yeah, definitely a little bit scary on that. But Vietnam, with almost every single roll head-to-head, they have a little bit of an edge. And that's why they've built a 1K net worth lead. Vietnam, I mean, you're talking about Ling Van. At a moment's notice, he can just pretty much decapitate you. So you have to be super careful with your positioning, especially with this 4-minute Tyrant around the corner.
And what makes it even scarier, right, for Ling Van is because he has the flash.
Yeah.
He can flash forward and then a couple of plays that can... It's hard to execute, but what you doing...
the mini stun, they find Azad. He has the Fever Barrage just to get to safety. The Tremor Smash was committed, and here come the teleport. Do they get anything in return? It looks like Namfong is going to be left stuck over the wall. He gets around with that burst round, but now it looks like he want to go in. He's been pushed back with that Garter Grave. Huaytan actually has to flash away. It looks like Kyrgyzstan not able to get anything else.
And Huidok just arrived though, but he doesn't need to commit to anything in this fight. All he needs to do right now is to try to clear off the middle and focus onto the main objective coming up in 3 seconds.
Yeah, and now it looks like Vietnam are going to look to start this. All of them are nearby. Those blades will cover at least the spacing part of this. Tyrant picked up by Baohan.
Yeah, look at this.
Oh, they find it. Storm Strike. Sorry, it looks like they find Ling Van, and that's going to be first strike. They caught him out. He thought he was safe, especially with the Tyrant down, but Azak gets picked off as well.
It's a 50-50 trade-off there when it comes to takedowns, right? But Team Vietnam, they got the objective. So I would say that's a small win for Team Vietnam overall.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you take down Azat, I think that you're going to have a better time, right? Ling Van, and he's definitely very valuable on the squad, but Huaytan not going down, that's the difference.
Yeah, because if you compare, like, who's going to be more valuable towards the late game, it's going to be Azad as compared to Ling Van. Ling Van is like, okay, mid to early to mid, maybe the late game, depending on how things goes, but as a Marco Polo, it's surely going to be late game. So that's why by Team Vietnam getting Azad, the value is higher.
Yeah, Azad being chased here, Dome under tower, they don't care if Bao Han gets the snipe.
Oh man. Second takedown, back-to-back onto Azad. Azad's not having a good time. Now, this is where this 16-year-old wonder kid will be challenged right now. How do you come back from kind of being targeted by your opponent?
Smart play by Vietnam. Let's be very honest. If you're able to, I mean, if you saw the last series, Azat was just roaming free. He was having a great game because nobody was targeting him. He wasn't able to kind of, he was able to carry because he had so much space.
And Marlon is going to meet up with Namfong.
Yeah, but Marlon's just like, okay, pillow fight, Namfong and them, they're not going to do too much to each other.
Boom, boom, boom. Okay. But here's the thing, right? As compared with Kyrgyzstan and also Team Vietnam is that Namfong can zone. He can open up space, he can zone. And that's how they won the earlier objective. And they're going to do it again. Look at his positioning. But what can Marlon do to zone our opponents? As a Dolia, you can't.
Yeah, you can't. And Dolia is more of like everybody else, enhancing them. And now it looks like they find him. The Tremor Smash is going to be real. Zamovek, he's going to be going down. Vietnam hitting on all cylinders right now, and they're invading.
Oh, that was just unfortunate. He was rotating to the top innocently, but happened to find the members of Team Vietnam. And now by taking it down, they would take down the top tower, and they would just essentially take over the jungle. This is textbook gameplay by Vietnam.
Absolutely textbook. Space all being taken away. Now all 4 members, they're not afraid. They're going to take Das down. You are not tanky enough. I don't care if it's the tower or not. Vietnam, again, all gas, no break.
Azad last hit. He has to back off. He has to turn back. Tower's been taken out, and again, objective gameplay by Team Vietnam. They secured that one, they secured the buff, and now they're looking at the middle.
Yeah, they're looking for this middle with this Vanguard. Zoned away completely, no real chance.
Oh!
Sniping down Kubanich.
That was a snipe! That is what we're talking about here. And with the fact that he got that snipe again, he will stack up his damage and he will be even more dangerous.
Yeah, the Fever Barrage under the tower. Ooh. It's not going to be enough. Huaytan with just enough, and they find the Tremor Smash as well. Dastan is looking to go down, but he gets a little bit low. He will be fine. Vietnam turn their attention on the bottom T2 instead.
And look at Ling Bao in the middle. Look at the damage of the tower back. Let's remember, he is a tank, but one couple blade, his health goes down to half.
Yeah, completely controlling this game. Vietnam, these blades are incredible in terms of just how accurate they've been. Bottom T3 looking to go down as well. Zamabek tried to go for the Storm Strike, but they shake this off. They take the bottom T3, now the mid T3.
And objective gameplay here by Team Vietnam. They're not going to overextend. They want to take down the towers, and now they're looking at the top even.
Yeah, they're looking for that. I mean, the Vanguard will eventually make its way. Zamovek does a little bit of work, gets controlled himself, and he's going to be going down. Hayduk finding him all the way to the back line. They find Azad as well. They're all in the fountain. 2 members standing. Vietnam, all they want are the minions to end this game.
And the minions will arrive soon. This is going to be the final defense by Kyrgyzstan. And Kubanich will need to do it. Kubanich together with his teammate Marlon, will there be enough though? Unlikely so, as Team Vietnam will look to close things up before that. They get a hot streak. And Team Vietnam will lock in the final ticket to the main event.
Welcome to the Asian Games, Team Vietnam. They took a 2-0 convincing victory over Kyrgyzstan, and they booked their tickets to the main event.
Perfectly played. I mean, it could not have been better, right? The way that they were able to control this game, it didn't seem like Kyrgyzstan were ever able to find their footing. They were not really into this game. There was just too much control by Vietnam.
Oh man, what a game it was for Team Vietnam. Consistent from game 1 and then game 2. It's all about control from start to finish. This round at least we did see some fight from Kyrgyzstan, because they know that, okay, if we don't fight back, they will snowball and it's going to be bad for us. So they did show some fight, which I admire from Kyrgyzstan.
I think for Kyrgyzstan, it's definitely going to be a disheartening loss, but this is not where they end. They don't really have much experience in Honor of Kings, but they made it this far to the final stage, just one step closer to that podium of the Asian Games. But that's the problem. One step is not enough. They need more of that. This experience, this gameplay, will find them later on, that it will improve them in the near future.
Yeah, they're definitely going to grow. They're still so very young, and I mean, in terms of experience, definitely on the lower end. But you got to pat them on the back. I mean, they were as close as you could get. They got themselves at least a chance to go in. Unfortunately, I mean, Vietnam was definitely one of the favorites going into it. I mean, all the way from the beginning, even before this all started. And for Vietnam to just sneak in and, just unfortunate for Kyrgyzstan in the end.
Yeah, and if you're a player as young as like Azara, who's like 16 years old, representing your country on this sort of stage, and you get to go up against amazing teams like even like Vietnam, like this is a pat on the back for him.
The future is for him, right? It's just whether or not he will put in that consistency later on and find those big improvements. But Azad and also Kyrgyzstan, you guys will definitely come back stronger. I believe in that.
Yeah, I mean, keep your heads up, right? I think that you can, the Kyrgyzstan are definitely going to be proud of your play. The fact that you were 10th, you were very close. It's just that you're going to grow from this. You're definitely going to learn. And hopefully next time, that one is going to be your slot moving forward.
Oh, man. I'm so happy to get to be able to see these players, young players in the team play, putting their hearts out for their region, right? Oh, man, it just puts tears to my eyes, man. I mean, yeah.
It's the growth that counts, right? It's like, although not every team can actually make it to the main event, we've seen growth coming in from some of the amazing teams like Mongolia. They were having a rough showcasing coming in from day 1, but then they progressively grew. Yes, you can argue that Sagi, they never got a win, but the growth that they went from a new team to a team that actually learned a lot from their opponents, their foes or rivals, that's what makes esports so special.
Yeah.
You can always be winners, but when you lose, you're just learning for the next tournament.
Don't you think that every single team in this entire Asia Games qualifier got better?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Right? I think that over every single day, and this is not easy, when you're stuck in a group and you're forced and you have to just focus on the team ahead of you, I think that this speaks, again, volumes about all of these opportunities to grow in the Honor of Kings esports scene.
Yeah, and also props to Team Vietnam as well for making it through to the main event, through the last chance stage. And they had their own dips, right? They had their own dips against Laos, and then we were kind of asking of like, oh, are they going to bounce back or not? Going up against Team Singapore, and they clearly showed they did, and they did win in a fashionable way against Kyrgyzstan and maintaining their discipline of gameplay. So props to Team Vietnam.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest route for Team Vietnam coming in for the last chance stage. They had to go through a lot of ups and downs. They almost had a upset from the side of Singapore, and coming into the last match against Kyrgyzstan, they got back that momentum and they booked the final slot into the main event.
It's congratulations to Vietnam. I mean, being able to just slide on in, I think that they're going to be very fortunate. Again, a lot of people were like, okay, Vietnam has to survive. They have to make it to the main event, right? But they had to, like a crazy day where they had to survive a bunch of whole best of threes, last chance stage to get there. But they were off of course, this lineup that really stepped up when they really needed them.
Yeah, and the damage by Lingvan is kind of expected, right? With the gun and Mo, 64.2%. And if you have an Angela on the other side, yeah. But I guess if we were to revisit back what we discussed during the drafting phase, maybe for Kyrgyzstan, what they can improve in the future is that how they kind of read the draft of your opponent. It's not only about yourself, but it's also about like, okay, if you put out an Angela, how do you protect the Angela? You close the gun and Mo, for example, right? That will give them a better chance, or at least balance the playing field.
I think this is a good learning experience for them. So going into your point, once they learn this, they're going to be like, okay, next time when I see a Ganemo or I pick the Angela first, let's ban away the Ganemo.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be high on their priority list, right? But if we're looking at some of the stats here, you're not going to win too many games when your Dolia has the most damage on your team, like 30,000. It just seemed like everyone from Vietnam were able to find the right pieces to kind of, take this roster down, if you will.
Yeah, you pointed out right? I was kind of looking at that. Is that really the Dolia with the most damage now? Yes, it is. Well, yeah, I mean, the rest of them, they were pressured so heavily, right, that they couldn't really farm or really fight back. So it's also shown by the goal graph here.
It's very suffocating. When we watched the game just now, it was the Ukro Tachibana and the Lian Po coming in from the side of Team Vietnam consistently choking out the position coming in from the side of Kyrgyzstan, not leaving any single room in the jungle territory for them to farm or even play. Then later on, when the Angela wants to clear the wave under the tower, what's there? The freshly forged blade just dropping on towards her head. So for Kyrgyzstan, yes, it's an act class of skills, but like what you mentioned here, Sir Cloud, when they revisit back the draft, things could get even better.
It will definitely get better. I mean, we're going to check this out in the highlights here. It's pretty much all Vietnam. I mean, even from the beginning, this is where they actually found Lingvan. Things were looking pretty decent to kind of start, but then Vietnam got a little angry. They turned things up out here, and they found Azap multiple times.
Dude, the pressure, man. The pressure by Team Vietnam. How they rotate as a 4. Again, similar formula like how we've seen in game number 1, right? You will hardly see Team Vietnam on screen as a solo player.
Correct. They like to play the half map mid and one side, mid and one side. Then after you push mid, you transition in towards the side lanes here. Beautiful knock-up here once again coming played by Nan Phong, just allowing the team to comfortably close out this game and book their tickets to the main event. Vietnam, you're secured once again.
Yeah, and congratulations to the MVP, Lingvan, 3-1-4 again, time and time again. When Vietnam wins, it's usually because of this man, Lingvan.
And he's almost the king of mid lanes by now, right? If I'm not mistaken, he has like the most MVP so far.
We will have to revisit that, but definitely one of the higher candidates to receive that title. So, of course, he also had more games thus on, so that's definitely going to be a different metric to measure.
Yeah, I think he does, but it's also because of the different number of games that they play. They've played the most throughout. So, again, we'll fact-check it and get back. But the 33% damage, that's the biggest piece. Nobody had any answers to Lingvan. Yes, he died. He gave a first strike, but that was it for the rest of the day for all of them.
This just tells us that he can play any mid hero, right?
Yeah.
You can give it the Hano and he can play it like a bait. You can play, give him the gun and Mo, he can play like, okay, distance, couple blades, burst damage, that sort of thing. You can give him anything else. You can give the Yuquan and then from afar, you can always pull off those amazing stunts. So it almost feels like, do you really want to target ban this guy? You might, but you can't.
But you can't because there's just finite bans coming in towards this game. You only have 4. And just now, Kyrgyzstan, they dropped 3 bans on him. And after fact-checking, Lingvan is tied for the most MVPs with Ant from Myanmar.
Wow.
At 5.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, Ant is a phenomenal player as well. So having both of them up there and just tied, I wish that we could see like a one-on-one because I just want to know who takes it out. But not going to happen probably with the timing that we have.
It's a jungle, right?
Yeah,
it's a jungle. Yeah,
so
the boy.
Yeah, so it's not fair for them to like fight each other, right? But maybe they can be the same dream team, you know?
Yeah, but what can happen is that once they go to the main event and then for some reason their group draw falls into each other's group, then maybe we can see the 2 MVPs coming in from Vietnam and also Myanmar duke it out in a BO3, BO5 fashion here. But to remind you guys once again, do check out your Honor of Kings official app for the updated Diamond Draw, Dragon's Horde skin pool, and the new and updated limited time skin pool event for the new skins available for purchase here. Once again, do check out your new app.
I like it how you brought up the main event, because I think all of these teams have, got that experience. They've got those games in, under their belt, and they're going to be better prepared for that main event. And I'm super excited to see that. That's going to be later down the year, but man, these teams are going to get ready.
And we are also ready to hear the interview segment coming in from our Team Vietnam representative with Mara on the stage. With how they clutched themselves back into the 9th slot for the main event, we are excited to see what we can dig out from the interview.
We're here with Team Vietnam now. Phong, congratulations! This morning started with 4 teams stepping on this stage, fighting for the same thing, that final ticket to the Asian Games. How does it feel and what's going through your mind that that ticket is yours?
Lời đầu tiên gửi lời chúc mừng đến chiến thắng dành cho đội tuyển Việt Nam. Như chúng ta đã biết, ngày hôm nay có 4 đội cùng nhau bước vào ngày thi đấu cuối cùng này để giành một tấm vé được đi vào vòng tiếp theo. Bạn cảm thấy như thế nào khi cơ hội đó đã thuộc về đội của mình?
Em cảm thấy rất là vui ạ, vì cuối cùng đội tuyển mình đã giành được tấm vé cuối cùng để bước tiếp ạ.
I feel extremely happy because our team has achieved the last ticket to go further into the Asian last round.
And throughout this journey, your teams face setbacks, challenges, even elimination round. What was this defining moment, and what does this ticket mean for the entire team?
Để giành được chiến thắng này thì đội tuyển Việt Nam đã đã gặp rất là nhiều khó khăn, thách thức, bị tụt lại phía sau phải vào vòng loại. Thì theo bạn, tấm vé ngày hôm nay có giá trị tinh thần lớn như thế nào đối với đội của mình?
Tấm vé hôm nay quyết định tinh thần rất là lớn, tại vì trước đó thì tụi em có để thua 2 trận rất là đáng tiếc giữa Kazakhstan và Lào, nên là bọn em phải không may mắn là lọt vào cái vòng này, nên là bọn em cảm thấy rất là tự hào vì đã có tấm vé này.
So before we can achieve this ticket, we had 2 losses, and that has significantly affected our spirit. But after today, we had gained our confidence again, and as well as our esports spirit love.
I hope today's win is now giving you enough confidence to move forward and give it your best at the Asian Games. And for sure, people in Vietnam are watching. They're cheering for you, and they're proud that you're representing the region. What would you like to say to them?
Những người hâm mộ tại Việt Nam đang theo dõi hành trình của đội và đang muốn lắng nghe những lời chia sẻ của bạn dành cho người tại Việt Nam. Bạn có chia sẻ vài lời của mình được không?
Cảm ơn mọi người đã theo dõi và đừng lo lắng nhé. Bọn mình sẽ cố gắng cải thiện và chiến đấu tiếp trên con đường đi tới Nhật Bản. Cảm ơn mọi người rất nhiều.
Thank you for your support and watching our journey. Please do not worry. We will continue to training and practice more. Go further to Japan.
You should be proud of your team. You did amazing. Congratulations on getting the final slot to the Asian Games. Now we'll head back to the casters. Lead the gorge.
Congratulations, Ray. They regained their confidence and they also gained their ticket into the main event. And these are the final 9 qualified teams directly to the main event in Japan. We have Indonesia, Philippines, Myanmar, Laos, Kazakhstan, Hong Kong, China, Republic of Korea, Nepal, and finally, with the win just now, Vietnam.
I mean, it took us a while, 9 days, to finally figure out who the 9 teams are going to be to make it to the main event. But we finally got to the finish line, and I'm actually super impressed with all of these teams that qualified.
And I personally did a prediction on social media, on the official page, right? And I got everything correct.
Wow.
Except for Kazakhstan.
I think that's for me too, because we all felt that Kazakhstan, we didn't really have much information on them. They really surprised us coming in towards this event itself. And of course, congratulations to all 9 teams. We'll be seeing them later on in a few months later in the main event itself.
Yeah, I think that did you have in the predictions though, like where they would be? Because like, I would not have thought Vietnam would be 9th, right? Just being able to just slide in like that, right?
Oh yeah, I wouldn't have put them there, right? I would put them like, okay, when I was doing my prediction, I was submitting it for social media, right? I was like, okay, Vietnam is going to be one of the top 2s. The last chance stage will be Singapore for me. Yeah. But then when they draw the bracket and then you see, Singapore versus Vietnam, I go like, well.
I think my prediction was quite similar towards you in this case here. So definitely almost 80 to 90% correct coming in from our predictions here. Some definitely have surpassed our expectations here. Like, we didn't expect Vietnam to go through the last gauntlet all the way for the 9th ticket, and we never expect Kazakhstan to surprise us all the way in this final few moments here. So that's our 9 teams here coming in for our main event. It has been, what, 9 days of back-to-back competition, and finally, we get our final 9.
Yeah, we got our final 9. But of course, you can get 1,000 limited time tokens if you like in a new Flowborn outfit. All you need to do is, of course, log into the app right now. Make sure you do update, though.
Dude, Flowborn outfits, always good. Always good to have them in the collection, because Flowborn is like you can really customize a lot of things, right? So that's really fun to have that and add to your collection.
And it's infinite skins if you can do like the mix and matching, right?
Oh, yeah.
Depending on your creation here. And if you want more creativity with a high graphic phone, do check out iQOO 15R, the tournament official phone coming in for our 2026 Asian Game Esports qualifiers for Honor of Kings. Thank you so much, iQOO, for sponsoring our prestigious event.
Yeah, I mean, it was nothing but a prestigious event. Again, 9 days to get the 9 teams. Now we've got locked in, and now we just need to wait for the main event happening later this year.
Yeah, can't wait for that for sure, because there are amazing teams that would have qualified from this stage, and there are also amazing teams that are already waiting at the main event.
Correct. Yeah, amazing teams just all around. And finally, guys, it has been a great run so far. Many days, many events, many competitions. Thank you so much for watching us all the way to our 9th team for the main event. My name is Sagi. With me is Holler and Sir Cloud. We will see you the next time in another event. Goodbye.
Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a come